Chapter 1 Minato. On a mysterious island on the windless belt of the Great Channel. There is a huge manor on the island. In the yard, a very handsome man is sitting on a chair and lying quietly. His face was extremely happy and he was still humming. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible. This is a song from the world he traveled to, let's sing it casually. He is a time traveler. He died in the previous world decades ago and came back to life in this world. Named Reinhard Astria. However, before the age of 18, one did not obtain the cheat system necessary for time travelers. I only woke up to the system after I turned 18. His system is exactly the system of many children and many blessings. As the name suggests, just give birth to a child. You can get rewards, get character templates from all over the world and some items. Not only can his children obtain templates, but he himself can also obtain them, and they are at the full Grandmaster level. So after he turned 18, he started to marry. More than 10 years have passed until now. He gave birth to many children and acquired many templates. In this world, he should be one of the most powerful people. The one who can rival him may be the legendary Lord Im. Her abilities are probably more powerful than those of Straw Hat Luffy and Sun God Nika. Otherwise, how could he defeat Nika from 1,000 years ago? He was too lazy to go out, after all, it was very leisurely here. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the yard. A young man in white clothes, with a sword on his waist and 2 green tears under his eyes, reported. Father, Orochimaru is missing, and so is Minato's sister. We have searched all over the island and they are still missing. Reinhardt frowned. Did the 2 little guys sneak out? He remembered that when he taught Orochimaru the art of earth reincarnation, Orochimaru felt a little strange. That's right, his son obtained the Hokage World 4-star template Orochimaru. So naturally he was named Orochimaru. The other Minato got the Hokage World 4-star template Namikaze Minato, so he was named Minato, just a daughter. Orochimaru is particularly suitable for the art of reincarnation. He is completely in control, his children still need practice, but they are very adaptable. I mentioned Kuina in front of him. Could it be that this guy went to the East Daxia Sea? Did Minato follow him too? A little uneasy. Xiaohu, go and bring Minato back to me. Ulquiorra naturally obtained the template of Ulquiorra, the 4th Espada in the Shinigami world. Of course, it is not the peak ability of this character. Xiaohu has only begun to possess virtual abilities, so he can rest assured when he goes out. Yes, father. Xiaowu agreed. East Daxia Sea. A fast-moving pirate ship was flying a straw hat and skull flag. A woman with short orange hair stood on the deck, staring at the sea in the distance, her hometown of Cocoa West Village. She was wearing cool green short-sleeved shirts and yellow shorts. Excitement appeared on his face. She is none other than Nami, the famous little thief cat in the East Daxia Sea. I just left secretly on the Mary from the Sea restaurant Barity, leaving behind her companions Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp. But she didn't feel much regret. Because the original agreement with Luffy was just a temporary cooperative relationship, and she didn't really want to become a pirate. Even though Straw Hat Luffy was different from the pirates she had seen, he was not a ferocious pirate who burned, killed, looted, and did all kinds of evil. But she still didn't want to join them. Because her hometown is still suffering from brutal oppression by the dragon pirates. People in the village have to buy their lives with money every month, 100,000 belly for adults and 50,000 belly for children. If they cannot pay, they will be killed. His mother, Belmere, was brutally murdered by Captain Arlong of the dragon pirates. She couldn't even imagine revenge, because the dragon pirates were a fishman clan. Not just an ordinary fishman. The fishmen are strong and strong, more than 10 times stronger than ordinary humans. Eren is the strongest of the fishmen clan. So as long as we can save the village. And she has an agreement with Captain Eren. When she collects 100 million belly, she can redeem the village from the dragon pirates and restore the peace to the village in the past. And this time she cooperated with Luffy, defeated the buggy pirates in the East Daxia Sea, and obtained his treasure. Adding to it what she had accumulated before, she could almost complete the agreement with Captain Aaron and redeem her village. You can also regain your freedom. She couldn't hide the excitement in her heart, because she had been going to sea as a thief since she was 10 years old for this plan. Only she herself knows the hardships along the way. How difficult would it be for a 10-year-old girl to steal a pirate's treasure? She almost got caught several times. The consequences of being caught can be imagined. It cannot be easily solved by being beaten, and may even be killed. There were even several times where she managed to escape successfully at the expense of her appearance. Of course she didn't want to do this, but she had no choice. All in order to fulfill the agreement with Captain Aaron, she could only take risks and do such dangerous things. But this time it was almost successful and it would be completed when she was 18 years old. This nightmare life is completely over. From now on, I can live the life I want. There is no need to draw those disgusting navigation charts anymore, and there is no need to associate with the dragon pirates anymore. Captain Aaron took a fancy to his talent, asked him to draw a navigation chart for him, and asked him to join his pirate group. After completing the agreement, she decided not to be a thief again. Although most of what she stole was pirate money, it was too dangerous. Just when she was thinking about the future, she saw a small wooden boat in front of her, with a little girl with short blonde hair on it, wearing a green vest and a white cloak. Nami suddenly felt a little strange. How did this little girl appear in the sea? It's too dangerous. Is he a victim? You must know that in the sea there are not only various natural disasters that can destroy human beings, such as hurricanes, tsunamis, violent storms, but also huge Poseidons. Even if she encounters this kind of Poseidon, she will be in danger. After all, this is in the sea. Although she has something urgent to do now, she is not in a hurry and will only waste a few minutes. This situation made her unable to bear to die without saving him. It doesn't take much time to save a little girl. Because it reminded her of her former self who went to sea at the age of 10. Yes. The other person's current height was a little shorter than hers at that time. At that time, I was wandering alone on the sea. I thought about many ways to make money, and finally I thought of becoming a thief. At this time, the Melee had already passed the little girl's boat. She had already decided to save the little girl, so she immediately turned the ship around, headed towards the boat, and stopped next to it. She came to the fence and looked at the little girl and asked with concern. "Why are you here alone? Did you encounter a shipwreck?" Now I carefully looked at the other party's appearance, and he didn't look like a person in distress. Dress neatly and not feel messy. This little girl looks a little cool and a little pink. That's why she felt that the other person was not a boy. The little girl said with a smile. "No, beautiful sister, I wanted to keep up with my brother, so I rode out alone." When Nami heard the other party call her beautiful big sister, she instantly felt happy and her face was full of smiles. She is really a good kid who can talk and speaks the truth. But he immediately said calmly. "It's too dangerous for you to chase your brother alone. There are countless dangers hidden in this sea. It's better for my sister to take you to find him. But I have to wait for my sister to finish her work before I can take you there." Such a cute girl and so good at talking. It gave her an urge to help. After she completed her agreement with the dragon pirates, she would have plenty of time. He now owns a pirate ship. The little girl's pupils dilated instantly when she heard the other party's words. "Really? Beautiful big sister." Then she jumped from the boat to the Mary, looking expectantly at the big sister with short orange hair in front of her. Nami was a little surprised. The opponent's jumping ability was so strong. She didn't have such a strong jumping ability when she was young. She couldn't do it. Jumping from the boat here, it must be 2 or 3 meters high. Facing the other party's pleasant voice, he said with a smile. Of course, this will be taken care of by my sister. I am very familiar with the East Daxia Sea. She is naturally familiar with it. She traveled on the East Daxia Sea and visited many things in order to steal pirates' treasures. As a thief, of course she can't stay in one place all the time. The pirates will definitely catch up with her angrily. After all, she stole their treasure. She usually goes to the next destination after doing her job. Nami asked, looking at the beautiful and handsome little girl in front of her. By the way, my name is Nami, what's your name? My name is Minato. Chapter 2 Little Mom. The little girl watched Nami say her name, because the elder sister had always told her name. But she did not tell the other party her family name because this was expressly prohibited by her father. She asked her mother to find out the reason. Because if you shoot the first bird in this sea, if you become famous, you may attract the attention of pirates, marines, and even the world government. Therefore, in the early days, her father had always ordered the family to keep a low profile, and basically no family members went to sea. She lived quietly on her family island. Of course, her brothers would go out to sea to find the necessary supplies. Among them, her brother Aizen is somewhat invincible. He has never worried his father and is his right-hand man. Nami was a little unhappy when she heard what the little girl said. Little sister, you are so cute, why did your father give you the name Minato? If I had never seen you, I would have thought you were a boy. The little sister didn't know why her father gave her the name Minato. It does sound like a boy's name, but after so many years, she has become accustomed to it, calling it Minato. Nami no longer struggled with this issue, but asked. What's the name of the brother you're looking for? Where is he? Minato said with a smile. My brother's name is Orochimaru. He seems to be going to Shimotsuki village this time. It's just that I don't know where Shimotsuki village is. Sister, do you know? She originally saw her brother leaving the family island alone and then followed him out. Although I asked the other party to take me out for some fun. But her snake brother said that he was going to Shimotsuki village to do business this time, so he didn't take her with him. But how could she be convinced? If her brother can go out and play, of course she can go out and play too. She visited all the places on the island. She knew nothing about the world outside the sea. I found a small boat and went to sea, but then I got lost. The sea is really big. All around is sea water. After hearing Minato's words, Nami lowered her head and thought about it. Shimotsuki village, she has never been to this place. It should be just a small village. Since it is a village, someone will always know. He patted his chest and said. Don't worry, I will take you there, but it won't take long after I finish my business. I guess I have almost enough money now. After giving it to Captain Aaron to complete the agreement, I can end my tragic fate and regain my life. Thank you, sister. Minato had a grateful look on his face. She was already looking sad. After all, she was surrounded by the sea and she didn't know the direction at all. It seemed that she was not ready to go to sea. This big sister provided help when she was confused, which made her very touched. She hugged Nami directly, so high that he could only reach her belly. Nami was a little surprised, he was such a helpless child, so he would be attached to her. But this feeling is really good. It would be great if she could be attached to her back then. It's just a pity that the mother she was attached to was hurt by the hateful Captain Aaron, and her eyes became a little dim. At that time, she had money to give to Aaron, but she gave the money to herself and her sister Nyakajeo. It can be said that she died for herself and her sister Nyakajeo. Nyakajeo is also an orphan like her. Although she is not a biological sister, her relationship is closer than that of a biological sister. The town was attacked by pirates, her parents were both dead, and she was still only a few years old, standing on the ruins. She was taken by Nakago, and both of them were rescued by Belmir, a marine. Belmeber is naturally their adoptive mother. In fact, she can be regarded as a real mother, because she raised them both. If Nakajo hadn't saved him in the first place, he might have died. At this time, Minato smelled the sweet scent of Sister Nami. It's a very mature fragrance, and I immediately had an idea in my mind. There are many brothers and sisters in her family, which of course comes from her father's bloodline, and each child has special abilities. She has a 4-star template, and has recently mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as Raise Nan, a time and space ninjutsu, and an A-level attack ninjutsu, which is why she dares to go out. There are many other brothers and sisters who have stronger templates than hers, including 5-star templates and even 6-star templates. The family is getting stronger and stronger. To put it bluntly, even if she has never been to the sea, her family can be called the first family in the sea. She occasionally hears some outside news, such as the 3 Marine generals, the Marine Fleet Admiral de Butsu Warring States period, and the 4 pirate emperors at sea. But he may not be more powerful than her brothers. Because you can tell by looking at her own strength. She has already mastered the Flying Thunder God's technique and can move instantly. This is a very powerful S-rank ninjutsu. Teleport behind the opponent, and then strike out. It can definitely catch the enemy by surprise and severely damage them. Of course, if she faces an invincible opponent, she can still escape with her Flying Thunder God technique. The Raise Nan she masters is also a ninjutsu with very powerful attack power. She can create a rotating ball of chakra energy with her hands, which can easily destroy a huge rock. Of course, what she knows is the simple application of Raise Nan. Like her father, he is very powerful. Not only can he create larger chakra energy balls, but he can also throw them, which she cannot do. Even the small chakra balls you needed by yourself cannot be thrown out. Once thrown out, they will dissipate immediately. And all she has mastered is the 4-star template. The brother I am about to find also has a 4-star template, which is very strong. I heard from my father that she seemed to have the art of reincarnation from dirty soil and could summon the dead. Summoning the dead souls directly into the world to fight again, you will know how heaven-defying it is. She also has brother Hashirama and brother Madara, who are also very powerful. One can summon a giant tree man, and the other can summon a blue giant. They both have 5-star templates. I once stabbed Madara's brother's blue giant with a kunai, but it couldn't break through the defense at all. I also had a small competition with Hashirama's brother. Even if he had the Flying Thunder God technique, the opponent could always sense the moment he appeared. Then he can block his own attack, and he can also summon a forest on the ground to restrain himself. Even if he has the ability to teleport, it will be difficult to escape. Of course, this is not the most perverted thing. The perverted one is his 6-star template brother, such as Aizen brother, he is a 6-star template brother. With the Flying Thunder God technique, I'm afraid I won't be able to run away even if I want to. Of course, the strongest one is his father. The children he gives birth to have special abilities, so the family is getting stronger and stronger. Seeing such a beautiful and fragrant sister Nami, she also thought of it. Because her former brother brought a very beautiful mother to her father, these people are all her little mothers. Minato looked at Nami and asked with a smile. Sister Nami, do you want to marry my father and be my baby mother? Chapter 3 The Invincible King. In Minato's eyes, Sister Nami is so beautiful, has a very good figure, and smells very good. She is the type that her father likes at first glance. She is also very young and is very suitable for childbearing. That will definitely add new members to the family and strengthen the family. Nami's face froze when she heard Minato's words. How could she say such terrible words and actually want to marry her father? I have never seen this person before, although looking at Minato's handsome and beautiful face, I know that his father must be extremely handsome guy. But how could she be willing to be a baby mother? As for what kind of man she will find in the future, she has no idea yet. After finishing the work, she can have fun for a few years. With her beauty, is she still worried about not being able to find a handsome and outstanding man? Of course, she still prefers money to men. She reached out her hand and pinched Minato's face, and said with a smile, "Forget it. Maybe your father is a very good man, but sister, I have no intention of finding a man." Minato was a little disappointed after hearing this. Wouldn't it be a huge waste for such a good sister not to marry his father? Sister Nami is so beautiful, she will definitely have many suitors in the future. She persuaded again. "Sister Nami, my father is a very powerful man. He is more powerful and handsome than other men. Sister, do you really not think about it?" Nami was speechless. "Let's talk about this later." She felt that Minato was a bit clingy, so she had no choice but to refuse first. She did not have this idea in her heart. After Minato heard this, there was nothing he could do. "Then let's make an agreement. When my sister wants to get married, she will marry my father." She thinks that Sister Nami doesn't want to marry because she has never met her father. In Minato's eyes, his father is very great, powerful, and handsome, and he is also very good to his mother, although there are a lot of mothers. But if Sister Nami is willing to marry her father, she will still be very happy. She remembered what her mother once said about her father's pursuit of her mother's moves. She had an idea and said with a smile, "Sister Nami, if you have any wishes or difficulties, my father can fulfill or solve them for you. My father is so strong. There should be no problems in this sea that my father cannot solve." She was not wrong. Her brothers and sisters all inherited their father's abilities. They have various abilities: 3-star templates, 4-star templates, 5-star templates, and 6-star templates. Not only the ninja system, but also the Shinigami system, and of course Taijutsu. There are many, many, many abilities. His father has too many abilities, and their brothers and sisters can only inherit part of them. But my father has all their abilities, not only ninja abilities, Shinigami abilities, but also powerful Taijutsu. Just like her flying thunder god technique, her father can use it even more skillfully than she does. Of course, even if Brother Snake knows how to reincarnate in the dirty earth, my father can even resurrect people perfectly. Although this is just Brother Snake's guess, because his father has the eye of reincarnation. Of course, one of her brothers, Nagato, who has a 4-star template, is the owner of the Samsara Eye. But if he wants to resurrect people, he can. But he will seriously lose his own vitality, and may even die in severe cases, so he has never used it, but the invincible father should still be able to resurrect people without injury. Nami was a little moved after hearing this. This little girl's family is a very powerful family, and even has a certain reputation in the East Daxia Sea. But I'm afraid it might not be enough to deal with the dragon pirate's ship. Even Marine, the most powerful pirate group in the East Daxia Sea, has no way to fight against him. Because she had informed the nearby Marines, but the Marines there did not attack the dragon pirates, probably because they were afraid. Then even Minato's family might be powerless. But she was still a little curious. "You are so powerful, what kind of family is your family? Does your father have any reputation?" Nami still has a certain understanding of the East Daxia Sea. After all, he has traveled in various countries and has a certain understanding of the country's nobles and powerful figures. Minato said, shaking his head. "I still can't say our family name because it's a family ban, but our family is really very strong. As for my father's name, I often hear my father singing that song, how lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible. So according to my understanding, my father should be in existence named the Invincible King. Of course he is invincible, with such powerful ninjutsu, Shinigami abilities, and taijutsu. As for this title, it should not reveal the name of the family. It was something she came up with on her own, and it is the most suitable name for her father. Sister Nami will definitely be deeply attracted. Although the family was very powerful, no one dared to resist His Majesty when his father did not lift the family ban. Even the most powerful brothers did not dare to resist their father at all, not only because his father had all their abilities, but his abilities were even more powerful. It's because this is their father. Of course there are exceptions. For example, she has a brother named Dio, who is very unruly. He is also her very powerful brother. He is a bit rebellious, but he is always hung up and beaten by his father. But she didn't know why. She didn't see the battle scene at all, and then brother Dio flew out. Of course, brother Dio is also very strong. Even when facing several other powerful brothers, he is still capable of defeating him. Anyway, his brothers are quite powerful. And her sister is also very powerful. But if she makes a mistake, she will be severely punished by her father. Even the youngest one will be punished. Nami couldn't help laughing when she heard Minato's words. Mouth Kakuzu is grinning gently. It seems that this little girl from Minato is still ignorant of worldly affairs. There is no strong person in the world who dares to claim to be invincible. It seems that she is still a little flower in the family. Maybe she is pampered by her family and her father also has certain abilities, so she thinks that her father is extremely powerful. But in this world, even the 4 emperors, the heroes of the Marines, the 3 generals of the Marines, and the Marine Fleet Admiral, even the former One Piece Roger did not dare to claim to be invincible, because the One Piece Roger was also captured and executed. So there is no invincible strong man in this world. Chapter 4 I am also strong. Nami tried her best not to laugh, because she didn't want to break the innocent illusion of childhood. But my stomach hurt a little from holding it in, so I bent over and stroked my belly. After finally digesting it, he said with a smile. Since your father is the invincible king, after my sister encounters difficulties and helps me solve them, I will consider whether to be your baby mother. She didn't believe it at all. Minato was just a child with no experience. And she is an adult, so naturally she will not be deceived by such words. After Minato heard this, he had a smile on his face. It seemed that this sister believed her words. Asked quickly. Sister Nami, do you need my father's help for anything now? Of course, I am also very strong. Maybe I can help my sister. Then my sister will help me find Brother Snake and return to the family together. After finding Brother Snake, we wandered around for a while, so naturally we should go back. Presumably, if he brought such a beautiful sister back, his father would not punish him for sneaking out. She possesses the art of flying thunder god and can move instantly. Compared with those devil fruit abilities, it must be considered a very powerful devil fruit ability. Of course she also has the Raise Nan, which can easily destroy huge rocks. But she still knew that the East Daxia Sea was the weakest among the 4 seas. Because the pirate force is the weakest and there are no scary pirates, she dares to say something to help Sister Nami. If it were placed in a place like New World or other relatively strong sea areas, she would still have to know the situation before she would dare to say such words, and would not dare to say such complacent words like now. Nami looked at the innocent child in front of her, feeling angry and funny. This little girl is really a good friend of her father. She tries so hard to marry her father. Of course it's not her fault, it's because of her natural beauty. It shows that Minato is very discerning. But yet, she really has no intention of finding a man. Of course she didn't believe how strong the little girl could be. The little girl was only 5 or 6 years old, a few years younger than when she went to sea. What combat effectiveness can this have? You must know that among the pirates on the sea, the weakest ones are ferocious, and it is not easy even for her to deal with them. Even now that she has grown up, she can only outsmart and cannot compete with those men. Who made them women so delicate? So the little girl said this because her father found some masters to train with Minato, and then deliberately lost to Minato, so Minato felt that he was particularly powerful. This is the only explanation. Nami said with a smile. Okay, sister will come to you for help if there is any trouble that can't be solved. Of course she didn't believe it at all. She doesn't need help from others at this stage. The total of his own money and the money he had hidden in the village was probably close to 100 million belly. Even if it's not enough, it won't be too bad. If she had been younger, she might have asked Minato for help. After all, she was really desperate back then. But the original Minato was probably not even born yet. Minato heard Sister Nami say this and said with a smile. Okay, Sister Nami, that's it. Sister Nami is such a good person. She hopes that the other party really needs her help, then she can successfully bring back a beautiful woman for her father. Sister Nami is so fragrant and soft, her father will definitely like it. As she spoke, she stretched out her finger and said to Sister Nami. Sister Nami, let's just say it, hook your fingers. Nami couldn't bear to break the child's fantasy. Although she thought it was impossible, she still stretched out her finger. Okay. The two of them crossed their fingers together. Minato had already made up his mind to try his best to find a way to help Nami's sister in the future, and then take her home. Nami smiled and looked at the little girl, feeling very envious. It was as if I was seeing myself in the past. If the dragon pirates hadn't been encountered in the village, I might be living happily with my mother Belmere and my sister Nakajayo now. On the other side, the sea restaurant Barity. After Nami left secretly, Luffy defeated Krieg, the overlord of the East Daxia Sea, after a fierce battle. Then Ajin was so angry that he punched his boss Krieg and took him away. Then their subordinates also left, and the dispute ended completely. Later, Baratajep and other chefs at the sea restaurant teamed up to force Sanji to leave, in order to let him pursue his dream. Sanji was still extremely uncomfortable. After all, GP saved him and lost one of his legs, and even gave him the only remaining food. How could he bear to leave his savior without repaying his kindness? But the last thing I heard was the conversation between him and Luffy. He did this in order to let himself pursue his dream and not be trapped in the restaurant. I was very grateful and later joined the Straw Hat Pirates. After grabbing some supplies at the restaurant, we headed to Kakosia village, Nami's hometown, with Luffy and Joseph. Luffy naturally wants to find his partner. After all, Nami is an excellent navigator and is his recognized partner. He believed that the other party must have something unspeakable in driving away his ship. Nami is a trustworthy person. This is his intuition. As long as he finds her, he can enter the Great Channel. Before that, Zoro, Usopp and Johnny had already taken the lead to find Nami. Zoro had been seriously injured in the previous battle with Hawkeye, and temporarily used a bandage to stop the bleeding. He also made the great swordsman Hawkeye look at him with admiration. There was such a rising star in the small East Daxia Sea. Although his strength is still very weak, Zoro's will impresses him. Originally, he came to see Hungfa, because Hungfa actually broke an arm in a small place like the East Daxia Sea. You must know that he is not an ordinary person. He is a person who can compete with himself in terms of swordsmanship and is one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Of course he also saw the guy wearing a straw hat. It's really surprising that he actually wants to become One Piece. Of course, I also gained something extra this time. There was also a swordsman with a strong will in the East Daxia Sea. Although he is still very weak now, his fearless spirit and character shocked him. He will definitely be a great swordsman in the future. This trip to the East Daxia Sea was well worth it. Next he will go looking for red hair. Chapter 5 Orange Fried Pork. As the sun set, Nami and Minato drove the melee and landed on the remote coast of the island where Coco West Village is located. There are steep cliffs all around, so there are no fishermen stationed there. This is the base camp of the Dragon Pirates, so there are also people stationed on the coast. They rule more than a dozen villages, and Kokoyasi village is just one of them. The reason why I landed here was because I was carrying a lot of money this time. Before collecting 100 million Baileys, I don't want the other party to discover my huge property, so as not to be robbed by the other party, and then I will waste all my efforts. After parking the Melee, she took her treasure and Minato and climbed directly to the hut in the orange grove through the steep path. This was formerly Belmir's cottage. It's yours now. He returned to his room and looked at Minato and warned him. You stay here alone. I'm going to come out and I'll make you some orange fried pork later. It's my favorite food. Minato was very happy after hearing this. Okay, I happen to be hungry. Thank you, Sister Nami. After Nami heard her words, she left happily. Carrying packages one by one, we headed to the orange grove. After checking around and finding no one, he dug out his treasure trove and put all the money in the package inside. Then I safely filled it with soil so that there would be no trace of it, and then I picked 7 or 8 large oranges in the orange orchard, which were just ripe, and then I returned to the house. Putting the orange on the table, he said with a smile. Minato, you can just eat these for now. Just leave 4 or 5 for cooking. I'm going to buy meat first. Minato felt very happy when he saw these oranges. He immediately picked one up and held it in his hand. Thank you, Sister Nami. Nami looked at the sky that was about to darken completely. At this time, he could only go to that place to get some meat. After all, how can orange fried pork be fried without meat? Naturally, she came to her sister Nakajayo's house. Because she was a member of the Dragon Pirates, she was naturally disliked by the villagers, and she was not going to tell them the reason. After all, if you tell them, you won't get any help, and it will make them worry. After all, they need to get 100 million belly, and in addition to supporting themselves, they also have to pay a monthly protection fee of 100,000 belly, so it is impossible to get extra money. Nakajayo was very happy when he saw Nami, but his face still looked calm. It's so rare that someone like you would come here. In fact, all the villagers know the agreement between Nami and Eren. If they collect 100 million belly, they can redeem the village, and the freedom of the villagers will be the freedom of others. I'm here to get some meat that I can buy with money. Nami said slowly. This sister is the only one who can save some kindness for her. Others will not give her such treatment. The other villagers will not look down upon her, because they hate the dragon, and they also hate her. Of course, Nami also hates herself for joining the dragon pirates. After redeeming the village with 100 million belly, she can leave the dragon pirates. After hearing this, Nakajayo took out a piece of meat and gave it to Nami without saying a word. Nami took out a banknote and put it on the table, picked up the slice of meat and left. Nyakigao originally didn't want to accept it, but after thinking about it, she decided to let it go. She also felt very sorry for Nami, but she couldn't give her any help. I feel a little painful in my heart. When will these days end? Soon after, Nami returned to the hut near the orange grove and spent some time making a delicious orange fried pork for Minato and himself. There are both vegetables and meat. At the same time, a pot of rice was cooked. The fried orange meat was more fragrant when paired with the rice. Minato's appetite whetted when he saw the fragrant orange fried pork slices. Sister Nami, then I'm going to eat. Eat. Nami herself was hungry. The two of them started to eat. Minato picked up a piece of meat and put it in a bowl. As soon as he started eating it, his eyes lit up instantly. It was sweet, fragrant, and a little sour, which increased his appetite. It tastes so fragrant and delicious when paired with rice, and I feel satisfied. Sister Nami, you are so kind. It would be great if you could marry my father. In that case, I can eat the food you cook every day. Nami showed a wry smile. Why is this topic again? He is really a caring little cotton-padded jacket for his father, looking for a woman for his father. She was not going to respond. There was no feasibility in this matter. I just calculated the treasure I brought back, plus what I had saved before, it turned out that I was still 7 million short of 100 million belly. It seemed that I had to go out again. This time I guess stealing another pirate group will be enough. It's really too dangerous to do this kind of thing, so I don't plan to take Minato with me. After she recuperates at home for a few days, just leave her to Nyokijo to take care of her for a while. At night, Nami boiled hot water and invited Minato to take a bath with him. After Nami simply took off her clothes, she soaked in the water. After being away all year round, it was so comfortable to come home. You can relax for a few days. Minato also took off his clothes and entered the pool, looking at Sister Nami. Sister Nami has a really good figure, her father will definitely like her. According to her observations in the past few days, she found that Sister Nami was sometimes happy and sometimes a little sad. It seems that there must be something troubling her. As long as she helps her solve this problem, she will definitely go with him. Sister Nami, is there anything on your mind? I can help you solve it. Although she is the youngest in the family, she is still very strong. Nami looked at her expectantly. In my heart, I didn't believe she had such strength at all, but I was helpless because this little guy wanted to drag me into the other party's family. What a stubborn kid. It's okay. Let me give you a bath. As he said that, he wiped Minato's body with a towel. This reminded her of the time when Belle-Emile wiped her body. I must have grown up now and started doing what Belmere once did. I took the child home out of kindness, and after I was done, I took him to find his brother. It was better than the other person wandering alone at sea. Extreme weather at sea was a natural disaster. If a child couldn't handle it, she might not be able to handle it herself. There are also those terrifying Poseidons. There are too many Poseidons in this world. If she encounters him accidentally, he may become a fish in Daxia. Seeing Nami's unwillingness to speak, Minato knew in his heart that this must be the other party's pain. She just refused to tell herself, so she didn't ask again. But as long as he stays with her, he will definitely know it and then help her solve it. Chapter 6 Colonel Marine arrives. In the next few days, Nami has been staying in Koko West Village to rest. During this period, she also released Zoro and Usopp, who were captured by the dragon pirates. She didn't expect that these guys would catch up and want to continue to let her go to sea together. This was of course impossible. Being a pirate is not her wish. She has more important things to do. She is only 7 million belly away from completing her agreement with Captain Aaron. Redeeming the village, returning the freedom of the village, and the freedom of the villagers, this is the only thing she has to do. Then she was ready to set off again. After all, she is only a little bit close and has already rested. As long as she works harder, 7 million belly is a bit difficult for her, but it is not a big problem. With her skilled skills, she is very sure that she can get it in one go. After collecting 100 million baileys, you can complete the agreement with Captain Aaron. I believe he will not violate the agreement, he once said. Instead of letting me break the financial promise, let me commit suicide immediately. That's the kind of man I am. So Nami is sure that the other party will not violate the agreement. As long as he collects 100 million belly to fulfill the agreement, he can redeem the village. The village can be liberated, and he can escape from the dragon pirates. The first thing to do is to trust Minato. Stealing the pirate group's treasure is really too dangerous. You can barely protect yourself by yourself. If you bring another tanker with you, the difficulty will skyrocket. So naturally she didn't take Minato with her. And in the village, only Nakajayo would help her. After all, she is her sister. He took Minato to Nakajayo's house. Nakajayo looked curiously at Nami and a strange child who walked in the door. This child has never been seen in the village, so he must not be from the village. She asked curiously, "Nami, did you bring this child back to the village?" Yes, she was wandering alone on the sea, so I brought her back. After preparation, take her to find your brother. Nami explained. You also know that I still have work to do. It's quite dangerous and it's not convenient to take care of a child. Can you please take care of me for me? She didn't tell her sister that she still had 7 million belly left to make up for it. In that case, her sister would definitely risk her life to help her, but her sister doesn't make a living as a thief like her, and normally she wouldn't be able to get that much money. It's easier to make money yourself, just go there again. Nakajayo felt a little distressed. Of course she knew what it meant. Nami was planning to go out and steal the pirate group's treasure again. As my sister, I can't do anything to help. I really feel extremely guilty. How could she not help with such a small favor? Okay, Nami, keep this kid here. I'll take care of it for you. Don't tell me, this is a cute child. Minato was a little unhappy at this time. I don't want to be separated from Sister Nami. Sister Nami, just take me with you. I will never hold you back. I am very strong. She felt that Sister Nami regarded her as a burden, which made her a little dissatisfied. Although her strength is at the bottom of the family, it doesn't mean that he is weak, right? Nami was unhappy after hearing this and said solemnly. Minato. What my sister is going to do is very dangerous, you'd better not get involved and just stay here obediently. Sister will be back soon. For her, she has been doing that kind of thing for 10 years, and the probability of failure is almost zero. But if she takes such a child with her, the probability of an accident will be infinitely higher, which is something she does not want to see. Of course she didn't listen to what Minato said. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? He's just a child, still a girl. Nakajayo said comfortingly. That's right, just listen to your sister Nami and stay here with peace of mind. I will take good care of you. Of course Minato was very unhappy, but she didn't say it again because she seemed to have found the key point. That is the important thing that Nami's sister has to do. As long as he helps her solve it, can't he justifiably bring her back to the family? That way, her father would be very happy, and he would not hold her accountable for running away. Just ask Nakajayo later, and then catch up with Sister Nami yourself. Nami felt relieved when she saw Minato stopped making noise. You can stay here from today on. I'll go back and pack up before I go out to sea. At this moment, I suddenly heard a noisy sound outside. Look, it's Marine here. Why is Marine here? Are you here to defeat the evil dragon group? In the village, a Marine wearing a marine hat, a beard like a mouse, and small eyes slowly walked to the village with a dozen Marines. Looking at all the villagers present, a man wearing a brown military uniform and a hat with a windmill on his head immediately asked forward. Are you here to defeat the dragon pirates? Colonel Marine of the dragon pirates raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What a joke, how could he have the ability to attack that guy Aaron? This time it was just Aaron asking him to snatch Nami's 100 million belly. He said with a smile. I'm here to find Nami. Judging from your appearance, you should be the village police here. Take me to Nami's residence. Village policeman Aegean was stunned, he actually came to see Nami. Excuse me, Sir Marine, are you looking for Nami? Nami is Belmir's adopted daughter. He was still very concerned, and he naturally knew that Nami was running around in order to collect 100 million belly, and even became a thief at sea. Colonel Marine snorted displeasedly. This is none of your business, just lead the way honestly. Aegean didn't dare to resist, after all, he was just a small village policeman. Marine probably won't cause trouble for Nami either. After all, most of the treasures she stole were pirates' treasures. He still heard some information from Nakajayo, and of course this was what he was worried about. Although other pirate groups are not as scary as the dragon pirates, those who can become pirates are also ruthless people after all. Okay, I'll show you the way. Chapter 7 Minato's Decision. Nami, who was hiding in the house, did not show up. Because she realized something was wrong. She and Marine have never interacted, so why are they looking for her? Could it be that she was discovered stealing the pirate group's treasure? But this is not a big deal. For Marine, catching pirates is their serious job. Dealing with thieves should not be a big deal. There is no need to come to them personally. Besides, he did it so secretly that no one should be able to discover it. But there was still a vague feeling of uneasiness in her heart. Did I miss something wrong? You have to follow up and have a look to see what the other party wants from you. Besides, your most important things are still at home. He said to Nokijao. I'm going home first to see what they want from me. Nokijao also realized that something was wrong. Marine came here not to fight against the dragon, but to find Nami. She couldn't help but feel disappointed, and she couldn't help but feel worried for Nami. You go ahead. After saying that, Nami climbed out of the window and followed sneakily along the woods. Minato, who stayed where he was, did not follow. It seemed that Sister Nami had encountered some trouble. She asked, looking at Nokijao sitting at the edge of the table. Sister Nokijao, did Sister Nami encounter anything troublesome? Nokijao didn't intend to let a child know. Even if she knew, it would be of no use, and it would only add to her psychological burden. It's just a little trouble. You don't have to think about it. Nami will solve it. Nami has been working outside for 8 years. It's been smooth sailing all along, and I guess I'm close to collecting 100 million belly. Nami is much smarter than her sister, so she is able to do such difficult things. But this time Marine came suddenly, which made her feel a little uneasy and wanted to go out and see what Marine wanted to do. Of course Minato wouldn't believe it. The two people looked so solemn, and they knew that something was very troublesome to them. He must have treated her like a child and refused to tell her to avoid worrying her. Said with a smile. Sister, just tell me, so that I won't cause trouble to Sister Nami, and be sensible. When Nokijao heard what Minato said, it made sense. Looking at Minato like this, he is still very clinging to Nami. If he knows the reason for the matter, he probably won't make it difficult for Nami in the future. Anyway, most of the adults in the village knew about Nami, he said helplessly. Actually, your sister Nami is also a miserable person. You should have seen the fishmen who appeared on the island, right? They came from the Grand Channel. They are strong and have forcibly ruled this village for 10 years. The village is under their rule. The villagers live a very difficult life. They are frightened every day because they will kill innocent villagers if they disagree with them. The villagers even have to pay 100,000 yuan in protection fees every month. Your dear sister Nami, who is also my mother Belmir, was killed by Captain Aaron. Nami still has to join their pirate group to draw navigation charts for them. You know how frustrating this is. Nami also has an agreement with Captain Aaron, that is, the village can be redeemed with 100 million belly. Don't tell Nami this. She thinks we don't know about it. In fact, we already know it. When Minato found out about Nami's past, the smile on his face completely disappeared. He didn't expect Sister Nami to be so miserable. Not only was his mother killed, he even had to work for his enemy and even spent 100 million belly to redeem his village. The dragon pirates are really a bunch of bandits. Sister Nami, how much pain have you endured? She must not have truly joined the dragon pirates. Minato felt more and more sorry for Sister Nami, and wanted to bring her into his family. His father treated his mothers very well, and Sister Nami would definitely be happy. Of course, she admires Sister Nami more and more. 10 years ago, she took on things that she should not have taken on at her age. An angry look came over her face. These pirates are really scum. But there was a puzzled expression on her face. I remember my father once said, isn't Marine the just one on the sea? Didn't that group of Marines just go capture Captain Aaron? Nyokijao's face turned bitter. Actually, it may not be that they don't want to go, but that the strength of ordinary fishmen is 10 times that of ordinary humans. They are too powerful, and the marines in this sea area cannot control them at all. Speaking of which, let me first go see what those marines want to do with Nami. After saying that, she walked out of the room, not forgetting to warn her before leaving. Just stay here. After saying that, she ran to the orange grove on the top of the mountain. After Nami joined the dragon pirates, she felt that she would not be welcomed, so she moved there voluntarily. I'm afraid it wasn't for this little girl this time, and I probably wouldn't have returned to the village. Nami, who stayed where she was still very angry. It turned out that this was what bothered Sister Nami. He was also harmed by the dragon pirates for 10 years. How painful it is. I must seek justice for Sister Nami. None of these dragon pirates can escape. Knowing from Sister Nyokijeo's words that the other party came from the Great Channel, she still felt wary in her heart. She could do whatever she wanted in the East Daxia Sea, but if she reached the Great Channel, she still had to be cautious. Her father had told her that there were not only all kinds of devil fruit users there, but also sword masters and domineering masters. Of course, she also wants to learn that armed color domineering spirit, but she hasn't learned it yet. So she can't be careless, otherwise she will capsize in the gutter. She now wants to take Sister Nami with her and eradicate the dragon pirates. Even if it couldn't be eradicated, then when she returned home and brought in reinforcements, any brother or sister could eradicate the dragon pirates. She had no doubt about this. Of course, the journey back is a bit far, so it might be better to find Brother Snake, who is much stronger than her. Thinking of this, he started to take action, walked out of the room, and kept up with Nyokijeo. Chapter 8 100 Million Baileys. In the orange grove near Nami's house. Village policeman Aegeon brought Colonel Mouse and his men here and pointed to an ordinary wooden house. This is Nami's home. Colonel Mouse immediately pushed forward the gate of opening and walked in, but found that no one was in the room. Asked immediately. Where are you? Why aren't you at home? Aegeon doesn't understand either. I don't know, maybe he left the village. He looked at Colonel Mouse's stern look, and knew that the other party might have no good intentions for Nami, so it was better for them not to meet. Colonel Mouse was not angry when he heard this. Said nonchalantly. Whether she is in the village or has left the village, what I am looking for should be here. Soldiers, find Nami's stolen money around here. According to Aaron's instructions, Nami had stolen so much treasure from the pirate group that it was impossible to carry it with him, so it must have been hidden nearby. Hearing his words, the soldiers behind him all laughed and took out their shovels to search the nearby orange orchards. There was a big smile on his face. Coming from the base this time, they also knew some inside information. That Nami seems to have a lot of money. After obtaining it, these people will of course get some benefits, which is enough for them to be free for a long time, so they work harder and harder. Jian's face became extremely ugly. These people actually came to rob Nami of the treasure that she had worked so hard to save for so many years. Those were treasures snatched from pirates at great risk. At this time, Nami, who was hiding in the woods and watching this scene, was even more anxious. Stolen money? Could that be referring to the treasure he hid in the orange grove? If you keep looking like this, you will definitely be found. She rushed out to stop him. Marine, what are you doing? That's my money. Is this your job now? The dragon pirates not only killed innocent villagers, but also destroyed entire towns. You should know this, right? They still rule the island and trample on human life everywhere. As a marine, I ignored this problem and now I am collecting stolen money from a thief. Is this the government's intention? When Nami said this, he looked angry. Colonel Mouse had a sinister smile on his face. How can you be so high-sounding if you don't talk too much? According to our investigation, you must have hidden all the treasures you stole from pirates. Our government will confiscate all the treasures you stole. This is the only job we came here for." He had reached a cooperation with Aaron. This time, all of Nami's 100 million Baileys were confiscated, and he was able to share 30% of it. This is enough to take him many years. After all, it is a huge sum of money, like 30 million Baileys. The average bounty for pirates in this large sea is only 3 million Belly, which is equivalent to him catching 10 pirates worth 3 million Belly. Rather than risking his life to catch pirates, it would be better to make money quickly this way. As for what the suffering on this island has to do with him? As soon as he finished speaking, the Marines ignored Nami's obstruction and entered the orange grove to look for Nami's stolen money. Nami became even more angry when he saw this. He took out 2 wooden sticks from his jacket pocket and assembled them into a long stick as tall as a man. He hit several Marines with the stick and knocked them down on the ground. But this obviously didn't stop other Marine operations. These Marines have no intention of caring about Nami and continue to look for the stolen money that is most attractive to them at the moment. Colonel Mouse can eat the bulk, and they can also get some money. Although they are Marines, they have no heart to uphold justice. Of course, they don't have the ability to deal with the dragon pirates. On the contrary, they have gained a lot of benefits from the dragon pirates. Of course, there were Marines from other branches who went to defeat the dragon pirates, but in the end they were all buried under the sea. They still know what to do. On the one hand, life is in danger, and on the other hand, there is money and debauchery. At this time, Aegeon, who had witnessed everything, couldn't bear it anymore. This child's money is used to save this Kokoyasi village. Do you still have the right to take the money? Marine. Colonel Mouse turned his head and looked at him sideways with disdain, eyed with a sinister smile on his face. What did you say? Are the police officers from a mere village going to lecture Colonel Marine? Nami looked even more disbelieving. Mr. Aegeon, how did you know? She had never told the villagers about this matter, just because she was afraid of adding to their burden. She could bear everything alone. Aegeon pinched the brim of his hat with his left hand and said helplessly. We already knew that, Nami. We couldn't believe your actions at that time. Just ask Nyochi Gao. I know you joined the dragon pirates to save the village. But we've been pretending not to know. I'm afraid that when you want to escape from Aaron, our expectations will be a stumbling block for you. Nami couldn't believe it. It turned out that the people in the village already knew about it at that time. They still pretend not to care, for fear of becoming a burden to themselves. At this moment, the burden on her heart was reduced a lot. She also didn't want to be hated by the whole village. Colonel Mouse stretched out his arms at this time and said with a wicked smile. So, everyone in this village is a thief. Should I arrest you all? At this time, a voice sounded behind her. They are saying that each of us is fighting for survival. It's not all the fault of you people in the government being unreliable at all. Since you don't want to save this village, then disappear from here quickly. The person who said this was none other than Nakajao, who put her hands on her hips and stared at Colonel Mouse with fierce disgust. If you linger any longer, you will also be targeted by Aaron's ship. Colonel Mouse heard Aaron, a smile appeared on his face, and he almost died of laughter in his heart, and said disdainfully. Are you being targeted by Aaron? It's hard to say. Nami's eyes changed, and she had a strong bad feeling in her heart. When will Colonel Marine be able to bring people to the territory of the dragon pirates in a fair and just way? Incomprehensible. At this time, Colonel Mouse's face became more and more dissatisfied, and he shouted loudly. Haven't you found it yet? You're not looking for rice grains? That's 100 million birrias. Chapter 9 Kunao blocks bullets. Aegeon's face turned pale after hearing what Colonel Mouse said, and he asked aloud. Why do you know the amount? This Mouse Colonel has never been here a few times, so it is impossible for him to know so clearly. Colonel Mouse had a smile on his face. I just thought there would be about this many. Not only Aegean's face was livid, but also Nyokijeo's face was livid. Gritting her silver teeth and clenching her fists, even she realized that something was wrong. Someone must have tipped her off. The villagers on the island are extremely united, so the only people who tipped off the news were the dragon pirates. The consequences of that would be extremely horrific, which means that the dragon pirates not only want to appropriate Nami's treasure, but also want Nami's 10 years of hard work to be wasted. At this moment, Nami was completely stunned, despair and fear welling up in her heart. Then it turned to anger. Asked loudly. Did Aaron ask you to come here? Colonel Mouse did not respond, with an even stronger smile on his face. Said slightly mockingly. Who knows, we are just government officials who deal with thieves appropriately. Aegean even shouted angrily. You are really a bunch of corrupt people. Nakajeo was also filled with anger. Marine actually colluded with the pirates. Nami's eyes widened even more, she bit her lips tightly, her brows furrowed, and her head kept shaking with anger. This is an expression of extreme anger. At this time, a marine made a surprised voice. Found it, the stolen money is here. Colonel Mouse was very happy when he heard it. He immediately came to the orange grove and saw a box exposed after breaking through the soil on the ground. Immediately open it with your hands. I found a large number of banknotes, coins, gold jewelry and the like inside, and my face was filled with joy. I never thought a little girl could make so much money. 30% of these treasures belong to him. Nami was now walking towards Marine fiercely with a wooden stick, his heart filled with anger. Don't touch it, don't touch it. Aegean and Nakajeo saw Nami losing his mind and hurriedly wanted to step forward to stop him. Even if they are also extremely angry, it is undoubtedly very unwise to fight Marine. Colonel Mouse saw Nami like this. He slowly took out the pistol from his left pocket, pointed it at Nami and pulled the trigger. Killing such a civilian was no burden to Marine. At this time, Aegean held Nami's arm, and Nakajeo stood in front of Nami. Just when the bullet was about to hit Nakajeo, a golden figure suddenly stood behind her, holding a kunai to block the bullet. With a bang, the bullet was bounced away. Nakajeo felt a cold feeling on her back. She thought she was going to be shot, but she didn't feel any pain, so she turned around and looked over. He only saw a child's figure holding a short sword weapon behind him. Looking at the white smoke on the short sword that had not completely dissipated, and the traces of the gunpowder explosion, he knew that Minato was blocking him. Shoot yourself a bullet. She looked dumbfounded, could Minato actually stop the bullet? But what made her even more angry was that the shameless Marine not only robbed people of money, but also hurt hot girls. It was so shameless. Nami was even more angry at this time. The bullet almost hit Nakajeo, who was standing in front of him. Just like his mother was killed with a gun like Captain Aaron. Damn it! These Marines are worse than pirates. However, Minato was able to block the bullet, which surprised her. It turns out that Minato is really strong and can block bullets with his short sword, something only some powerful pirates can do. She still looked relaxed. This time it was all thanks to her. Seeing that Nami was no longer impulsive, Jian let go of her arm and looked at the little girl in a daze. I was surprised. This little girl is not an ordinary person. Ordinary people can block bullets with a small short sword. The one who was most surprised was the one who fired the shot, Colonel Mouse. He knew the power of his attack. Ordinary pirates and even murlocs could not resist it. Only those with a bounty of tens of millions of bellyrise or more could be able to block it. Big pirate. Could it be said that this little girl is a master? He is already a master at a young age. It seems that he is still standing up for Nami. If he grows up in the future, it will be fine. Such people must be killed as soon as possible. He said arrogantly. You actually dare to protect the criminal who attacked Marine. It seems that you are also a criminal and deserve to die. After saying that, he pulled the trigger without hesitation and fired several bullets in succession. Minato's expression didn't change at all, she could see the moving bullets. You know, she often sparred with her brother. The pressure from the bullet was much lighter than that from his brother. Just waving the kunai in his hand blocked all those bullets. These bullets were flying around, shooting into the woods and the wooden houses nearby. Originally, she could dodge with her speed, but behind her were Sister Nami and Nokijao. Of course, you can't leave, you can only resist. Colonel Mouse was shocked, and the smiling expression on his face completely turned into disbelief. How could you do such a thing? He couldn't believe it. How could a little girl who was less than half his height be able to block a bullet? Still resisting continuously, it was not done by accident. At this moment, Minato looked at this marine with cold eyes. You actually dared to murder me, and even dared to hurt Sister Nami. You deserve death. I will kill you here. As a member of the family, everyone in the family has heard that anyone who dares to be an enemy of the family will be killed. Her brothers who have gone to sea once said. Facing the evil pirates outside, don't show any mercy, otherwise you will be the one who dies. And this man was much more hateful than a pirate. She had just heard his conversation with the Nami, and he was extremely shameless. As a marine, he actually cooperated with pirates to steal Nami's sister's treasure, and finally wanted to kill Nami's sister. Minato has already sentenced this man to death. Anyway, just killing one person is nothing. Their father taught them that family is the most important thing and no one else matters. Just when she was about to kill this marine, Nokijao stopped her in time and held her arm. Can't kill marine. Minato looked reluctant. Why, he obviously wanted to steal Sister Nami's treasure, and he was so despicable and shameless that he almost killed you. Shouldn't such a person die? Chapter 10 Colonel Mouse dies. Nokijao said viciously. He deserves to die, but you can't kill him. He belongs to Marine. Killing him will incur Marine's revenge. The consequences of killing Marine are very serious, and everyone in their village may be regarded as a criminal by Marine. Even the village policeman Aegeon had no choice but to persuade him. This man cannot be killed. Kill him and you will become a criminal. After hearing the two men's attempts to persuade the little girl to stop, Colonel Mouse was completely relieved. Before, I was worried that the little girl was really going to kill him. Said with a sneer. Yes, they are right. I am from Marine. If you kill me, you will definitely become a wanted criminal. I'll let you go this time. He is not a fool. From the action of the little girl blocking the bullet just now, he knew that he was no match. The Marines around him are still no match for him. There is no need to create extra problems. Just get the money this time. Then he turned to Marine next to him and ordered. Hurry up and pack your money and get out of here. To be honest, he was a little afraid of the little girl's eyes. It was an indifferent look, and for a moment he seemed to see the result of his own death. Aegeon and Nokijao were both extremely angry and hated the shameless Marine. But they didn't dare to take action, because these people really knew how to shoot, so the fate of themselves and others could be imagined. Even if he can kill the opponent with the help of this little girl, he can't implicate her, let alone become Marine's target. What's more, this Marine is obviously colluding with the dragon pirates. If he is killed here, Eren will definitely come forward in person. Even Nami knows this truth, so now his head is lowered, his expression is extremely painful, his hands are clenched, and his nails are almost piercing into his flesh. When Minato looked at the arrogant Marine, he felt angry and wanted to snatch Sister Nami's treasure. Then he saw the painful expression on Sister Nami's face and decided what to do next. He said expressionlessly. What does it mean to be a mere Marine? I will kill you today. In her eyes, the family is the most powerful in the sea. Not to mention his invincible father, even his brothers and sisters are all monsters, including the invincible swordsman, ninjutsu master, shinigami master, and taijutsu master. She had witnessed their battle with her own eyes, which could be said to be devastating. Even if they were placed on the sea, they would definitely be terrifying and powerful. Nothing to worry about Marine. Even the snake brother she was looking for was just as powerful. We have to go find Brother Snake anyway, so what if we kill a Marine and are wanted? Brother Snake will help her settle everything. Having made up his mind, he immediately shot a kunai at the shameless Marine. Colonel Mouse heard his words and showed an expression of disbelief. Just when he was about to speak angrily, he didn't expect that the other party had already taken action. Although he tried his best to dodge, he still stabbed him in the arm. If you don't dodge in time, the short sword will definitely stab you in the heart. Fear in my heart. This guy really wanted to kill himself and almost died. His arm was hit by a kunai, bleeding, and he cried out in pain. Busy greeting his subordinates. Don't worry about the stolen money. Kill this little girl first. As soon as he finished speaking, he was completely shocked the next second. Looking at the figure beside him in disbelief, how could that little girl be beside him in an instant? Minato held the kunai tightly and stabbed him in the heart. Since he decided to kill him, he would not hold back anymore. The kunai directly pierced Marine's heart, causing the mouse colonel to roar even more shrilly, and the blood dyed the Marine uniform red. Colonel Mouse felt only darkness and extreme pain, and then he fell to the ground. After Minato finished all this, he pulled out the kunai. The mouse colonel on the ground shed more blood, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was stained red. She said coldly, "If you dare to hurt Sister Nami, you will die." Colonel Mouse scratched the ground a few times, and then struggled feebly. He wanted to call his subordinates to save him, but his vision became more and more blurred, and finally his eyes were completely blank. Such a scene made everyone present dumbfounded. Colonel Mouse obviously looked like he could not die anymore. They all understand that such heavy bleeding is very difficult to save. Even Aegean, Nami, and Nakajao's faces suddenly turned pale. Minato actually killed Colonel Mouse. Now Minato has completely become a wanted criminal, and he is still the kind of guy who can be compared with evil pirates. She killed Colonel Mouse. If Marine found out, he would definitely be regarded as a criminal, and the bounty would be comparable to the big pirate in the East Daxia Sea. There is no doubt about it. At this time, the Marines who followed Colonel Mouse were all frightened, watching helplessly as Colonel Mouse was killed so easily. That guy came directly to Colonel Mouse's side in an instant, and then killed him with one blow. What kind of ability is this? This is definitely a devil fruit user. One of the Marines even exclaimed. This guy is a devil fruit user. Suddenly, all the other Marines, who had not expected this, looked horrified. Then shall we avenge the colonel? Revenge? What revenge? Run quickly. As one person ran away, the others immediately followed suit. Now that they don't even care about money, how can they avenge Colonel Mouse? Faced with such weird devil fruit abilities and the ability to withstand bullets, they clearly knew that they were no match at all. They ran away in the blink of an eye, and Minato naturally couldn't let them go. He was very concerned about finding his sister Nami's treasure, and they were all too disgusting. I will never let you go. He just planned to use the kunai again. The speed of his kunai was faster than their escape speed. Then just follow up and kill them with the Flying Thunder God technique. You don't even need to use Rei's Nan to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers. But just when she was about to throw the kunai, Nami held her hand. Don't kill them, it will only increase your guilt. I'm sorry, sister, for getting you into this quagmire. Although her money was saved, she was filled with guilt for making a little girl become a wanted criminal, which was even worse than when she was young. His family will even be implicated. Chapter 11 Minato goes to the Dragon Castle. Even Aegean and Nyokijayo looked at the little girl with complicated expressions. Although she has some strength, she still doesn't look good when facing Marine. Even if you can evade ordinary marines, you will be hunted endlessly and have no peace. Minato looked unconcerned and said comfortingly. It's okay, it's just marine, I'm not panicking at all. It's just that maybe my father will blame me. So Sister Nami, you have to go home with me and marry my father, so maybe my sin will be smaller. This time I sneaked out to play by myself. Nami is speechless. Is now the time to talk about this? I'm afraid your father will hang you up and beat you for causing such a disaster. Even if she really marries her father, I'm afraid she won't be able to calm down this incident. After all, she killed a Marine colonel. I sighed deeply. What should I do now? Now it is no longer a matter of rushing to steal another 7 million Baileys. This incident made her no longer have the slightest trust in Captain Aaron. Even if she collected 100 million belly and gave it to him, she might not be able to redeem the village. Ken and Nakajao were a little speechless listening to Minato's words. They also didn't expect that this little girl actually wanted Nami to marry her father. Nakajao is not married yet, but her sister is about to get married. Doesn't that mean she has to get married first? Of course, now is not the time to worry about this, she said solemnly. Nami, you'd better leave with the money. I believe you understand that even if you hand over the 100 million Baileys to Aaron, he will never let you go. So you'd better leave with the money, don't give this BD Aaron a free pass, and of course you have to send Minato home safely. There is nothing we can do about her killing Colonel Marine. We can only hope that her father has a little more energy. After all, the Marine killed this time was a scum. She could only think about this aspect, and she could only hope that the other party's father would be more energetic. Otherwise, killing Colonel Marine would be a serious crime. Even if Colonel Marine colludes, Marine will probably punish him for the sake of his own appearance. Nami thought for a while and it was the same, but he couldn't leave here with peace of mind, so he said helplessly. I also want to leave, but what will you do after I leave? Aaron, a despicable and insidious fishman, will definitely destroy the village after I leave. I'm afraid your lives will not be saved by then. I can't just watch this happen. The village is her roots. If her roots are destroyed, what kind of freedom does she need? She had been given countless opportunities to escape to a place on the sea where Aaron could not find, and live leisurely by herself. It was precisely because she could not abandon her hometown that she did not run away. Nyaki Ajian looked helpless. Even if they want Nami to leave at the risk of their own lives, leaving people like themselves is undoubtedly a very painful decision for Nami. This is Nami's hometown. Now there is a dead end before them. After Aaron learns about what is going on here, he will definitely lead people to steal Nami's treasure personally, and will even blackmail Nami by killing Marine. All three of them looked sad. Because they can already predict the future, no one can save them. Minato suggested when he saw the sad expressions on their faces. Sister Nami, if I help you kill Aaron, how about you come with me and marry my father? Nami sighed deeply, not expecting anything from Minato's words. He explained helplessly. Even if you can kill Colonel Mouse, you have no hope of defeating Captain Aaron. He is a Murloc 10 times stronger than humans. He is even considered a leader among the Murlocs. He is a subordinate of Shishibukai. Came here. Ajiano Kijao was expressionless, thinking that this was just a child's delusion. They have seen with their own eyes the terror of Captain Aaron. In the past, the righteous Marine came to attack Aaron, but they were all defeated by him. He was so strong that he was not afraid of guns. Even if this little girl possesses devil fruit abilities, facing a dragon with astonishing defense, her attacks may not be effective, and guns will not be effective after all. Therefore, if the defense cannot be broken, there is absolutely no hope of victory. Minato looked cautious after hearing this. What Sister Nami said makes sense, so I just gave it a try. If it doesn't work, then I will leave to find Brother Snake. Brother Snake will definitely be able to kill him. Even if Brother Snake faces what you say, Shichibukai is no less impressive. She still knows that Shichibukai is the top fighting force in this sea. So she didn't dare to speak big words. After all, Brother Snake's level was only average in the family. If her powerful brother comes, he will definitely be fearless, and only the top strong men of the sea can be his opponents. Ken and Nakajao were a little surprised after hearing her words. If Minato is so powerful, then his brother must be very powerful. Maybe he can defeat the BD Eren. When Nami heard her words, her eyes lit up. Maybe her brother could really defeat Eren. But where can I find it when the ocean is so big? By the time he escapes and finds Brother Snake in the water gate, the village may have been destroyed. If Minato goes to look for it alone, Minato himself will be lost. How can he find it? It seems that she is not familiar with this sea at all, and may even be a person from other sea areas. Nami bit her lips tightly. The current dilemma still could not be solved. Minato couldn't bear it when he saw Nami's worried look, knowing that Nami's sister was worried about him. Don't worry, even if I am no match for Eren, I can still escape. You just saw my teleportation ability, right? I'm just going to see if I can kill Eren. After saying that, she ran towards the dragon castle as quickly as possible. When she came to this small island, Sister Nami told herself to stay away from that castle, saying that a devil lived there. Who is this devil now? There is no need to think about it anymore, it must be the dragon pirates. Chapter 12 The Villagers' Decision. Nami, Aegean, and Nyokijao were all a little stunned. Why did Minato go just as he said? He quickly wanted to move forward to stop her, but her speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, she jumped 100 meters away. Even if the three of them chased her out with all their strength, they would no longer be able to see her. The three of them chased them back to the village. The three of them stopped in the village, and Aegean was even panting. Why is she running so fast? Even an adult like me can't catch up with her. Nyokijao looked helpless. What should we do now? Although she really has a way to escape, it is too dangerous for a little girl to deal with the dragon pirates alone. Nami also looked worried. If Minato really did something for her, she would be uneasy. At this moment, all the villagers gathered around and asked with concern. Jian, what happened? We seem to have heard gunshots just now. Did Marine take action against you? Are you guys okay? I just saw those Marines leaving in a hurry. What happened? Aegean simply told the villagers what happened before. After hearing this, the villagers' faces instantly turned to anger and they cursed angrily. The shameless Colonel Marine actually colluded with the pirates. He is so shameless and a scumbag. Well done to the little girl, she did something we wouldn't dare to do. Although I did a very good job, I still killed Marine after all. The villagers fell silent. Yes, this little girl did something that made them very happy. But after all, after killing Marine, when those Marines report the news to Marine headquarters, I'm afraid everyone in their village will become criminals. Although it is refreshing, the consequences are also very serious. At this time, Nami held a stick in his hand and continued towards the dragon castle. Minato went there for her, and she would never stand idly by. Nakajao noticed Nami's behavior and shouted hurriedly. Nami, are you planning to go? Nami didn't look back, looking decisively at the dragon pirate's castle. That's right, I can't just watch Minato go alone and remain indifferent. If she is in danger, I will protect her at the risk of my own life. She is still valuable to the dragon pirates, otherwise she wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to keep herself in the dragon pirates. Her words touched the villagers present. Unexpectedly, the little girl was so brave and even wanted to help their village fight against the scourge of the dragon pirates. The hands of the dragon pirates are stained with the blood of many of their relatives. Suddenly, someone spoke angrily. A little girl is so brave, why do we adults have any reason to stand idly by? Besides, this is our hometown. Suddenly, every villager was filled with indignation. Yes, resist again. Yes, I can no longer bear the atrocities of the dragon pirates. He was able to deceive Nami and collude with Marine to steal Nami's treasure. I can no longer bear this oppressed life. Aegean roared with anger at this time. Then let's resist again. Everyone grabs their weapons and fight against the dragon pirates together. Of course he responded with cheers after cheers. The villagers hurried home and took the sticks, hoes, and shovels that were readily available in their hands. This is a weapon within their reach. Due to the rule of the dragon pirates, weapons are no longer allowed in the village, and pistols are difficult to obtain. Nami looked at the villagers gathering one after another with weapons in hand, and was very moved. Let's go together here. At this moment, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, Johnny, and Joseph slowly approached. Sanji looked at Miss Nami with a silly smile on her face. Miss Nami is so beautiful. It would be great to be back on the ship together. Luffy greeted happily. Nami. Nami looked angry when she saw him. Why haven't you left yet? Although Luffy is not the kind of pirate who burns, kills, and loots, she is now completely indifferent to pirates. Pirates are indeed despicable guys. It is impossible and unwilling for her to become a pirate. Then he ignored Luffy. Minato was so fast, he might have already broken into the evil dragon's castle. Bring sticks and follow Aegean and other villagers. Only Nakajao stayed where he was. She knew that these people had been here a long time ago, and through the conversation, she learned that these people were Nami's companions before. He regards Nami as one of his own. He told Luffy what happened before, and also told them about a little girl who was going to defeat the dragon pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates were furious when they heard the content. Especially Sanji was even more angry. I didn't expect that the dragon pirates would be so despicable, oppressing Nami for so many years, and even colluded with Marine to plot Miss Nami's 100 million Baileys. If Colonel Mouse dies, well, so should these dragon pirates. I will also do my part today. Luffy responded immediately after hearing this. Of course, I will too. After all, Nami is my companion. After hearing this, Nakajao was very happy. She knew that these pirates were different from other pirates who burned, killed, and looted, so she calmly told them the reason. Of course, she also wants to use the other party's fighting power. Today is the time to fight to the death with the dragon pirates. One more help is a help. Otherwise, the consequences of failure will be very serious. Not only will the village be destroyed, but the villagers will not know how many people are still alive. Usopp was very sympathetic to Nami's situation. Naturally, he regarded Nami as one of them, and he said worriedly at this time. That little girl is too fierce. She is much braver than me. She actually dared to set out to defeat the dragon pirates alone. When he saw Captain Aaron before, his feet were trembling. It was actually oppressed by the other party's fierce aura, and he was not very courageous to begin with. Zoro is also holding the word in his hand at this time. Let's set off immediately, don't let that little girl lose her life. The dragon pirates have a large number of people, and their leader Aaron is a famous pirate in the East Daxia Sea. He has heard of their name since he was a bounty hunter before. The opponent was so powerful that he didn't dare to attack it easily. Without him, because the opponent is too strong, he just wants to fight the pirates desperately to become stronger, not to seek death. Chapter 13 Killing 3 Murlocs. Luffy smiled after hearing Zoro's words. I didn't expect a little girl to be so brave. I almost want to invite her to join our pirate ship. Let's go, let's defeat the dragon pirates and let Nami follow us on the adventure with peace of mind. Then set off towards the dragon pirates' castle. Several other people saw this and followed suit. At this time, Minato had arrived in front of the dragon pirates' castle. There were 2 fishmen guarding the gate. When they saw a human child with golden hair coming, one of them warned impatiently. Human child, this is not a place you can approach at will. Get out of here. Minato looked at these people expressionlessly. These people were bullying Sister Nami, so naturally there was no need to be polite. I will kill you dragon pirates who dare to bully Nami-san. She could feel that these two people were just trash, with very weak auras. If their Captain Eren was just a little better than these miscellaneous fish, then Sister Nami's wish would be fulfilled today. But she is still cautious in her heart. Even if she looks weak on the sea, if she eats a powerful devil fruit, she still has powerful abilities. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. The two fishman pirates guarding the door were both stunned. The other party's words made them a little stunned. It was unbelievable that a human child could say such treasonous words. Even the adults in their village were treated submissively by the fishmen. Fishmen are nobler than humans like them. Of the two people who reacted, one of them was very angry. Damn human child, I'm going to kill you. He directly drew out the long knife from his waist and approached Minato. He was preparing to slash her with the knife, killing a human child, which was nothing. He was not worried at all about the revenge of those humans. Of course Captain Eren wouldn't blame him. Captain Eren hates humans even more than he does. After learning about this human's crimes, he probably won't let her die so easily. He had good intentions and allowed her to die so easily. Another fishman watched the next scene with great interest, the tragic scene of the little human girl being cut in two. Minato was not afraid at all. She often competed with her powerful brothers and sisters at home, and her brothers and sisters put great pressure on her. But now facing this fishman, I don't feel anything at all, as if he is just an ordinary garbage. She also slowly walked towards the fishman, her face expressionless. When the fishman saw that the other party was even closer to him, he felt angry. Damn human child, you deserve to die. Because this human child made him fearful. It was really shameful that the noble fishmen clan were actually afraid of humans. He wielded the long knife and slashed at the human child, intending to cut her in half and split her into two. The small short sword in the opponent's hand is simply impossible to block. But what surprised him was that his powerful blow was actually blocked by the opponent with the small short sword. That little arm actually has such great power. How is this possible? It was simply unbelievable that the sword was about to cut through again. At this time, Minato quickly stepped forward and stabbed the fishman's body, directly stabbing his heart. It made it scream in pain. Ah! Then Minato took out the kunai, and the fishman lay helplessly on the ground. Blood soaked his clothes and flowed to the ground. Another fishman looked at this scene with horror on his face. His companion, who was about the same strength as him, took the initiative to attack. However, not only did it have no effect, but he was hit by a fatal blow to the heart of the human girl. It seemed that he could not survive. He turned around in fear and ran through the door. Captain Eren and other companions ran towards the courtyard. Captain Eren was lying on the chair, followed by a group of fishmen. These people all heard the screams at the door, which were the screams of their companions. Just saw one of the guards running in panic. Eren sat up, opened his eyes, and asked viciously. What happened? The fishman who came here felt relieved. With his strength, he will definitely not be that person's opponent. At that speed, he will definitely become a dead fish. Only when he came here did he feel relieved. There are 3 major cotters here and Captain Eren. They will definitely not be afraid of that scary human child. He reported immediately. Captain Eren, what's wrong? A human child came over and killed a companion. She even threatened to avenge Nami and kill our entire pirate group. The fishmen who heard these words were stunned. One of the fishmen wearing a dark blue vest and light blue skin asked in confusion. Are you kidding? How can a little human girl be able to kill us fishmen? The fishman who came to report Kide looked serious. Ju, I'm not lying, she's already here. He looked in the direction of the door with fear, and the expressionless little golden girl had already walked over. The dragon pirates all looked at the door, and sure enough they saw a little girl wearing a green vest, short blonde hair, and holding a bloody short sword in her hand. It should be the blood of that gatekeeper fishman just now. Suddenly everyone was angry. Damn it, you actually dare to hurt our companions, this kid deserves to die. Before Captain Aaron gave the order, several fishman pirates surrounded him with weapons such as spears, harpoons, and swords. He wanted to chop Minato to death. But Minato didn't take these people seriously at all. Because she could feel that the auras of these people were very weak. Facing these seemingly ferocious attacks, she just turned sideways to perfectly dodge these attacks, and while dodging, she waited for an opportunity to launch an attack with the kunai in her hand. It pierced directly through their bodies, and they all fell to the ground wailing. The damage caused to them is not light. Such a scene made some ordinary fishermen in the dragon pirates feel frightened. I didn't expect this little human girl to be so strong. Killed their 3 companions in one go. You must know that the people who took action just now are relatively bad-tempered among ordinary pirate members, and they are relatively strong among the members. I didn't expect to be killed so easily. It seems that the combat effectiveness has been lost. If not treated in time, he may bleed to death. Chapter 14 Aaron loses consciousness. Captain Aaron's eyes turned cold when he saw this scene. He actually dared to kill his own crew members in front of him, which was completely disrespectful to him. According to the report from the fishman just now, it was for Nami. Could it be that Nami betrayed her? Or was his collusion with Marine discovered? I don't know what the specific situation is now, but there are 100 million Baileys there. He ordered immediately. Ju, kill this human child and bring Nami here. Even if such a human child has some strength, he cannot handle it personally. What is his identity, Aaron? This kind of command loses the fishman's face. Okay, Captain Aaron. The cotter named Ju immediately replied. Looking at the little human girl fiercely, she immediately came to the pool not far away and drank a full belly of water. Then he spat the sea water in his mouth at the little girl. 100 times water gun. The sea water turned into sharp swords and shot towards the little human girl at extremely fast speeds. The few hands the little human girl showed just now show that she still has some natural fighting ability. So he took it seriously as soon as he took action. Facing such an attack, Minato's eyes widened. He didn't expect that a fishman could store so much water in his stomach. She easily dodged these attacks, although a little fast, but still without any pressure. Such a move does not look like a devil fruit ability, but a special ability of the fishman. Since the other party used water, she would use fire. She has a fire-style great fireball technique, which she learned from her brother Itaki. He quickly formed seals with his hands and exhaled deeply at the same time. Chakra condensed in his mouth, and a fireball the size of a human body was directly ejected from his mouth and attacked towards the fishman. Fire-style great fireball jutsu. The fishman cotter was stunned. He was hit by the fireball and exploded instantly. His whole body was filled with flames. He let out a wailing sound of pain, and then turned into a grilled fish. Not only that, the bursting flames even affected other fishmen, causing them to flee in all directions. It's enough to show how powerful this move is. There was only a 6-armed octopus left in the field. He was Hachi, another leader of the dragon pirates, and Krobai, a fishman leader wearing a black karate uniform. The burst of flames did not cause any harm to them. But this scene surprised both of them. How is it possible? How could he be able to emit flames? Could it be that he ate a devil fruit? But that's not right. Wasn't the Xiao Xiao devil fruit eaten by Ace of the Whitebeard pirates? Looking at her, it doesn't look like other people who use external force to create flames out of thin air. They all looked puzzled, they really didn't know what was going on. Even Captain Aaron looks serious now. Even he found this little girl's abilities a bit tricky. It's actually possible to launch such a fire attack. Whether it's a devil fruit user or some other ability. He has already had the idea of killing this human girl. This is the genius among human beings, and it must be killed as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will become the top master of mankind in the future and endanger the safety of the fish people. He stood up directly from his seat. Little human girl, I heard that you want to avenge Nami. I am the captain of the dragon pirates. Do you have the guts to come over? Minato heard his arrogant words. He immediately understood that among these people, only this person had a strong aura, while the other two people present were a bit weak. Very well, I will kill you directly. She directly threw out the kunai in her hand and shot it towards Aaron's head at high speed. At the same time, she stretched out her right hand and condensed a blue raise nan, which was taught to her by her father. It is an extremely powerful, A-level ninjutsu raise nan. The great fireball technique just now was only B-level. Aaron tilted his head to dodge the knife fired by the opponent. Although the attack was very fast, it was not fast enough to kill him. Then he leaned forward with his legs on the ground, ready to rush over and open his bloody mouth to bite him to death. As for the unknown sphere that suddenly appeared in the little girl's hand, she just had to hold it. His body is more than 10 times stronger than that of humans. Even if it is a fire explosion like the one just now, he can definitely withstand it, and he will only suffer a minor injury at most. Suddenly, his face was completely stunned. The little human girl in front of me suddenly disappeared. He saw the angry villagers coming with weapons at the door, and of course Nami, who had let Zoro and Usopp go before. But now is not the time to care about them. Where did the little girl go? Suddenly there was a chill on his back. Look sideways. When did this guy get to his back? Even Hachi and Kruby, who were watching the match, shouted that something was wrong. Captain Aaron, she is already behind you. Before the evil dragon could react, Minato directly hit Captain Aaron's back with the raise nan in his hand. He directly knocked Aaron to the ground. Before the power stopped, the powerful raise nan directly smashed him into a deep pit in the ground. Only the scream of the evil dragon was left. Then there was no response. After doing all this, Minato clapped his hands and moved away from Aaron, who fell in the pit. Hachi and Kruby looked stunned. Shocked. Unexpectedly, the little girl's blue ball had such power, and actually smashed Captain Aaron directly into the ground. Captain Aaron had obviously fainted. How could this little girl be so scary? What is the move of this blue ball? Could it be another devil fruit ability? But how is this possible? In the world of pirates, it is absolutely impossible for a person to eat 2 devil fruits, otherwise his body will explode and die. Greedy people have done this before. The two saw the villagers, Nami and Zoro Usopp, pouring into the castle, and knew something was wrong. Kruby among them shouted quickly. Zyoba, go and stop that little human girl. I will take Aaron and escape. As long as Aaron recovers from his injuries, there should be a chance of a comeback. In his eyes, Aaron was suddenly hit by the opponent's sudden teleportation ability. He was knocked down because of his carelessness. This can't be blamed on Captain Aaron. No one could have imagined that this little girl would have such strange abilities. Unexpectedly, that little blue ball had such powerful destructive power that even Aaron couldn't withstand a single blow. Chapter 15 Seriously Injured Kruby. After hearing this, Zyoba immediately took out the 6 sabers from his waist. 6 arms waved 6 knives at the same time, standing straight in front of the terrifying little girl. He knew that the other party was scary, but Aaron was their center. The reason why he can rule this village is all because of the powerful Aaron. Your opponent is me next. When Minato saw the 6-armed humanoid octopus, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. These murlocs are pretty disgusting. The murloc she met first, who spat out a water sword, made her a little nauseous, and even though Captain Aaron was a bit weak, he looked extremely fierce. Now this one is even more heavyweight. She couldn't help but complain. You're so disgusting. After Zioba heard what the little girl said, he became furious instantly. I'm disgusting when I look like this? I'm the handsome guy in the fishman world. He angrily brandished 6 knives and slashed at Minato. 6 swordsmanship, the new year awakens the bad body. He knew how scary this little girl was, so he used all his strength as soon as he came up. Minato saw these 6 swords attacking. It is better to carefully choose to take out a handful of hardships again and resist as much as possible. She doesn't have Madara's brother's Mangeki writing eye, which can activate Suzanu's invincible defense. Ninja bodies are fragile. Being hit by such a knife will definitely hurt you. The opponent waved 6 knives very fiercely. But the power is not that great. You can easily block the opponent's attack with your own small kunao. Even if he has 6 swords, he is no match for his brothers who also use swords. Gradually, her face became more and more relaxed. Octopus's moves and attack routines were very simple. She couldn't help but relax and said, "You are so weak. I thought you were strong with 6 knives." Zioba's face changed as he was launching an attack with all his strength. This human child is so arrogant. How dare you say that his swordsmanship is weak? His swordsmanship ranks 2nd in Fishman Island. The anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. He couldn't bear the insult. The 6 knives in his hand were swung harder, vowing to give this little human girl a fatal blow. Krubi felt satisfied when he saw this situation. This is how to hold her back. Zioba's strength among cotters is even stronger than his own. As long as Eren recovers from his injuries, he still has a chance to make a comeback. He dragged Eren's huge body towards the seaside. We are almost to the beach. At this time, Nami, who broke into the castle, found Krubi who was running away with Eren. This is absolutely not allowed. She committed countless crimes on this island, not only hurting many innocent villagers, but even her mother was killed. Such a guy absolutely cannot be allowed to leave alive. If she leaves alive, the village will suffer in the future, she roared angrily. Everyone, go and stop Krubi. You must not let Eren leave with him. Immediately there were brave villagers who wanted to get past the fighting Minato and Hachi. Of course they hate Eren and want to beat him to death. Now that they have the opportunity, they will never let go of such an opportunity. Hearing Nami's words, Sanji was equally excited. Don't worry, Ms. Nami, you will never let him escape. After saying that, he ran away at a speed even faster than those of the villagers. Zioba, who was fighting at this time, saw villagers passing by on both sides of him, trying to catch up with Eren, and he roared angrily. I will never let you pass. If Eren is taken in by these villagers, he will definitely be severely retaliated, let alone rule this place in the future. But at this time, the little human girl who was fighting against him pierced his heart. Instantly, I felt bone-piercing pain. How is that possible? I was just crushing you and beating you. Did you get distracted? But no, I'm not the kind of person who gets easily distracted. Minato said relentlessly. Who gave you the illusion that you were suppressing me? You are really good at swordsmanship. After saying that, he took out the kunao. Zioba suddenly felt countless pains welling up in his heart and fell to the ground. I couldn't run anymore. Minato looked towards the seaside, where Krubi was preparing to take Captain Eren to jump into the sea and escape. Krubi looked back at the fallen Hachi and the villagers chasing him. It was already too late. He was a fishman. As long as he entered the sea, his world would be his. No one could catch up with him. There was no way a human could be faster than him in the water. At this time, Nami felt very unwilling and bitter. Even Sanji, who was the closest, couldn't catch up. Damn it! If Eren escapes and comes back later, what will happen to the village? She didn't think Minato would stay here to protect the village. Once Krubi and Eren jump into the sea, even Minato will have a hard time catching up. Of course Minato will not let Eren go. Although Eren suffered a blow from her raised Nan, he lost consciousness and was even seriously injured. But it is difficult to guarantee that he will not be cured. Her father once said that people in this world are very strong, so she must be careful when going to sea in the future. So she threw a kunao at the fishman wearing a black vest. As long as he is defeated, no one can take away the evil dragon. At the same time, another raised nan was condensed in his right hand. Such a scene instantly shocked Kruby. Aaron was defeated by this move. Could it be that the little girl was going to teleport here again? He was carefully alert to the situation behind him. This person teleported behind Aaron. He couldn't help but be afraid. The opponent has the ability to teleport, so it's too late to jump into the sea. You must block the opponent's frontal attack. Even if you lose this arm, it doesn't matter. You must not let the opponent hurt his vitals. Because Aaron couldn't withstand this blow, it was even more impossible for him to withstand it. Aaron's defense was much stronger than him. At this time, Minato suddenly appeared in front of him, and then he hit the abdomen directly with the raised nan. He was momentarily surprised. Didn't it flash to the back? How could it be in front of him? I wanted to reach out to block it, but it was too late. The blue ball landed hard on his abdomen, and he felt a powerful destructive force in an instant, causing his clothes to tear apart instantly and destroying his body. The whole person flew out instantly. Chapter 16 Amazing Swordsmanship. Kruby screamed as he flew out and fell directly to the sea, his body floating on the sea. After doing all this, Minato let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he could still catch up. This way the matter is completely resolved. Then you can take Nami to find Brother Snake. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Especially Sanji, who also came over, looked at the little girl in shock. He knew that even if he drove at full speed just now, he would not be able to catch up. After all, the fishman and Aaron were only one step away from the seaside. And he was at least 10 steps away. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than others. But the little girl who was 100 steps away teleported to the fishman, and then launched such a strong attack. I didn't expect that the blue ball in the little girl's hand had such terrifying power. This is much more powerful than a cannonball. Even if a cannonball hits a fishman like this, it won't be able to make him fly so far. At most, it will only cause some wounds. The villagers who rushed over were also very surprised. They thought Aaron was going to escape, but they didn't expect the little girl to actually stop the fishman who wanted to take Aaron away. Aaron is now lying on the ground looking unconscious. Immediately, someone went to find a rope, tied up Aaron, who had caused harm to the village for 10 years, and waited for him to be punished. Nami was also surprised when she saw this scene. Minato used this ability to teleport again. How could she forget that Minato could do this? Now that Aaron was completely arrested, her heart began to feel happy. Thinking of the suffering she had suffered over the years, she felt like she was bursting into tears. She had been oppressed by Aaron, not only herself but also everyone in the village, which made her dare not even run. Now that the burden on her body had disappeared, she felt relaxed. Even Achian and Nyokijo beside her had expressions of surprise on their faces. That's great, Aaron didn't escape. Aaron has been captured, and now the village is liberated. Aegean also felt like he was bursting into tears at this time. Belmere, your killer has finally been defeated. What greeted him was either imprisonment or execution. There is no doubt about it. Thinking of that figure in his memory, he felt a little nostalgic and a little sad. Yes, Belmere was the woman he longed for, which was why he never got married. Usopp was even more shocked when he saw this scene. Did that little girl eat a devil fruit? Otherwise, how could she move instantly? Luffy, did you see his movement path? He suspected that he was dazzled, maybe because he didn't see the other party move. Because there are very few people with devil fruit abilities in the East Daxia Sea, there are generally more of those types of people along the Grand Line. And this ability to move instantly can basically be said to be heaven-defying. Even better than his sniper rifle. Just ask, if it is used for a sneak attack to teleport behind a person, it can be executed before the person can react. But it's much easier to use than his slingshot. Luffy said with the same excitement. I didn't see the trajectory of his movement. It seemed that he really moved instantly. I didn't expect that she had such a devil fruit ability. My devil fruit power can turn my body into rubber. I'm kind of looking forward to this guy joining our pirate group. If he wants to become One Piece, he must have a very strong partner. Now I have found some powerful partners like Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Usopp. Now there's one more. He believed that the other party would definitely like to take risks. Even though she was young, she was very strong. Especially her blue ball was really powerful, just like his own bazooka attack. He also noticed that Zoro's face was a little ugly and asked, Zoro, what's wrong with you? Are you also shocked by the other party's ability to teleport? Zoro shook his head. Although the opponent's teleportation ability was indeed very impressive, he didn't care about it. But he said slowly, this little girl's swordsmanship is very powerful, and the six-handed octopus fishman she fought with is very powerful in swordsmanship. But she was actually defeated by her with a knife. She is a master of swordsmanship. At this point, he was a little stunned and a little unable to accept it. This reminded him of the scene where he was defeated by Hawkeye with a knife not long ago. Even if he tried his best, he could not break through the opponent's defense with the knife, and was even stabbed by the opponent. The difference is really huge. And now such a little human girl faced a strong swordsman from the Fishmen clan and defeated him with only the knife. This was very similar to Hawkeye beating himself. But what is different from me is that when faced with an opponent stronger than herself, it is the little girl who wins. He saw the huge gap between the two and he couldn't accept it. How could such a girl be so powerful with a sword? He couldn't even accept the thought that this girl was better than him in swordsmanship. It may even be more talented in swordsmanship than the Kuina I encountered when I was a child. At that time, Kuina was very talented in swordsmanship, her strength was better than hers, and her swordsmanship was even better than hers. She had never won, but even at that time she could not defeat such a powerful fishman pirate. Luffy felt even happier when he heard Zoro's words. Is her swordsmanship so good? I want her to join even more. So he happily walked towards the little girl. Even Zoro wanted to compete with this girl. If he can't even compare to such a little girl, doesn't it mean that he is a waste? Even Nami walked towards Minato. She must thank this little girl. It was she who saved herself and the village and defeated the hateful dragon pirates. At this time, Minato also walked towards Nami, with a happy face. Now Nami's sister no longer has to worry. The thing she has been worried about is Captain Aaron. With the trouble solved, I should be able to set off to find Brother Snake. At this time, Sanji followed Minato and said with a puzzled look on his face. How did you achieve that teleportation just now? Did you eat a devil fruit? The little girl Minato turned to look at him. Why should I tell you? My father once said that it is best not to tell others about your abilities, unless they are important people. What's more, this is a stranger. Even though he is wearing a suit, he always feels a bit shabby. Chapter 17 Nami refuses. So Minato ignored her, but resolutely walked towards his favorite Nami sister. Nami rushed over and hugged Minato, expressing gratitude. Thank you for helping me defeat the dragon pirates. That's right, the dragon pirates were basically taken care of by this girl alone, and the remaining fishmen had already run away when they saw something was going wrong. But the most important cotters were all killed by Minato, and the remaining ordinary fishmen were unable to resist the large number of villagers. There is no need to worry anymore. Minato saw that all the sadness on his sister's face had disappeared and was filled with happiness. As long as I can help Sister Nami, I'm very strong. What I didn't expect was that these fishmen are so weak, and they didn't eat that magical devil fruit. Nami let go of Minato. Although Minato had already said that he was very strong, he didn't believe it at the time. Who could have imagined that a 5 or 6-year-old girl would be so terrifying? The ability to move instantly, and the blue ball that defeated Eren and Kruby in the end. They are all quite magical abilities. There was a completely burnt fishman cotter next to her. She knew it was Ju. Could it be Minato's doing too? I didn't expect to have such a strong and strange ability. She also thought that maybe Minato had eaten a devil fruit, which allowed him to emit flames and even teleport, as well as make balls with his hands. Luffy walked over at this time and said with a smile on his face, "My name is Luffy, do you want to join our pirate group and go on adventures in the sea together?" Minato looked at him a little unhappy. He was actually a pirate again. "No, I don't want to be a pirate. There is no good thing among pirates. Sister Nami has been oppressed by pirates for so many years. If she becomes a pirate, wouldn't Sister Nami hate him? How could she do such a thing?" Before that, she had heard from her father and brother that pirates basically had no good things, and told her not to believe these guys and not to be merciful when she encountered them in the future. After Luffy heard what the girl said, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. He felt that going out to sea to take risks as a pirate was a noble profession, he explained. "We are good pirates, not bad guys like the dragon pirates." After Minato heard this, his doubts became even more puzzling. Are there any good guys among pirates? Since you are good people, how can you become pirates? As far as I know, the pirates in this world basically do all kinds of evil. They burn, kill, and loot. They are a group of terrifying guys. Luffy felt that his body and mind had been hit. The other party was right. But after all, his goal is to become One Piece. In this case, doesn't the little girl mean that he wants to become the leader of those who do all kinds of evil? This made him very unhappy, but he still tried his best to explain. "We are pirates, but our main goal is to take risks, not to burn, kill, and loot. We will not do such things. We want to become handsome pirates." In his eyes, red-haired Shanks was such a person, and he was deeply attracted to him. Even Usopp shouted, "Luffy is right, our goal is to take risks, conquer the Grand Line, and then become famous in the world." He didn't want others to look down on pirates. After all, he really wanted to become a pirate and become famous in the world as a great pirate like his father. This is a man's dream. Minato became even more confused. You can take risks even if you are not a pirate, and you can become famous all over the world. Why do you have to choose an evil title like pirate? This is not cool or cool at all. Pirates represent evil in this world. She looked at these people with big eyes. She couldn't understand the other person's brain circuit. "It's true that I think so. Then what is the other party's brain circuit like?" She was very curious, what kind of theory supported the other party's twisted thoughts. Luffy was stunned. Indeed, adventure does not require the name of a pirate. It made his brain explode. "I can't think of anything to say to refute the other party." "Then why do you want to become a pirate?" "Forget it, never mind, since it's an agreement with Shanks, I can't think about it so I don't think about it." "I don't know, but I just want to be a handsome pirate, even One Piece." Usopp also knew that this little girl didn't like pirates and would never be their partner, so he persuaded Luffy. "Luffy, let's forget it. I'm afraid this person will not join us. She has different ideas from ours and will not become a pirate." Luffy heard what Usopp said and gave up inviting the little girl to join. "Since you don't want to, then you can just forget it." But he definitely wants Nami to return to the ship. Nami is an excellent navigator, and they are missing a navigator on the ship. "Nami, the dragon pirates have been defeated. Let's go back to our pirate ship and have an adventure." Sanji, who had just arrived, came closer with eyes shining. "Miss Nami, I just joined the pirate group. If Nami comes back, I can make delicious food and make delicious drinks for you every day. Luffy's eyes lit up when he heard it. It was delicious and delicious. Sanji, you're so kind, so I should be a part of it too. Sanji glanced at him. It depends on my mood. Compared to Luffy, he is of course more willing to serve women, and for free. Nami looked at these people and didn't know what to say. It was quite fun to go on an adventure with them. The other party was not a ferocious pirate, he was just an adventurer with a pirate name, as they said. But she still doesn't want to become a pirate, and of course she won't go to sea to steal in the future. The name Little Thief Cat should indeed disappear. Although she likes money, stealing is really a very dangerous act, and there will definitely not be any good results if she is caught. The most important thing is that she no longer needs to steal the treasure, because the dragon pirates have been defeated. Of course, the dragon pirates' treasure must be returned to the villagers. Those were all looted from dozens of nearby villages. As for the 100 million Baileys she collected, it was her own money. That can take a long time. She looked at her former companion with an apologetic look on her face. Luffy, I'm sorry, I can't be a pirate with you anymore. Chapter 18 Not a Master of Swordsmanship. Hearing Nami's refusal, Luffy was very unhappy and looked disappointed. Nami, how is this possible? Didn't you promise us? Besides, now that the dragon pirates have been defeated, there is nothing that bothers you anymore. Let's go on an adventure together. This must be a very happy thing. You are also the sailor we need very much. Navigators are necessary for the pirate group, otherwise they cannot sail safely on the sea. This is also the necessary partner for him to become one piece. Even Usopp tried his best to retain Nami. Nami, Luffy is right, our pirate team needs you so much. Although he also knows some navigation knowledge, but not much, his goal is to become a great sniper like his father. Sanji was even more surprised when he heard Nami's words and quickly advised him. Nami, without your participation, my sea journey will completely lose its color. You must stay. Nami is so beautiful. If I could sail with her, my daily life would be colorful. After listening to what these people said, Minato was very unhappy. How could Sister Nami go with these people? How could Nami marry her father? He said angrily. Just give up this delusion. I have made an agreement with Sister Nami. As long as I help her kill the dragon pirates, she will marry my father. Nami was stunned. It seemed like she had really promised this. At that time, I didn't believe that she had such ability, and I was very worried about her safety. She is still so young and has no idea at all in this regard. Although for such a cute little girl, her father must be very handsome. It doesn't mean that she will accept it just because he is handsome. Although I was very grateful for saving the village, I still couldn't just marry the other person's father. But if he just refuses, will it hurt Minato? Why? Thinking of this guy, it seems that the first time he met me, he strongly asked me to marry his father. Very difficult. Usopp, Luffy and Sanji were all stunned when they heard this, with expressions of disbelief. Sanji even objected directly. He was so envious to be able to marry such a beautiful Miss Nami. This is absolutely not possible. Little girl, even if you save this village, you can't blackmail Miss Nami with this kind of thing. It's too rude. After all, marriage is a woman's lifelong happiness. Miss Nami cannot agree to it easily. Of course Luffy was not happy either. Nami was actually getting married, and this was the navigator he liked. Now that Nami is married, doesn't he no longer have a navigator? He objected immediately. Nami, you can't get married, you are going to be the navigator of our pirate group. Minato was not happy now. Nami will be very happy when she marries my father. My father will definitely be able to give Nami adequate protection so that no one will hurt her again. Besides, are you going a little too far? Nami and her hometown have just ended the oppression of pirates, so you invite her to become a pirate. Nami's face changed as she thought of the 10 years of oppression she suffered from the dragon pirates. Although it is over now, the memory has not disappeared. Just like Minato said. She doesn't want to become the same person as the Yankonanglong pirates. I'm sorry, Luffy, I really can't become a pirate. When I think of pirates, I think of the dragon pirates. They even killed my mother. You should be able to understand. The pirate ship I borrowed from you this time will be parked on the coast of Hyushin. You should be able to find it. Even Sanji sighed deeply now. What happened to Nami shocked him a little. He didn't expect that a pirate actually killed Nami's mother. How could he ask her to still be a pirate? Even if he strongly wanted Nami to come on board, he couldn't make such an excessive request anymore. After all, what a man has to do is protect his lady. Even Luffy was at his wits' end, he was so disappointed today. Not only did a promising new member reject him, but it also made him a little confused. Now even Nami, whom I like, is leaving. The pirates killed Nami's family, so why would he invite him? Even his shrunken brain knew that this would give the other party nightmares. But it is inevitable that I feel a little disappointed, no, very disappointed. He couldn't help but be a little shaken about becoming a pirate. Are pirates really that evil? Minato was very happy at this time. It seemed that Nami's words had an effect on them, and they no longer wanted Nami to join the pirate group. That way Nami can follow him back to the family. She still likes sister Nami very much and it is just right to be her baby mother. This can also grow the family. Sister Nami is so beautiful, her father will definitely praise her. At this time, Zoro looked at the little blonde girl with a serious face and said, I want to have a fight with you, is that okay? If he didn't have a fight with this little girl today, he would feel uneasy. If he can't even defeat such a little girl, he may not have the qualifications to be a great swordsman at all, let alone try to become the world's greatest swordsman. I used to be a pirate hunter just to fight pirates and improve my strength. Of course, I also wanted to make a living. If I didn't kill pirates, how would I get my living expenses? As for being a pirate now, it doesn't matter whether he is famous or not. As long as he becomes the world's greatest swordsman and fulfills his agreement with Kuina, that is enough. Nami heard Zoro's words and looked at him with a fighting look on his face. Zoro, you're going too far. You actually challenged a little girl to a duel. Even Sanji criticized. Green Algae Head, Miss Nami is right. You are an adult, why do you want to challenge a little girl to a duel? Of course, he agreed unconditionally with what Nami said. Zoro said still with a serious face. She is not an ordinary little girl. She is very powerful in swordsmanship and can defeat the fishman swordsman just now. I must defeat such a person, otherwise I will not be able to become the world's best swordsman. Nami was speechless, this is really a kendo lunatic. I know in my heart that Zoro is a very stubborn person, even more stubborn than Luffy in terms of kendo. Minato was a little speechless. Although he is good at ninjutsu, he is not good at kendo, especially compared to her brothers. So she used a kunao instead of a sword. He explained. I'm not a master of swordsmanship, so I don't want to duel with you. Chapter 19 How old is your brother? Zoro was a little confused when he heard her words. What? You don't know how to use a sword? Then how come you were able to block all the attacks of the fishman swordsman with just a short sword, and you were fatal with one blow? Can a person who doesn't know how to swordsmanship defeat a fishman swordsman with one blow? This made him even more unable to accept it, which meant that the other party had not practiced swordsmanship. If he practiced swordsmanship, how good his swordsmanship would be, this made him feel anxious. Minato thought for a moment and then explained. This may be because I fought against my brothers. Their swordsmanship is much better. When facing the fishman, I didn't feel any pressure at all. The speed was too slow and the strength was weak. If my brother comes, I'm afraid I can kill him with one blow. Nami was shocked when she heard this. She thought the little girl was already strong, but she didn't expect her brother to be even stronger. I am even more curious about this family. Although I want to know more about it, the little girl Minato wants to give her to her father. Sanji looked at Zoro and spoke. You heard it, Green Algae Head, she doesn't know how to sword at all. If she wants to find someone to duel with, then go find someone else. In his eyes, finding a little girl to duel, even if the little girl is very powerful, is still a very rude behavior. These swordsmen are really irrational. Even Usopp was shocked. I didn't expect her brother to be so powerful. You know, this little girl is already very powerful and defeated the evil dragon that he couldn't defeat at all. He had experienced the horror of the evil dragon. Just facing it, his legs were shaking when he was standing, and he couldn't walk at all. Luffy also looked surprised. Is your brother as powerful as you? Have a special ability like yours? Would they be willing to go to sea and become pirates? He wants more powerful partners to join his pirate group. After all, One Piece can't be alone. Just like red-haired people, they also have many powerful companions. Only when you are better than red-haired people, and your partners are better than red-haired people, can you be the real One Piece. The little girl in front of him is already so powerful. If his brother is even more powerful, he will definitely be a very good candidate. Minato said calmly. My brother's abilities are even more powerful. It's just that most brothers wouldn't become pirates. I'm afraid you won't want to join your brother who wants to be a pirate, because he is too evil. He might be the type to become a real pirate. He thought of his brother Dio, who was so courageous that he dared to disobey his father. Among the brothers and sisters, their strength is second to none. Even brother Aizen, brother Tendo Pain, and brother Genri Usai are not necessarily opponents. Because he seems to have a particularly powerful ability, which is very, very powerful. Of course he's pretty good to himself, but that doesn't mean he's good to others. Usopp was shocked when he heard this. Are they truly evil pirates? That was so terrifying, and it reminded him of Baiji Killua, who was not only powerful but also shameless, and had been lurking in Kaya's house trying to seize Kaya's property. He said quickly. Luffy, don't invite guys like this to join the pirate group. Otherwise our entire pirate group will be unsafe. Luffy was a little disappointed. Well, it's better not to join such people. Of course, what he wants to do is not an evil pirate, but a One Piece who can freely adventure and conquer the sea. Such a dream is his dream. After the conversation with the little girl just now, he became clearer about his goal, and he must not become those evil pirates. And only Zoro is seriously thinking about the little girl's words, that is the other person's brother. The little girl is so young and looks like she is 5 or 6 years old, so how old can her brother be? I am 18 years old this year. Maybe the little girl's brother is 10 years old and 15 years old. In that case, if he is more powerful than a little girl, he will definitely be a top genius. Of course, if you are 15 years old, you are considered close to a youth in this world. Even if you are very powerful, it is understandable. You may be able to catch up even if you work hard, that is through diligence. He also still has hope. But if he is 10 years old, he may not have any hope at all. This shows that there is an unbridgeable gap in talent between the two parties. It is no longer easy to catch up with hard work and diligence. He asked a little nervously. How old are your brothers? Minato asked with a calm face. You are talking about the brothers who use swords. I have several brothers who are very good at swordsmanship. Looking at you, you probably want to compete with them. But you definitely can't be their opponent, because they are all monsters among monsters. Very, very strong. Nami was shocked. Is he actually such a powerful brother? The little girl Minato shouldn't be able to lie. She is so strong in person, so if she says she is strong, then it must be strong. Usopp only felt that this was a bit outrageous. One brother is not enough, there are so many brothers who know Kendo, and they are all so strong. Even Luffy was very surprised. Thinking of his two brothers, Ace has now become famous and became the captain of Whitebeard's second team. He is already the strongest man in the sea, and the bounty is as high as 560 million belly. When will I be able to achieve this goal? As for the other brother Sabo, he died when he was young. Otherwise, he is definitely a big pirate, because he was the first to go to sea, and his personal combat power is even 50-50 equal to that of Ace. What a pity! Thinking of this, he felt a little gloomy. After Zoro heard what the little girl said, he was very unhappy and said that he had been defeated before fighting. He would never be defeated so easily, nor would he accept defeat so easily. Even if it means putting in 100 times, 1,000 times or even 10,000 times the effort. This is the agreement between him and Kuina. He must not let Kuina down, nor can he let himself down and violate the agreement. Thinking of this, his face started to look more confident. You haven't told me yet, how old are they? Chapter 20 Ulquiorra. Minato saw the fighting spirit on the other person's face and naturally knew that he didn't listen to his words. All right. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Anyway, it's not her who is asking for trouble, but this person. Once he understands the difference, he will probably give up. Most of my brothers are 11 or 12 years old. Nami was shocked when she heard this. What? He is already so powerful at the age of 11 or 12. It's impossible for Minato to lie. It can only be said that the other party's father is too powerful, and the child he gave birth to has such qualifications. This is definitely a very good partner. Of course she hopes that her child will become strong in the future, and she is a little moved. Zoro was shocked when he heard this. Is this really the case, with such great strength at the age of 11 or 12? In that case, he would definitely be a top swordsman genius, even a top one in the world. This is definitely his strongest competitor. He really wanted to compete. The huge gap with Hawkeye makes him know that he is not qualified to challenge Hawkeye now, so this may be the goal he wants to surpass. Can you tell me where they are? How do I find them? Minato refused without hesitation. They are usually on the family island, but I can't tell you the location of your family. Our family island does not allow outsiders to enter. It's just that they go out occasionally. If you meet them, you can just challenge them for a duel. I just advise you not to provoke my brother easily, because if they take action, your life may be lost. Zoro suddenly felt a heavy pressure. This was a move that only a real swordsman could make. Just like that eagle eye, he could easily destroy a 5,000-man Krieg pirate group. One sword can cut off all their ships. This should be a flying strike. Only such a powerful person would not care about the lives of others. So he subconsciously agreed. Don't worry, I will never provoke your brother too much. It's just a duel to compete in swordsmanship. Then how do I find them when they go out? Or what are their names? Minato said slowly. It looks like you really love swordsmanship. Well, I'll tell you out of kindness. I have an older brother named Ulquiorra. His swordsmanship is very powerful. He can kill Poseidons with just one flying slash. There is also brother Aizen. Although his swordsmanship is also very powerful, he is even more powerful in other aspects. There is also a brother named Kenpeki. I hope you don't choose to duel with him. He always strikes lightly. Those who are lucky will be seriously injured, and those who are close to death may die. In her memory, these brothers were all very good at swordsmanship. Especially this guy Kenpeki, he is simply a fighting maniac. He did not attack her sister lightly or seriously. He even injured himself by mistake before. Fortunately, his father healed him without leaving any scars. At that time, his father punished him very severely. Got him. Usopp was shocked when he heard it. To be able to kill a large creature like Poseidon with just one sword must be amazing. This was even more powerful than Baiji Crow. At least in his impression, although Baiji Crow was very strong in swordsmanship, he couldn't deliver flying slashes. It should be possible to damage the weak Poseidon type, but it is impossible to kill them with one sword. Zoro. You'd better stop fighting with these people. You'll be seriously injured if you are not careful. What's more, if you meet that person named Kenpeki, your life may be gone. Zoro is his recognized companion, he is the second most powerful man on the ship, and he cannot just watch him seek his own death. Even Sanji looked cautious. He knew that Zoro was a guy who was pursuing the pinnacle of swordsmanship and became the world's #1 swordsman. I saw him fighting with the world's best swordsman with my own eyes. Even the world's best swordsman did not make Zoro flinch. The result was serious injury and almost split in two. He didn't want Green Algae Head to make such an irrational decision. So he gave some advice. Green Algae Head, it's better not to challenge. After all, these people may be as terrifying as Hawkeye. They can kill Poseidons with one sword, and Hawkeye can cut off pirate ships with one blow. I'm afraid you are no match now. Var. It's better to wait until you are stronger before we duel. They are still young people, so they will naturally become stronger, and Zoro will also become stronger. Maybe then it was a close fight. Zoro was completely shocked when he heard what the little girl said. He didn't expect that he could kill the Poseidon with one blow. Of course he had seen things like Poseidon when he went to sea. It is indeed a very dangerous sea creature. If he is not careful, he may be killed in the belly of the fish. He did not expect it to be such a powerful person. He wanted to fight with such a person most now, but of course he still listened to the little girl's words. The opponent's Aizen brother is powerful in other abilities. Although such a guy is very strong, he doesn't really want to fight. But if we can fight, we won't refuse. Of course Kenpeki is also possible. Since you are pursuing the way of the sword, you can't be afraid of death. But what Sanji said makes sense, Kenpeki is best challenged in the future. After all, if a person dies, there will be nothing. Of course, he will not be able to fulfill his agreement with Kuina. He is not an idiot. Therefore, he did not pursue the opponent and continue the challenge after being defeated by Hawkeye, but chose to practice and become stronger before challenging. Finally, he decided to challenge the swordsman named Ulquiorra. Although I know the other person's name, I can't just ask him when I meet him, and the other person won't tell me his family name, so it will be difficult to find it myself. The little girl is not willing to reveal her family's island yet, so she can only look forward to meeting it in her future travels. After all, such a powerful guy will never remain unknown. He will encounter him one day. He asked. I want to challenge Ulquiorra and Aizen, but I wonder what your brother looks like. Chapter 21 The Straw Hat Pirates leave. After Minato heard Zoro's words, he knew that she would not go to fight with Kenpeki brother, which was very sensible. Of course she wasn't kidding, brother Kenpeki was the most terrifying, and he would show no mercy at all. She said with a smile. My brother is dressed in a very special way. Brother Ulquiorra has short black hair, a bit of fair skin, a green tear mark on his face, and is wearing white clothes with black bottoms. His knife is stuck in his waist. As for my Aizen brother, he has short brown hair, brown eyes, looks very gentle, wears a pair of glasses, and wears a death-defying uniform, which is a white long-sleeved haori, with a black shirt underneath. He also wears a zanpakut on his waist. After Zoro heard it, he was indeed very eye-catching. If these two people met, they would definitely be able to recognize them. After all, we already know what they look like and what they are wearing. He hoped to fight them. Before that, of course, I worked hard to improve myself. If they are stronger than the little girl, then the sword must be very powerful, but I don't know to what extent it will be. We have to speed up our training now. He looked at Luffy. Luffy, let's leave, go to the next town, and buy some exercise equipment. He must increase his training volume. For example, holding a barbell that is more powerful than a sword can improve the strength, speed, and power of your sword swing. And these can only be bought in large towns, and Kokozia village is obviously just a small village, so it is impossible to have them. He couldn't wait to go. These two people are his next targets. As for Hawkeye, of course, he can't see their backs yet. I am really too weak. After Luffy heard Zoro wanting to leave, he looked at Nami reluctantly. Finally, he sighed and walked towards the back mountain coast that Nami mentioned. Zoro immediately followed. Usopp looked at Nami and knew that their futures were on different paths. After that, he had to take care of his navigator responsibilities. Fortunately, he still knows a little bit, at least to the extent that he won't capsize in the sea. And Sanji was even more reluctant to part with it. If Miss Nami was missing, then half of the fun of going to sea would be lost. Such a life is so unfortunate, and the most important thing is that this little girl actually wants to marry a beautiful girl like Nami to her father. Then Nami might only be a second wife or a concubine after she gets married. This is disrespectful to beautiful women. So even against Nami's wishes, he still extended the invitation again. Miss Nami, do you really not think about it? Nami pouted and said. Forget it, I can't be a pirate. She still couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart, even if her goal was to take risks and explore the sea. He also couldn't accept the title of pirate. Minato had a very happy face. As long as Sister Nami doesn't become a pirate, she can take it back to her father. His father will definitely praise him for being very sensible. Sanji clearly noticed the little girl's excitement. This little girl must be playing bad tricks on Miss Nami, she warned Nami. Miss Nami, please don't marry this guy's father. Nami waved her hand and said. I will handle this myself. Just follow your companions. Sanji looked at the few guys who had walked away and had no choice but to follow them. I want to go to sea. Since Nami doesn't want to be a pirate, he can't force him. Forcing is disrespectful to a woman. At this time, Nyokijo and Aegeon came over. Nakajo looked at Nami and asked. Nami, have you said goodbye to your previous friends? She still thinks it's better for Nami not to become a pirate. If she does, she will be wanted by Marine. Naturally, my sister doesn't want her to do such dangerous things. Besides, it's hard for Nami to accept being called a pirate. After all, what happened to Belmere was deeply imprinted on her heart. It was a kind of pain, and it was also a pain in her own heart. Nami nodded. I've made it clear to them, and I won't be on the same side with them from now on. Aegeon's face was full of happiness. Let's have a party tonight. Take back Aaron's money from us. Use the money to hold a banquet to celebrate the liberation of the village. Aaron has been defeated. At this time, other villagers rushed over, also cheering and applauding. After Aaron is defeated, their lives will return to peace. They will no longer be in the same state where they were left to their own devices and their lives were in danger at any time. All of this is of course thanks to this little girl. It was she who incredibly killed Captain Aaron and the main cotters, so they were able to be in such a happy mood now. After the villagers took out the money from Aaron's castle, they took back their part of the village, and the rest was later returned to other villages, because other villages were also brutally ruled. They cannot take this part of the money with peace of mind. Then Aegeon led the villagers to start cooking, killing pigs and chickens, cooking sumptuous food, and holding a big party in the evening. The banquet lasted until midnight, with the villagers drinking happily and telling each other their feelings and longing for the future. Aegeon was sitting alone in a corner, drinking wine, with tears on his face. If only Belmere were still alive. What a pity! But now that the dragon pirates have been defeated, Aaron and those cotters have been arrested and seriously injured, and there is no fear of them escaping. Belmar's revenge has been avenged. Nakajayo came over. Looking at Aegeon like this, he knew that she was thinking of sad things, and the one who made him sad most was probably his mother. She looked at Aegeon and said, "Thanks to you these years, the village would have been destroyed by Aaron long ago. These fishmen not only burned, killed, and looted, but also aroused the anger of the villagers, who wanted to resist with force or even die together. If Aegeon hadn't stopped these villagers, they would have sought revenge on Aaron long ago. In that case, they would have just been massacred in vain. Those ordinary fishmen can still deal with them with their numerical advantage, but with Aaron and those 3 cotters, it is not possible to defeat them with a large number of people." Aegeon said with a smile. "After all, I am the village policeman, and it is my duty to help everyone. Belmir certainly does not want the village to be damaged." When Nakajayo heard Belmir, she felt a little gloomy. "It would be nice if my mother was here." She was a few years older than Nami. She also lost her parents at that time, and found Nami who was still alive in the corner. She held her as a baby and walked in the ruins, with the dark future. After all, she was still young at that time, what could she do? It was difficult to support oneself, let alone bring a baby. It was the appearance of Belmir that gave the two of them life. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is his and Nami's biological mother. It would be great if she were still alive now. His orange grove would be so lush. It's a pity that she has no chance to repay her kindness. Even looking at the orange grove brought her nothing but sadness. After all, my mother is gone, but the orange grove is still there. Seeing things and thinking about people, every time I see that garden, I feel empty in my heart, as if I have lost something." Chapter 22 Resurrection. On the morning of the second day, Nami slowly opened her eyes while lying on the bed. Her face was very soft and calm, and there was no longer any anxiety on her face before. Because the dragon pirates have been defeated, her worries have disappeared. The pressure on my head is gone, and I no longer have to raise the 100 million belly. And the 93 million baileys are hers. Of course, Nami had no intention of handing it over, after all, it was all her money. Of course, she will never be a little thief cat again. The name of the little thief cat will disappear into the sea, and another legend will be lost. Thinking about how he was able to seize the treasures of those ferocious pirates without using any force, that would certainly be a legend. Suddenly she felt something on her body, squeezing her a little. Without thinking, I knew it was Minato. He felt a little helpless and smiled bitterly. This guy really likes to lie on his body. Does he really smell so good? Maybe she is really a natural beauty. She obviously slept next to her last night. When I opened the quilt and took a look, it turned out to be that cute little face and golden hair. It's really quite cute. The father's genes were so powerful that he was able to give birth to such a cute child. If only I could have children in the future, I would be able to give birth to such a cute child, and of course I could protect myself. Suddenly a strange thought came to her mind. That father was indeed a good father, and maybe he was really a good partner. When a woman gets married, doesn't she want to give birth to excellent offspring? In my heart, I was somewhat willing to marry Minato's father. No wonder she had such thoughts, because this was her agreement with Minato. According to Minato's character, he will definitely persuade himself to marry his father after waking up. Now she is no longer so repellent. Since her marriage is a big deal, she might as well give it a try. It would be good to at least take a look. Of course, she has to find her brother for Minato, who knows what kind of child he is. At this time, Minato slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his eyes, then rubbed Nami's sister's plump area, and murmured to himself. "You are really soft and comfortable." This feeling makes Nami feel a little happy. This is what it feels like to be a mother. Minato regards her as his baby mother. Although he only regards her as a little sister. But having a child seems to be a really good feeling. Feeling a bit stuck to myself. she said softly. Minato, thank you for helping me deal with the dragon pirates. I will help you find Brother Snake next. Where did that brother go? I remember it was Shimatsuki village. Do you know what he wants to do? According to Minato, she and her brother both came from a mysterious island, and outsiders were not allowed to enter that island. So it's hard for Nami to understand what a child would do in a place like that. Logically speaking, Shimatsuki village should be a remote place. Minato explained. I know this. He seemed to have heard his father mention a person named Kuina, a man with the talents of a great swordsman. Unfortunately, he died long ago. I think she went there just to get Kuina's body. Nami felt a little horrified after hearing this. What kind of purpose was this? Could it be some kind of necrophilia? But such words were not said out loud. After all, it was a bit insulting. She asked doubtfully. What do you want Kuina's body for? Minato lay on Nami's sister's plump part. This must be the soft part that his father always liked. It was indeed very comfortable. Said with a smile. I think Brother Snake wants to get her body and take it back to his father. After all, this is a person that his father values very much. He wants to please his father, and then his father will realize his wish. Nami was even more puzzled. Even if a highly valued talent possesses the qualifications of a great swordsman, what's the use of it? After all, they are all dead. Can the dead still be resurrected? This is impossible. She asked doubtfully. The man is dead, so there seems to be no use in bringing the body back. In her eyes, it belonged to a dead person, so it was best not to move it, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the deceased. Minato continued drowsily. Of course it works. That's because my father has the ability to resurrect that person. My father is quite great, greater than all our brothers and sisters combined. Nami was completely stunned. What resurrection? How is this possible? She simply couldn't believe that someone could resurrect the dead. Wouldn't that be reversing life and death? Even if it is the most magical devil fruit ability in the sea, she has never heard of anyone with such ability. She asked, a little worried. Minato, your father doesn't know how to use magic, right? This method is very bad and can even make an area a taboo place. Nami had heard of the forbidden legend, that because the rules of life and death were violated, that area became a dead zone. Of course this is just a legend, she has never seen it with her own eyes. After Minato heard Nami's sister's words, he was instantly unhappy and looked at Nami's sister with wide eyes. It is impossible for my father to use magic. That is true resurrection. Although it may be unimaginable for ordinary people, my father can do it. Because my father can even do such more terrifying things. In her impression, her father is omnipotent and has all the abilities of her brothers and sisters, so the abilities of herself and others should be inherited from her father. It is precisely because of the Great Father that we have these wonderful children. Except for some rebels, they all respect their father very much. Of course, the anti-bone boy is very afraid of his father. If his father takes action, their genetic ability will not be able to defeat his father, because his father's ability is even more powerful. For example, the raise nan that he is good at, and the flying thunder god technique. Chapter 23 Leave it to Marine? There are many kinds of raise nan that my father mastered. There is Big Ball Raise Nan, which is an enhanced version of Raise Nan, and its power is even more amazing. Of course, there is also the Massive Raise Nan, which is even more powerful, and there are even more powerful Raise Nans, even reaching S-level ninjutsu. Of course, her father was more skillful in using the Flying Thunder God technique than she was. His brother's ability is the same. For example, the arrogant brother Dio is like this. He thinks that he can defeat his father by inheriting his father's ability, but his father is actually much more powerful than he imagined, and everything is under his control. Nami realized how serious Minato was, and her serious expression didn't feel like she was lying. But she still couldn't believe this kind of thing, after knowing that this was a resurrected person. Even he has never heard of it. There are indeed some legends in history about resurrecting people and then turning an entire country into ruins. But since Minato is so healthy and sunny, her father shouldn't be able to use magic. Could her father really be able to do such a thing? This still has to raise a big question mark. Even if Minato is a child who cannot lie, there is no guarantee that her father is not just exaggerating. But even questioning would make Minato unhappy, so she stopped questioning it. Instead, he planned to take her to leave Kakosia village and find her brother. She changed the subject. Minato, after you have finished your breakfast and packed your luggage, I will take you to find the place in Shimatsuki village. Just go to the National Administration Center and ask. Someone should still know about it. I want to send you back to your family as soon as possible this time. Although I wanted to help the village, I killed those marine rat colonels. Although he was at fault, I am afraid that Marine will still attack you indiscriminately. Because Marine actually colluded with the dragon pirates, claiming to be for justice and peace, but he didn't expect to be so despicable and shameless, even more disgusting than the pirates. Although Minato was very strong, she didn't want any accidents to happen. Of course, she sent him home as soon as possible and took him to her brother, so that she could have a good explanation. Minato muttered. I'm not afraid of Marine. If it's all these idiots, they won't be able to catch me. Nami said while holding her little head. Marine is the most powerful force in the world. There are not just idiots like Colonel Marine, but also very powerful masters, such as the 3 generals of Marine, the Sengoku Fleet Admiral, and the hero Garp. It's better to be careful. Minato continued muttering. Of course I still have to be careful about these people, but as long as I find my snake brother, I won't be afraid even of these people. Her snake brother is still very powerful, a master of Grandmaster Ninjutsu. Although it's not that strong, it's just compared to those invincible brothers. But it is still a terrifying existence for people outside. Nami just thought she was joking. Even if her brother was very strong, he couldn't be stronger than the 3 generals of Marine, Sengoku Fleet Admiral and that hero Garp. They were all the top powers in the world. The generals all seem to have invincible devil fruit abilities. And General Akainu even possesses rockberry fruits and has burned and killed many pirates. Marine General Aokiji possesses frozen fruits and can freeze the sea. General Kizaru possesses the shining fruit and is the fastest in the sea. Not to mention the Fleet Admiral of the Warring States period, he was the commander of Marine. His combat power was absolutely top-notch, and he also had the title of Wise General. Needless to say, Lieutenant General Garp. Even though he was just Lieutenant General Xiao, he was one of the strongest men on the sea. Back then, he even chased the late One Piece everywhere. It is precisely because of them that we can fight against the pirates' 4 emperors and many pirates on the sea. Although I don't have a good impression of Marine, there is nothing wrong with these people. These people all represent justice. Without these people, this sea would only be more chaotic. So she didn't think that the little girl's brother could be so strong. If her brothers and sisters could be as strong as this, wouldn't her father be even more powerful? Stronger than Marine's highest combat power, wouldn't her father be the overlord of this world? Of course this is impossible. So it was probably just the other person's father bragging. Otherwise, how could Minato have such an understanding? At this time, Nyokijo and Aegean opened the door and walked in. Of course the two heard Minato's words about resurrection. Aegean naturally didn't believe it. Aegean said with a smile. Actually, you don't have to worry about Colonel Marine. Although Minato helped us kill Colonel Marine deserved it. Marine can't tolerate him for colluding with pirates. When we handed over the members of the Dragon Pirates to Marine, we told the truth. Minato was a little unhappy after hearing this. Why? That guy Aaron bullied the people in the village so much, and also bullied Sister Nami, causing Sister Nami to suffer so much. Shouldn't such a guy be tortured and then killed? This kind of treatment is not in line with their family's consistent style. Even she, a soft-hearted person, understands that facing the enemy must be as cruel as the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Takara didn't expect Minato to be so cruel, but it was understandable considering she was so powerful and had such a tough character. He explained. The reason why it was handed over to Marine was of course in exchange for the bounty. Our village, as well as other villages, should receive compensation. It's because there is a Shishibukai behind him. If we kill him, then if that Shishibukai comes to seek revenge, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist it. Chapter 24, Enough. Nami strongly agrees with this solution. Aegean, let's make this decision, I support it. Aegean's handling is very appropriate, so as to maximize the benefits. There is nothing more cruel to this evil fishman pirate than using Eren in exchange for the bounty. It would be much more profitable than killing him, just let him become Bailey obediently. Although she did not pocket the money, but gave it to the village and the villagers in surrounding villages, it was enough to relieve her anger. There is no reason to object anymore. Nakajayo didn't express her position. She didn't care about Eren's affairs now, but other things because Minato talked about resurrection. Is this true? Resurrection is really too bizarre, but even if there is 1% hope, she is willing to give it a try. It is really the death of her mother that has created too big a hole in her heart. If there is hope to make amends, then why not make amends? This is a regret in life. This is more important than anything else, she asked. Minato, just now at the door, I heard you tell Nami about resurrection. Is your father really able to do it? Minato asked Kite in displeasure. Of course, my father can do anything. Then she added. By the way, you must not tell others about this matter, otherwise it will be too sensational and will cause a lot of trouble to my father, who will probably punish me. This was only because she hadn't woken up before she said it. Otherwise, even Sister Nami wouldn't be able to say such a big thing. My father was afraid that the family members would mess around on the sea, so he forbade most of his brothers from going out. If an incident causes a sensation on the sea, it will attract the attention of the world government and pose a threat to the family. But lately, my father doesn't seem to care about this problem anymore. Even Brother Dio has sneaked out. Of course, Brother Dio should also be following Brother Jotaro. Of course, they didn't take them with them and sneaked out by themselves. So I also sneaked out. Although it is good to stay in the family, I still feel a bit bored if I stay for a long time. The outside world is very good and vast, and the scenery is different everywhere. After hearing her vow, Aegean still didn't quite believe it. This is too exaggerated. Although his father may be very powerful when resurrecting a dead person, how could he possibly do such a thing? Only gods can do such a thing. Nami didn't really believe it either. After all, it was too shocking. Even though Minato said it with a serious face, she still couldn't believe it. It's not that he doesn't believe Minato, it's just that this kind of thing is too bizarre. Nakajayo asked with a serious face at this time. My mother Belmere is dead. Can you ask your father to help me resurrect her? Aegean's expression changed. I didn't expect that Nokia would ask this question. It seems that he is not the only one who cares about Belmere. Nakajayo also remembers Belmere. Belmar's sacrifice was not in vain. But he still objected. Forget it. This is impossible to do. It's better not to disturb Belmere. Belmere deserves the peace and quiet she wants. Nami was stunned. Why didn't she think of this problem? Although I don't believe it, try it. Otherwise, how will you know whether it is true or false? What if it really succeeds? That way her life would really be complete. No regrets left. So she didn't care what Aegean said. Yes, Minato, will your father be willing to resurrect my mother? Minato said thoughtfully. It's no problem. I think as long as Sister Nami marries my father and then asks him to marry me, he will agree. As long as Sister Nami gives birth to more children for her father to please him, then it will definitely be okay. My father still likes children very much. That's why I have so many brothers and sisters. Nami's face turned red when she heard this. You actually have to give birth to a child, and you have to give birth to many children to be sure. Although she knew that she should pay a high price for this kind of thing, this kind of behavior of giving birth is the biggest price for a girl. But she has just become a mature woman, and not only has to consider a partner, but she even has to consider having children. Although she also wanted to give birth to a cute child like Minato, it was still a little too early for her. At this time, Nakajayo looked at Minato firmly. I can also give birth to children for your father. As long as I can resurrect my mother, I can give birth to as many children as I want. After saying that, she felt a little excited. Because this is really her only chance to fulfill her regrets in life. Of course I have to give it a try. Even if I don't know if it's true or false now, at least if I meet in person, I should be able to get the truth from Minato's father. She hoped in her heart that it was true. After all, Minato was so young and so powerful, so her father would definitely be very powerful. Maybe there is some hope of knowing the true art of resurrection. Otherwise, he would not have revealed it to his daughter. Minato was staring at Nakajayo. She has short blue hair, big eyes, and dark skin. Some of her mothers have dark skin, and her father seems to like people with this kind of skin. She looks a bit like Nami-san. She stood up directly from Nami, then walked up to Nyakigao and stretched out her hands. He hugged Nokijao and smelled her carefully. Nokijao just let her hold him. Is the little guy testing his own quality? You shouldn't have a bad smell on yourself, right? After a long time, Minato finally let go and said with a smile. My sister smells so good too, but I don't know if my father will be willing to marry you if I take her back. If he doesn't marry you, he probably won't help you resurrect your mother. In fact, she just thought Sister Nami was very good, so she wanted to take her back. As for whether her father will marry, she doesn't know. After all, a father is not what every woman wants. What is important is that he looks pleasing to the eye. Nakajayo was very happy. She was very confident in Nami and herself. That's good. I will go with you to your family's mysterious island. Of course, Nami and I can give birth to children for your father, that's enough. In order to resurrect her mother Belmere, she also risked her life. Nami will definitely agree. Mother is equally important in Nami's heart. Nami felt so ashamed. Don't make such a promise so easily. Chapter 25 Gentle and Considerate. Although Nami saw how cute Minato was and wanted to have a baby, of course she had to make her own decision if she wanted to have a baby. She didn't need anyone else to make the decision for her. Even her sister was the same. Her own belly made the decision. But she didn't object. If she had some objections before, she doesn't now. In the past, she would insist that girls should not decide to give birth to a man so frivolously, but now the other man may resurrect her mother. If he can really be resurrected, coupled with his previous good impression of him, and give birth to a cute girl like Minato, then Minato's father will definitely be a very good partner candidate. There is no reason to object. Ajian, on the other hand, stared at this scene with his mouth open. Nyokijao was too brave, what were he saying? Not only did he give birth to a child for Minato's father, but he even got Nami involved. Although Minato saved Kakosia village, her father would not be a bad person. But this kind of thing is too strange. Looking at Nami's look, she actually doesn't object. Does this mean she agrees? Belmere definitely didn't want his daughter to be like this, deciding her life so easily. Even if the father is not a bad person, how do you know he is a good match? Since they can't decide, of course they can't easily decide to have children for them. This will harm both of them for life. He protested. Don't do this, Belmir doesn't want you to do this either. Nakajayo did not change his decision, on the contrary, he became more determined. Aegeon, you also hope that Belmir can come back, even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance. Do you want to live in regrets for the rest of your life? Jian's feelings for his mother are not inferior to hers and Nami's at all, and may even be more passionate than his sister's in some aspects. Aegeon thought of the good old days when Belmir was around. Belmir was really a girl engraved in her heart. It would be great if she could be resurrected. He did hope that she would survive. Maybe, as Nakajayo said, the 1 in 10,000 chance should be given a try. Otherwise, he will have regrets throughout his life. So all of a sudden he no longer had the will to persuade. Minato's eyes lit up after hearing this. His desire to revive his mother was really strong. Unexpectedly, not only did I successfully bring Nami back this time, but I also brought Nami's sister Nokijayo back with me. Her father would definitely praise her. Nakajayo didn't have any objection when he saw Nami. Of course she heard her words very clearly. Since she had no objection, of course she agreed. And Aegeon did not object again. He said, looking at something. Minato, then set off immediately to see your father. Only by seeing it with your own eyes and asking the other person can you know whether it is possible to resurrect Belmir. Minato is not a bad person, so Minato's father should not be a bad person either, otherwise he would not be able to raise such a child. Nami was speechless. Nakajayo looked really in a hurry. Well, she understands the other person's mood. If it weren't for the matter of giving birth, she would be very urgent. It has to be said that Nokia cares more about Belmir than she does, but will not go directly to Minato's family. He had just promised Minato. So she said, Nakajayo, help Minato find her brother first, and then go find her father. After hearing this, Nakajayo said with a smile. What are you waiting for? Go find her brother immediately. Minato looked happy. Okay. So after the three of them had breakfast, they took some necessities and set off in a small boat. Aegeon watched them from a distance. There is hope in my heart. I hope this is true and Belmir can really come back to life. In this way, not only can I make up for the regrets in my heart, but so can Nami and Nakajayo. Of course Minato looked happy on the boat. He brought back 2 people. His father would be very happy. They were both fragrant and soft. Nakajayo looked at Nami. Do you know where we're going? Nami patted her chest and said. Don't worry, since it's a village with a name, you can easily find it. Nakajayo felt relieved after hearing this. It seemed that Nami was very experienced. She turned to look at Minato, who had a smile on his face. Is this guy really happy? Are you happy that your father brought back 2 women? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but asked curiously. Minato, what kind of person is your father? Minato lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying. My father is a man who loves his wife very much. Of course he is more indulgent towards his children. In addition to not allowing us to cause trouble outside, of course he is also very strong, handsome, gentle, and considerate. Nakajayo felt relieved after hearing this. Is he gentle, considerate, strong, and handsome? He also loves his wife and cares about his children. He seems to be a very easy to get along with. Although she is not afraid of giving birth to children for her partner, she also hopes that her other half is a very good person, and now it really satisfies her psychology. I feel that this time I can not only resurrect my mother, but also find my other half. She is no longer a little girl like Nami who has just grown up. She is 4 or 5 years older than Nami. At this age, she should have found her other half long ago. But before I was under the rule of the dragon pirates, there was no way to find it, and of course I didn't encounter it. I was already exhausted just to make a living, so there was no way I could do such a thing. Not only her, but also everyone else in the village. Maybe this time the little girl not only saved the village, but also brought her a good husband. Maybe all of this was destined. Chapter 26 Marine Disposal. In the Fleet Admiral Office of Marine Headquarters, Marine Land. Sengoku, Lieutenant General He and Lieutenant General Garp gathered together. They were all old comrades for many years and joined Marine at the same time. There are not many old guys left with us. At this time, the three of them looked not very good, because they received a report from the 18th branch of the Donghai branch. Overturned the previous report of Donghai branch 16. Previously, I received a report from the 16th branch of the East Daxia Sea that a pirate killed Captain Marine Mouse of the 16th branch. For such a heinous pirate, the Warring States period immediately ordered a reward of 10 million baileys. This bounty is not low for a little girl. Unexpectedly, there is also a report coming from Donghai branch 18. The dragon pirates who had been causing trouble in the East Daxia Sea were defeated by a little girl. Captain Aaron was even subdued by her, and the villagers were handed over to Marine. The dragon pirates ruled over a dozen villages in the East Daxia Sea and committed such crimes. Moreover, this report mentioned that Colonel Mouse, a branch of Marine 16 in the East Daxia Sea, colluded with the pirate Aaron to oppress the villagers. Warring States' face was gloomy. He was actually deceived. I didn't expect that Marine like this would appear under his command. It was a huge embarrassment to Marine. Garp was also a little sad. I didn't expect that he had been catching pirates in the East Daxia Sea all year round, and such a cruel pirate would appear. It seemed that he was really negligent. Donghai is his hometown, so of course he must try his best to protect Donghai. The reason why he is called the weakest sea is entirely because he has eliminated all those who have the ability to become great pirates as soon as possible. So they have no chance to become big pirates. Of course, because there are relatively few devil fruits in the East Daxia Sea, there are relatively few people who can become powerful pirates. Lieutenant General he asked with a gloomy expression. How to deal with Marine from the 16th branch of the East Daxia Sea now, and what to do with Aaron. After all, he is the person that the Shishibukai pirate Jinbei wants to protect. Garp said angrily. The presence of these people in Marine is a disgrace to Marine. Of course, all the members of Branch 16 must be eliminated, and they will even be held accountable. As for Aaron, the pirate protected by Jinbei, who committed such a heinous crime, of course he will be executed directly. Even Sengoku had an angry expression. Those people have really disgraced Marine. I didn't expect that a moth would appear in Marine. But if they were eliminated so easily, where would we recruit so many Marines? So we'd better send a new branch colonel and make sure to improve military discipline. And Aaron, I'd better imprison him in Impel Down City, otherwise the world government will think that I'm destroying the Kaiwahei system. Garp was very dissatisfied, so he picked up the plate with senbei on the table and poured it into his mouth. Sengoku, can those worm Marines still protect civilians? Isn't the punishment for the dragon too light? Such a person should be beaten to death with his iron fist. After all, they all committed capital crimes, especially that Aaron. Warring States said helplessly. Although they have made mistakes, give them a chance to atone. As for locking Aaron into Impel Down City, his suffering will not be easier than killing him directly. Garp said nothing more. He knew what Sengoku said was true. Impel Down is a hellish place for pirates, and it would be quite nice to let such a hateful pirate be tortured there. Lieutenant General he did not object. She thinks this method of handling it is very good. After all, Aaron has already been let go once because of Haisya Jinbei, so of course he can't let him go again. Warring States Fleet Admiral was determined enough. Even so, he did not kill the evil dragon and had an explanation for the sea hero Jinbei. Of course, there is also an explanation to the world government. Their original duty as Marine is to capture pirates. Letting Aaron go once before would have violated Marine's duty. But that was done under the instructions of the world government. It is for the Shishibukai system that Kai Xiaojinbei will join Shishibukai. Now there is one more problem to solve. This incident has greatly damaged Marine's reputation. Such a scandal must not be leaked. I have ordered the insiders of Branch 18 to keep the good news secret. Of course, there is also the little girl who killed Colonel Marine. Sengoku, what do you think of dealing with it? He still admires the little girl who killed the dragon pirates. Aaron of the dragon pirates has a bounty of 20 million baileys, which is second to none in the East Daxia Sea. She didn't expect that a little girl could actually kill him, so she continued to suggest. I think this is a very outstanding child. If there is a chance, I want to recruit her into Marine and train her well. Maybe she can become the top combat force of Marine like Momozagi's alternate general. Yes, Momozagi is a Marine candidate for general. Although his current military rank is still a lieutenant general, in terms of strength, he can definitely become a general. Compared with the current 3 generals, they are only a little weaker. It can still deter those big pirates. Sengoku agreed with Lieutenant General Tsuru to protect Marine's reputation. There is nothing to object to. If Marine's reputation is ruined and the world no longer believes in Marine, how can Marine maintain justice for the sea? However, he thought carefully about the second half of Lieutenant General He's words and felt that it was very feasible. Zayahi, you are right, but the behavior of this little girl named Minato who killed Colonel Marine must be dealt with properly. Then if you finish it off and release her, maybe you can successfully let her join Marine. Lieutenant General He agreed with this approach. After putting her in prison and releasing her, she would probably be grateful to herself. This is a good plan. Garp on the side was unhappy. Sengoku, are you out of your mind? You just killed a Marine who dared to collude with pirates. Such a Marine is simply more hateful than a pirate. Those civilian pirates have been abused by pirates, and the only one who can save them is Marine. Is it a sin to kill such a Marine? I will kill such a Marine if I see one. Minato is not rewarded, but punished instead. Are you crazy? As for Zayazuru's proposal, I think it is feasible. If a little girl like this joins, she will indeed become a powerful Marine like Momozagi. Chapter 27 Garp returns to the East Daxia Sea. Sengoku looked at this old guy Garp speechlessly. This guy was really bold and had no manners at all towards his Marine Fleet Admiral. It's been like this since a long time ago. Even though he is a Marine Fleet Admiral, Garp doesn't take himself seriously. Making him angry and helpless, he explained. This is Marine's rule. Even if the Marine Colonel is at fault, he should be dealt with by us instead of being killed casually. If this happens, Marine's justice will be gone. Of course I know she did the right thing, so I just need to arrest her and serve 3 months in prison, which is a symbolic punishment. Then Zayahi will step in and take care of it. Lieutenant General He also supports this approach. If others are allowed to kill Marine, then our Marine's face will really be lost, which will make Marine powerless. After all, we are the law enforcers of the sea, and the power of law enforcement must be in our own hands. It's just Sengoku. Who can deal with that little girl? There are not many people in the East Daxia Sea who can defeat the dragon pirates. Are you going to send a lieutenant general from the headquarters? Garp saw that Zayahi also supported it and no longer objected. It's just a symbolic sentence, and Zayahi comes forward, so the detention time is probably not too long, so this is feasible. Although he still felt that Minato was innocent, it also reminded him of his grandson, Luffy. This stubborn boy must control his temper, otherwise he will become a pirate like Ace, and he will have a headache. I have to go back when I have time, and I have to suppress it, so I decided. You have to go back and give him a loving fist. At this time, Sengoku was thinking about Zayahi's words, but he was unwilling to send anyone from his headquarters, because although Lieutenant General Marine had many people, but the whole world needs to be maintained, and it still seems a bit weak. Naturally, it is impossible to send them to a small place like the East Daxia Sea. That would be a waste of huge combat power. He said with a smile. Go and notify Smoker in Rogue Town. If you meet Minato, just catch her. He is the 4th Logia Devil Fruit user in Marine. Even this one is in the East Daxia Sea. No matter how strong the little girl is, she probably hasn't mastered the armed domineering force, so she should be able to win with certainty. Facing Logia users, without armed haki, they would not even have the ability to resist. The person with Logia ability will win 100% of the time. Because users with the Logia Devil Fruit ability can naturalize, their haki attacks will be completely ineffective if they are not armed. Lieutenant General he immediately agreed after hearing what he said. Okay, then I'm going to inform this guy Smoker. He's still a disciple of the former General Zifa. It's a pity Zifa. Zifa is a retired general. Unfortunately, his arm was cut off by pirates. He can only serve as the instructor of the Marine Recruit Training Camp, training Marine talents, but he still has many disciples. Not only the 3 generals, but also many elite lieutenant generals of the headquarters are his disciples. After speaking, Lieutenant General he withdrew. As Chief of Staff, she certainly had the means to contact Smoker. Of course, she will also tell Smoker to take good care of Minato this time, or at least be gentle. After all, this is her beloved future disciple. After Zaya he left, Garp stuffed the remaining senbei directly into his mouth and muttered. Warring states, it's time for me to leave. By the way, I should tell you that I am no longer on the Great Waterway recently, but have returned to my hometown in the East Daxia Sea. Sengoku was very angry when he saw that Garp actually ate all his favorite delicacies, senbei. Why did you eat all the senbei? The angry look disappeared instantly. After all, he knew what kind of temper Garp had, especially when facing an old friend like him. He didn't give him any face. He said, adjusting his glasses. If I had known that your kid was going to go, I wouldn't have had to order Smoker. With your intervention, I should be able to catch that little girl and bring her to justice. Garp's armed domination ranks first among Marines, and even he is probably not that powerful. Lieutenant General Marine, who can fight Roger, is more than capable of capturing a little girl. Garp frowned and said disdainfully. Warring states, what do you think of me? That little girl is innocent at all, and I don't want to arrest her at all. It would be a shame for me to capture a little girl. Of course it would be a big pirate. Warring states did not look disappointed after hearing this, but instead proposed a deal with a calm face. If you can catch her, you can eat senbei anytime you come to my place. With his salary, he can still afford senbei, even though Garp has a huge appetite. Garp's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then it's settled. If I encounter one, I will catch it and hand it over to Xiaohe for disposal. Arresting such a little girl is not simple and easy. Naturally, he was happy to see that Marine had an excellent junior. Nowadays, the new generation of Marine is not enough. To be honest, the older generation in Marine are very strong, and the middle-aged generation also has the support of the 3 Marine generals, as well as the top lieutenant generals. But after this, the new generation can be said to have no successors, and there are no guys who can take a fancy to them at all. After saying that, Garp left the Fleet Admiral office. He had to go back and board his dog-headed warship. Also taking him back was his deputy, Bogart. I wonder if this kid Luffy has sneaked out to become a pirate. If he has become a pirate, he should really be put in prison. Chapter 28 Windless Zone. Donghaeluj Town. This is where One Piece Gol Roger was executed. It is a nearby town where the East Daxia Sea enters the Great Waterway, which naturally attracts pirates to pay homage to One Piece's final execution place. It is an extremely important place. So Marine naturally sent Smoker, a very powerful Logia Devil Fruit user, to guard this place. Possessing the power of the Logia Devil Fruit, he is extremely terrifying to these ungrown pirates. With Smoker's combat prowess, he is fully qualified to serve as a lieutenant general in the headquarters. Because he is a Logia devil fruit user. Yes, devil fruit users are so awesome. This ability is rare even in the New World. In Marine's office in the town, Smoker made a promise to Lieutenant General He with a speechless expression. Lieutenant General He, I will arrest her and imprison her for 3 months. Then hung up the phone bug. His face was very ugly. He didn't expect that the scary little girl Minato who had offered a reward of 10 million Baileys was actually framed. The Colonel Marine she killed actually colluded with pirates, which was really a scandal for Marine. He didn't expect that the little girl was the one who saved the villagers who were harmed by the dragon pirates. Such behavior made him awe-inspiring. Dashki, who was wearing glasses, big eyes, and short black hair, was also a little emotional. I didn't expect it to be like this. He Zhong is very fond of Minato and wants her to join our marine. To be honest, she was a little envious, because that was Lieutenant General He. She has a very high status in Marine and is one of the few female Marines who can hold a high position. She is the staff officer of Marine headquarters. This position is more powerful and important than the Lieutenant General of the headquarters. Being able to reach this position shows that she is a very capable female Marine. And she is afraid that she may not reach the position of Marine Lieutenant General in this life. The reason why she was detained for 3 months was to temper Minato's temperament. Although Colonel Mouse is very hateful, of course he cannot be dealt with by civilians, but should be left to Marine. Although it's a bit unkind, it still has to be done. These are the rules. Otherwise, everything will be messed up. She looked at Colonel Smoker and asked, Colonel, when are you going to set off to arrest Watergate? Smoker lit a cigar, leaned on his chair, and said nonchalantly, who knows where Minato is? How can I catch him? Let's wait until we meet him later. I guess it's impossible for a person like Minato to stay in the East Daxia Sea. After hearing this, Dashki thought it made sense. Just how will Lieutenant General He deal with it? Smoker said nonchalantly. Just answer truthfully, what else can I do? After all, the town of Rogue that I protect is equally important. If I'm not here and Rogue Town is invaded by pirates, the whole Marine's facade will be lost. I can still tell the difference. When Dashki saw this, she said nothing more. After all, this place is very important, otherwise we wouldn't have sent such a colonel down. It is said that he was once an elite member of the Marine recruit camp and a Logia devil fruit user. You must know that Marine's other 3 devil fruit ability users all belong to the 3 generals, who can intimidate the entire sea and frighten the pirates in the New World. The future Colonel Smoker will probably be able to reach that position. On a small boat in the waters near Rogue Town, a man wearing a black and red hat and eagle eyes was rowing a long black knife, preparing to enter the Great Channel through the windless zone. Although there are a large number of Poseidon species in the windless zone, it can be said to be very dangerous. Almost no pirate ships can pass through, and the only ones that can effectively pass through are Marines. But with Hawkeye's swordsmanship, there is no fear at all. Even the strongest pirate type will be cut in half under his sword. The smell of blood will soon attract other Poseidon species, so he can get through unscathed. Before returning to his home, he planned to meet the redhead. I didn't expect that I would meet such an interesting guy during this trip to the East Daxia Sea. It wasn't just the straw hat Luffy that the red-haired man often mentioned to himself. The red-haired man actually handed his straw hat to the boy. Hawkeye knew what that straw hat meant. If he remembered correctly, that straw hat seemed to be worn on the head of former One Piece Gol Roger. The red hair passed the straw hat to that person, the meaning of which is self-evident. I wanted to take a good look at him, but I didn't expect that a young boy would dare to fight with me, without even realizing the gap between me and him. But the result was unexpected. He saw the determination of the young swordsman, a determination that was not even afraid of death, and a persistence in the art of swordsmanship. As long as such young people don't die, they will definitely become great swordsmen in the future. As for whether he can become his opponent, that is yet to be determined. This is confidence in yourself. But he is still dissatisfied with his swordsmanship because the strongest man in the world is Whitebeard. Although he has the title of the world's greatest swordsman, he is only in the field of swordsmanship. His swordsmanship will surely surpass that of the strongest man in the world. He still has a long way to go. At this time, a small boat sailed slowly from the windless zone. This surprised him greatly. On the boat was a young man with green tears on his face, wearing white clothes and a sword at his waist. Just standing quietly with his hands in his pockets, the small boat sailed towards the East Daxia Sea as if it could move on its own. This guy's outfit looks like he is a very powerful swordsman. Otherwise, how can we pass through the windless zone safely? As for luck, I passed through the windless zone without encountering the Poseidon class. This probability is close to 0. If a target as big as a small boat appears on the sea, those ferocious Poseidons will definitely open their mouths and swallow it, there is no doubt about it. Of course, an idea flashed through his mind, that is, this guy is a swordsman similar to himself. Otherwise, how could he have such a cold attitude? But think about it, this is impossible. This young man is only in his teens at most, definitely not yet an adult. At this age, he will definitely not be able to pass the windless zone, and he does not have the strength. Chapter 29 I have no interest in kendo. The young man in black with short hair and white clothes on the boat had an indifferent expression on his face. This time he came out just to find his little sister Minato. Unexpectedly, this little guy actually sneaked out. She is the treasure of her father. That Orochimaru brother also sneaked out. Immediately afterwards, the little girl disappeared, probably she sneaked out with Orochimaru. As for brother Orochimaru, he is not worried. His strength is still good. Especially the East Daxia Sea, the weakest sea. Even in the New World, he has the ability to protect himself, after all, he is Grandmaster Ninjutsu. Of course, there is also his magical substitute technique, the Orochimaru-style substitute technique. It can be said to be a miraculous life-saving ability. Even if you are fatally injured, you can still use it at a critical moment. Use the external body as a substitute to transfer yourself from the mouth, without the need for seals. But that little girl is different. After all, she is only 5 or 6 years old. Although she has the Grandmaster S-level ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique, people outside are complicated. She is still too naive and easily deceived. That's why her father asked him to bring her back. At this time, the waves on the sea became rough, and even the boat began to shake violently. A huge shadow appeared under the water. But his face remained calm. Also seeing this scene was Mihawk, whose expression became serious. Sure enough, it was impossible to cross the windless zone without attracting the attention of Poseidons. Those ferocious Poseidons will attack even pirate ships. Poseidons are terrifying creatures to ordinary people. Even the people on the small boat in front of them may be buried in the belly of the fish. Although he is not a good person, he will not watch such a scene appear in front of him. Holding the black knife with one hand, he was ready to kill the fish the moment it came out. In just a few seconds, the shadow under the sea grew bigger and bigger, and it jumped out of the sea with its huge mouth wide open and bit into the small boat. Is a giant fish of the class Poseidon. It looks very cruel. At this moment, Ulquiorra drew the sword from his waist. He swung out behind him with lightning speed. A huge green slash struck directly at the Poseidon behind him. The huge Poseidon was instantly cut in half. The body fell into the sea water, causing a huge splash. But the water splashed onto the boat, but it seemed as if there was an invisible medium blocking the boy's side and did not wet his body. This is his spiritual pressure protection. Mihawk, who was about to take action, looked extremely shocked. He was actually able to wield such a powerful slash that he could kill a Poseidon with just one blow. It's really scary. It doesn't mean that the opponent's strength has reached his level. Is this the level of swordsmanship that a young man should have? This level of swordsmanship is at least a very powerful swordsman, even reaching the level of a great swordsman. The sword swing is clean and neat, without any unnecessary movements, and it is extremely fast. Being able to swing such a slashing attack shows that the young man is physically very strong. The most important thing is his calmness. Even having such strength at this age did not make him proud. It shows that the opponent is not an ordinary swordsman genius, but a truly terrifying swordsmanship genius. Only true swordsmanship geniuses would not be happy about making such a terrifying blow. This kind of thing is commonplace for them. Thinking of this, Eagle Eye's mood suddenly became a little surging. I didn't expect to meet such a terrifying young master of swordsmanship in the East Daxia Sea. He was much more powerful than Zoro's swordsman, and might not be on the same level at all. Although Zoro has a strong will to pursue the peak of swordsmanship without fear of death. But he is obviously an adult. Although his strength may be a bit strong in a small place like the East Daxia Sea, if thrown into the new world of the Great Channel, any swordsman who comes out will be much stronger than him. Not even as good as the chimpanzee Kendo near his home. Although it may be because he was born in the hotbed of the East Daxia Sea that his strength is not strong enough, Hawkeye still cannot see the factors that make Zoro comparable to him. But he can see this hope in the young man in front of him. Given a few more years, maybe this young man in front of him will have the strength to challenge himself. At this time, the young man rode past him and asked with cold eyes. "Uncle, please tell me, have you ever seen a beautiful little girl with blonde hair? She looks about 5 or 6 years old. This is the East Daxia Sea, and the scope is really too large. Searching alone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. You can only ask the people you meet to see if you can find any clues." Hawkeye's excitement suddenly disappeared, because he heard the other party's name. "You actually called him uncle?" This made him feel a little depressed. Is he that old? But I didn't care too much in my heart. I haven't seen it. However, looking at your attack just now, do you also want to become the world's greatest swordsman? To be able to have such a strong swordsmanship must have been practiced since childhood. Without the love for swordsmanship and the persistence of becoming the best in the world, I am afraid there would be no such strong swordsmanship. Ulquiorra was expressionless after hearing this. I have no interest at all in becoming the world's best swordsman, or in kendo. Since I don't know, then I will leave. Then the boat gradually moved forward. This is of course the propulsion ability he gives the ship using his ryotsu. In fact, he could have flown directly, but his father told him not to be too ostentatious in the outside world. And the flying ability must be very amazing to the outside world. People with the ability to fly are extremely rare in this world. Flying out of thin air will definitely attract the attention of interested people who want to study how it is done. Therefore, it is not possible to fly directly to avoid causing trouble to the family. Although he felt that his father's worries were unnecessary. Because the father is invincible. Even the world government or pirates he was worried about were no threat at all. Chapter 30 Ulquiorra vs Hawkeye. After hearing his words, Hawkeye was surprised. What do you mean? He's not interested in kendo? How can kendo be so scary for people who are not interested in kendo? Even practiced to the point where you can swing a flying slash at will? He couldn't believe it at all. Doesn't that mean that the other party's swordsmanship talent is better than yours? He has never seen anyone who is better than him in swordsmanship, not even the red-haired Shanks who has dueled with him several times. Maybe Hungfa's all-round strength can surpass him, but in terms of swordsmanship alone, he will never be his opponent, so he is the world's #1 swordsman, and Hungfa is one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Hawkeye asked with great displeasure. Are you kidding? If you are not interested in kendo, how could you have such a strong kendo? This kind of swordsmanship means that a genius has been practicing since childhood, otherwise it would not be possible to have such a profound swordsmanship. This is definitely not something that talent alone can bring about. Ulquiorra looked at him coldly. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Kendo is too childish and unrefined. He has recently mastered a new ability called virtual ability, which is much more useful than his sword. The one that allows him to emit virtual flashes can condense spiritual pressure into ray flashes. He once mentioned to his father that this was his special ability. Every time a father gives birth to a child, the child can inherit a template, and some templates have virtual abilities. The ability is above the ninja template, and even above some Shinigami templates, except for the top Shinigami template in a certain series. For example, Brother Aizen and Brother Genryusai. However, according to his father, if his abilities were developed to a very high level, he might not be able to fight against these two brothers. However, he had no intention of confronting the two of them. After all, it belongs to a family, and as long as it can make the family strong, he will be happy. After hearing what he said, Mihawk's face froze. The anger in his heart kept rising. How dare you say that kendo is for children? You must know that this is your lifelong pursuit and cannot be trampled by others. Furthermore, swordsmanship in the sea also belongs to a branch of a major power system. In terms of attack power, it is not weaker than those powerful devil fruit abilities on the sea. This is why he insists on swordsmanship and has no pursuit of devil fruit abilities. Look at the young man in front of you. He said grimly. Duel with me, and I will show you what the best swordsmanship is on the sea. After saying that, he held Heidei with one hand, and a strong sword power burst out from his body. Normally, he would not even bother to fight with someone who was not the top swordsman in the sea. Now this person's insult to kendo has aroused his anger. He must let the other person understand that kendo is not for children. Ulquiorra said nonchalantly. I have no interest in dueling you. I still have things to do. Their father also asked them not to cause trouble outside unless they were in danger, so as not to expose the family and let others take notice. Although he didn't think there would be anything wrong with being targeted, he would still follow his father's orders. After saying that, his boat sailed out again. When Hawkeye saw his indifferent attitude, he became even more angry. He directly waved the black knife yet and rushed towards the young man in front of him with a terrifying black slash. The terrifying slash even opened a gaping hole in the sea. Said coldly. If you don't fight me today, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. He had already planned to teach this young man a lesson for looking down on swordsmanship so much. Then teach the opponent a good lesson in the swordsmanship that the opponent despises. Ulquiorra was not frightened by this terrifying blow, but looked at the man coldly. This person took action against him, so naturally his action would not be considered a violation of his father's order. Sure enough, he drew his sword again. Then he turned around and suddenly waved out with one hand. A green slash quickly headed towards the black slash. The two terrifying slashes collided in the air. Then both were annihilated, and their power was completely consumed. Eagle Eye was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Even if it was an ordinary blow of his own, he could actually block it completely. Even the other party was just like him, slashing with one hand casually. This fully shows that the opponent's swordsmanship has reached the level of a great swordsman. But this made him angry. He casually swung out another black slash towards the opponent. Since you have such power, why do you despise the sword? Ulquiorra looked at the flying slash and swung a green slash to meet it. The colliding slashes were both wiped out again. Do you despise kendo? He had never despised the way of the sword. Pure swordsmanship is too weak. Even if the spiritual pressure slash he wields is powerful, it is not that strong. Even his brothers Aizen and Genryusai are definitely not so terrifying because of their pure swordsmanship, but because of their powerful Zanpakuto abilities. But the guy in front of me can collide with him, and he doesn't feel like an original resident of the East Daxia Sea. Who are you? There can't be such a person in the East Daxia Sea. He remembered that his father once mentioned that the East Daxia Sea is a famous weak sea. At least that's the case at this stage. My hawk directly reported his name. My hawk, the world's greatest swordsman. The name Seven Warlords of the Sea was not in his eyes at all, so naturally he did not apply for it. This name just makes it easier for him to do things without being chased and intercepted by marine, and brings him a peaceful life. He continued to wield flying slashes, and must teach the opponent a lesson of contempt for the way of the sword. This time the slash was more powerful. Ulquiorra knew this name. It turned out to be Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman. No wonder he had such power. Facing Hawkeye's terrifying continuous slashes, he used his own saber to block them one by one. Now he is somewhat interested. He wanted to see what the top strong man in the sea that his father was afraid of actually had, and at the same time he also used a green slash. The two sides fought together like this. At this time, countless terrifying slashes came out on the sea, cutting the entire sea. Both sides launched terrifying flying slashes. If they didn't collide and cancel each other out, then such power could easily tear a hole in the sea. Chapter 31 Black-Winged Demon. The more Hawkeye fought, the more frightened he became. He never expected that this young man's swordsmanship would be so strong and lasting. He doesn't look like a teenager at all. Instead, he looks like a veteran swordsman. The opponent's body is very strong, otherwise he would not have such endurance. There are not many people on the sea who can compete with me in swordsmanship like this. The power of his casual strike is at least at the level of a great swordsman. He no longer regards the other party as a junior. Rather, he is a very powerful swordsman-level opponent. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the fight between the two gradually subsided. The sea area around the two people gradually returned to calm. Hawkeye looked at the boy. He is definitely a prodigy in swordsmanship. Up to now, the young man still looks calm and heartless, just like himself, which shows that the other party still has quite a lot of energy left. Asked rather puzzled. Why do you think that kendo is just a trick when you have such kendo? With the strength of the other party, he can dominate even in the new world. Just don't mess with those monster-level characters. Even when facing other Kaiwahei, there is no problem in retreating safely, not to mention defeating the opponent. As long as you don't commit suicide. It's not that he is bragging, he feels that his strength is still on a higher level than other Shishibukai. This young man fought with himself to such an extent that he could naturally leave peacefully in the hands of others. But you must know that he is only a teenager now. If he takes a few years, his swordsmanship may still improve. I'm afraid I will only be worse than myself at that time. But facing other Kaiwahai, we may be quite sure of victory. Of course it is still impossible to defeat yourself. This is not to boast, but because my combat power is already at the top of the world, even though it is only one of the top. Ulquiorra looked at the other person indifferently. Have you underestimated kendo? He seems to be a guy obsessed with kendo. He had no intention of looking down on kendo. But I feel that the power of pure swordsmanship is too weak. It is very weak without other special abilities. No matter how powerful the sword is, it will be burned to ashes in Rijinjaka, Genri Yusai's brother. Even the strongest swordsmanship can't defeat Aizen's brother's Kaika Suijutsu. He said coldly. You are too insignificant. You have never seen any real power. If you don't want to die, just walk away. Although Su's abilities are not fully mastered, he can still exert them reluctantly. The Black Void Flash displayed has very terrifying destructive power, which cannot be competed by abilities of the level of swordsmanship. When my hawk heard what this young man said, his face was stunned, and then he became angry. What's the meaning? Do you compare yourself to a young boy who is just starting out and doesn't know the heights of the world? Just like the Zoro I met before, don't you know the real difference between the swordsman of the East Daxia Sea and the best in the world? What a joke, he is the one who stands at the top of this world, and even if this young man is very powerful, he is just getting started. Who says he has never seen the real terrifying strength on the sea? His own swordsmanship is the truly terrifying strength in the sea. Of course. There is Whitebeard, the truly terrifying ability that shakes the world, red-haired Shank's terrifying conqueror's domination, and Kaido and Charlotte Linland's terrifying physiques. Marine hero Garp's invincible armament and dominance. Who says he hasn't seen it before? Although he has not interacted with many of these people except for the red hair, it does not prevent him from knowing and seeing them. This young man's tone must be too loud. Now he was wondering if there was something wrong with this young man's brain. He has already told the other party his title as the world's greatest swordsman. Isn't the world's greatest swordsman a terrifying force? Don't you know what the world's greatest swordsman means? Then my hawk calmed down. If I just wanted to teach the other party a lesson before, now I feel that I have been completely underestimated. He was about to get really serious. I will show you what it means to be the world's greatest swordsman. After saying this, the aura on his body was completely different, exuding a powerful and fierce aura. He didn't want to destroy the seedlings, but if the seedlings were too arrogant, I can only wish for happiness on my own. I hope he is strong enough to take his strongest blow and still save his life. Just when he was about to swing the black sword in his hand and strike with the sword of the world's strongest swordsman. But he saw the young man in white in front of him slowly stretched out his long sword, apparently not intending to wield a more terrifying slash. It was incredible for a moment. Are you planning to die? He couldn't understand why he didn't swing the black knife in his hand. At this moment, Ulquiorra shouted softly. Seal it down, Black Wing Demon. In an instant, the entire sky turned dark, and a cold and nihilistic aura filled the surrounding area. At this time, Ulquiorra had grown black demon wings, his hair had become longer, and the sword in his hand disappeared. He feels his current situation. It was indeed as powerful as he imagined. It is several times stronger than before. I am not very good at controlling this ability, and I have not yet mastered the strongest ability. Logically speaking, he could use the Thunder Spear, but he found that he still couldn't condense it. This move can destroy a small island. Of course, he has mastered another kind of virtual flash. The virtual flash is just a simple condensation of spiritual pressure, and there is no need to use the thunder gun. He looked at the man indifferently. Now that I have seen this situation, I will kill the world's greatest swordsman today. In the past, when his brothers went to sea, almost everyone who saw their true abilities died. Therefore, their family did not cause any disturbance in this ocean. Because everyone who has seen it is dead. And the person in front of him is already dead in his eyes. See my true power, and all you will receive is death. Chapter 32 Black Void Flash. When Hawkeye heard the other party's cold words, he sneered in his heart. It turns out that the other party is also serious about it. It seems that this is a kind of devil fruit ability. The wings growing from his back give people a feeling of death, and he can feel the void. This kid is really not simple. But now I just feel very funny in my heart, and the fighting spirit in my heart has been reduced a lot. I originally thought he was a swordsman genius, but unexpectedly he turned out to be a mediocre devil fruit user. Devil fruit can indeed give people very powerful power. In this world, many people rely on devil fruit abilities to become top masters. For example, the 3 marine generals use their Logia devil fruit abilities proficiently enough to intimidate the entire sea. Another example is Kaido, who is also a devil fruit user, which gives him even more powerful combat power. But this kind of combat power has a flaw, that is, if it falls into the sea water, it will lose its mobility. As a result, it will naturally be just a lamb to be slaughtered. Of course, they are not just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If no one comes to rescue them, they will fall into the sea and drown. But now they are on the sea, and the opponent has no chance of winning at all. All he has to do is cut off the opponent's ship. Then he will naturally fall into the water and be drowned. Of course, there is another situation, that is, the opponent has wings and may have the ability to fly, but it doesn't matter. Your sword can be cut within a few kilometers. Such a long distance is still within your attack range. So no matter what he does, he wins. He put down the raised black sword yet and said with a sneer, "Do you think you can defeat the world's greatest swordsman with your devil fruit powers? You are the one who has never seen true power." Of course he is qualified to say this, even if he is facing the 3 marine generals who are proficient in using the Logia fruit ability, or the blue dragon Kaido who has the fish fruit of the phantom beast. He is still not weak, his sword can hurt the opponent, and if someone is not careful, he will be hacked to death. Ulquiorra remained expressionless. "Do you actually think this is a devil fruit ability? Don't compare that kind of garbage power with my ability. You're going to die anyway, so I'll let you be a clear ghost. This is the power called virtuality." He slowly stretched out his right fingers, and suddenly energy gathered like black lightning. Suddenly a terrifying black column of energy shot towards Mihawk. Hawkeye was stunned when he saw this scene. This move gave him a very dangerous feeling. All he had to do was hold the knife with both hands to block, the speed was really too fast. This blow directly destroyed the sea level in front and shot directly into the seabed. An extremely terrifying explosion occurred. The water splashed all over the sky, and the sea surface shook constantly, as if a tsunami had occurred. Ulquiorra's boat was shaking constantly. But he was still standing steadily, and the sea water stirred up in the sky was still unable to soak him up, because he had spiritual pressure to protect his body. Soon after, the sea level returned to calm. He controlled his spiritual pressure to push the boat forward. The world's #1 swordsman, Yinjian, caught his black void flash and must have died. With no chance of survival. He released the returning state, his wings disappeared, and his hair became shorter. There is a sword at his waist. This blow consumes a lot of him, after all, he has not fully controlled this power. However, his father had demonstrated it to him, and it was too powerful. The power he exerts now is just childish. I really don't understand why my father keeps the family low-key and has such terrifying power. Why are we afraid of pirates, and why are we afraid of world government? But to be able to keep his father so low-key, the world government must have some hidden tricks. He also knows that this world government has ruled the world for 800 years. The father's caution is warranted. My father is really far-sighted. I sincerely admire my father. And a few minutes after he left, a person suddenly appeared on the sea 1 kilometer away from where Hawkeye originally was. His original black hat was long gone, and even his clothes and cloak were in tatters. If you don't know better, you might think that he is a down-and-out beggar. Even at this moment, he still had a lot of scratches on his body. None other than Mihawk. At this time, he had a solemn and fearful look on his face. I was extremely shocked. How could this young man possess such terrifying moves? He was lucky enough to see Kaido and Charlotte Linland's terrifying moves. Even when comparing their strongest moves, there is still no concession. This terrifying ability Shockwave. What devil fruit abilities does this boy have? It always feels like another terrifying devil fruit user has appeared on the sea. This kind of strength is definitely top-notch, at least in terms of attack power. It is no worse than Charlotte Linland and Hyaku Shao Kaido. No wonder this boy has the confidence to say that he has never seen real power. The guy who sent this blow is indeed qualified to say such a thing. Such a blow is no weaker than his strongest blow. What a scary boy. This guy shouldn't be from Donghai. It enters the East Daxia Sea from the Great Channel through the windless zone. Where are you from? It seemed that the person had already left, probably because he thought he had died. Thinking of this, he felt a little bitter in his heart. He didn't expect that one day he would be so underestimated. How many years has this happened? Unexpectedly, this visit to the East Daxia Sea really opened his eyes. The Zoro Luffy he met before was just a bit surprising to him. After all, Luffy took over the red-haired Straw Hat. The red-haired man must have had high hopes, and that guy was indeed as naive as the red-haired man. He will probably become a red-haired guy too. Zoro is not even afraid of death, so of course he is the destined candidate for the great swordsman. And the young man I met now was completely comparable to myself. This trip was not in vain. Chapter 33 Shoot Me. Just when Hawkeye had a sigh on his face, he sensed a creature approaching him on the right side of the sea. When I turned around, I saw a huge shadow on the bottom of the sea. What was it if it wasn't a giant Poseidon? Does it seem like the blood flowing from his scratches attracted them? His face became bitter again, and now his boat was also destroyed. It was really bad. Now it is a dilemma whether to swim back or to swim through the windless zone. Finally decided to swim over. If you return to the East Daxia Sea, you may encounter passing ships. My Hawk, the world's best swordsman, would probably be laughed at if he were seen like this. That would be a loss of face for him. The reason why he killed the Krieg pirates of the East Daxia Sea. It was precisely because the other party saw him rowing a boat at night with a black knife, and was laughed at by them, even by the entire crew, that he chopped off all their boats. After thinking about it, I decided to head towards the windless zone. If I were lucky, I might be able to find a small island and build a raft out of wood. Just as he was thinking, the Poseidon rushed out of the water, opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow the tiny human in front of him. My Hawk swung a terrifying black slash directly at the giant Poseidon. The huge Poseidon was cut in half with a single blow. Soon its blood dyed the entire sea red. Attracted several Poseidon species. Several Poseidons bit into the Poseidon corpse that was split into two halves. At this time, Hawkeye put away his black knife and headed towards the windless zone. Naturally, there are islands in the windless zone, and these islands are relatively safe. It will not be invaded by pirates. For example, the country of Hancock, the Empress of Shishibukai, is located on the windless island of Kucha. One day later, the Straw Hats who drove the melee and left Cocoa West Village soon set off towards the Grand Waterway. The original purpose was to take Nami into the Great Channel, but Nami couldn't become a pirate anymore. They knew the reason, so naturally they didn't force it. They were just temporarily disappointed and no longer sad about Nami. Not even Luffy. Even if Nami doesn't come on board to become his partner, he will definitely have more partners in the future. Now there are 3 partners, Usopp, Zoro and Sanji. Swordsman, chef, sniper, and of course Usopp is also a navigator. He also needs a musician and a ship's doctor, which are standard equipment for a pirate ship. Of course, strong combatants are also essential. Usopp naturally didn't have any regrets. He deeply knows how hateful pirates are, and the pirate he wants to be is a righteous pirate, at least not an evil pirate, and wants to be famous in the world like his father. If someone is a bit disappointed, it might be Sanji. He still regrets it to this day. After all, Miss Nami is so cute. I hope she won't marry the little girl's father. Miss Nami is still so young. Although Nami didn't get on the boat, it's a pity. Maybe we can meet more beautiful ladies in the future. This will definitely happen. After they left Kokozia village, they went to a large town at Zoro's strong request. Zoro went ashore and bought 4 100-pound barbell plates for training. Now he can't wait to start training. 2 100-pound barbell plates are fixed on the 2 barbell bars. He was ready to wave. But I found that I could only barely lift it up and was unable to squander it at all. Even if he persists and puts pressure on himself. If you can't wave something like this, how can you catch up with Hawkeye? I'm afraid even the genius brothers mentioned by Minato can't catch up at all. Even with such determination, clenched teeth, a ferocious expression on his face, and protruding veins, he was unable to swing at all and could only barely lift it up. Usopp, who was controlling the rudder, looked at him like this and persuaded him. Zoro, don't be too hasty. Each side weighs 200 kilograms. It's too heavy. It's better to weigh 100 kilograms on each side. In fact, even if it is 100 kilograms, it is very heavy for him, and he cannot lift it at all. Zoro, who can lift a 400-pound barbell with both hands, is already amazing in his eyes and is a very reliable partner. Fortunately, the weapon he used was a slingshot, which didn't require much strength, just accuracy. Not only do you have to shoot accurately, but you also need to increase the power of the bullet. His future research directions will mainly focus on these 2 points. Suddenly, Zoro put down the 400-pound barbell. It's already very laborious just to lift it up, and it's impossible to swing it at all. Usopp is right, he should start swinging from 200 pounds. Just prepare to remove one barbell plate on each side. You should be able to swing it this way. Usopp believes that Zoro will definitely become a top swordsman in the future. For him, the stronger his partner, the happier he is. The destination he wants to sail to now is of course Rogue Town. That was the place where One Piece was finally executed. This is the place where you pass into the Great Waterway. It is a must to visit such a place. Suddenly, Usopp saw a large ship sailing towards them in the distance, with the tiger skull logo hanging on the ship. Isn't this the flag of the pirate ship? He shouted in horror for a moment. Luffy, Zoro, there is a pirate ship approaching us in the distance. His words made Luffy, who was lying on the deck, immediately stand up. Sanji, who was sitting on the chair, also had sharp eyes. Pirates? Coming towards them, I'm afraid they have bad intentions. Burning, killing and looting on the sea is a common thing for pirates. I thought of Nami again and sighed softly. No wonder Nami didn't want to join the pirates. What a kind-hearted woman. But he has no choice. Now that he has joined the Straw Hat Pirates, he will not quit easily. Zoro also stopped training, came to Usopp's side with a word of peace in hand, and looked at the huge pirate ship from a distance. There were dozens of pirates standing on the deck, looking at them with a sneer, as if they were nothing but fish. At this moment, there was a pirate ship in the distance. A very stout man with a machete on his shoulder looked at the small pirate ship with a Straw Hat logo hanging in the distance. He immediately ordered to his crew. Shoot me. Chapter 34, Air Wall. Suddenly the gun door of the hull opened, and 4 cannons came out directly. With a booming sound, 4 cannonballs hit Luffy's pirate ship directly. Usopp was instantly frightened. These guys were firing on us. Although there are cannonballs on the melee, his primary responsibility now is to control the rudder to avoid being hit by the cannonballs. As for counterattack, we can only talk about it later. He visually checked the direction of the cannonball and immediately turned the steering wheel to avoid such an attack. Under his control, he could only avoid 2 shells, and 2 more were fired straight at them. Under this dangerous situation, Luffy looked at the 2 cannonballs and came directly to the edge of the fence, expanding his body like a wall. He was standing straight against the 2 attacking shells. The shells smashed into his body, but before they exploded, they were bounced away. One exploded in the air, and the other fell into the water and exploded, causing a huge splash. Zoro looked at Luffy, feeling a little helpless. This reminded him of Hawkeye, who could cut off a large pirate ship with one sword. Kendo also has long-range attacks, which are flying slashes. If he could use it now, the 2 cannonballs would not be able to get close to the ship, and would have been cut in half and exploded in the air. But it's a pity that he can't use it. But as long as I use the barbell to train my arm strength, I think one day I will be strong enough to swing a flying slash. At that time, he should be able to reach the realm of swordsman. However, it is not that easy to reach this state. The captain of the pirate ship who ordered the cannon saw the boy wearing a straw hat suddenly swelled to a huge body. Startled. This is simply against the laws of nature. It is impossible for a person's belly to grow that big, so there is only one explanation: and that is the other person's ability to eat a devil fruit. You must know that the weakest devil fruit ability is worth 100 million belly. There are very few people with this kind of devil fruit ability in the East Daxia Sea. Doesn't that mean the other party is a powerful pirate? If he were on land, he would be really afraid of the other party, but now it's at sea. Such a devil fruit user is simply a living target. As long as his ship is sunk into the sea, then this devil fruit user will be a lamb to be slaughtered. If you can kill the opponent, you will definitely get a good treasure. After all, he even has devil fruit powers. If you're lucky, you might even be able to get a devil fruit. Shouted excitedly. Keep shooting me. At this time, I observed that the boat on the opposite side wanted to turn around and run away. The pirates became even more excited when they heard this. Yes, Captain Evil Tiger. There is the evil dragon pirates in the East Daxia Sea, and they are the evil tiger pirates. At this time, Usopp had already controlled the Mary to turn around and prepare to run away. But I saw the other party catching up again, and they kept firing. Fortunately, those shells hit the sea on both sides and only caused huge waves. At this moment, Luffy spoke. Usopp, what are you doing? Sail the boat to meet us. Since the other party is attacking us, watch me beat them away one by one. Being attacked all the time, he became angry. These guys are the culprits that prevented Nami from joining their pirate group. They are all evil pirates. Usopp was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, this might be the only solution. The opponent kept chasing him and kept firing. At the moment, the speed of the melee is not enough to get rid of them. Sooner or later there will be a tough battle. Although I have few companions, they all have good skills. Luffy even defeated the great pirate named Krieg. It is said that his bounty was 17 million belly. The group of pirates in front of them cannot be as powerful as Krieg. So he immediately turned the ship around. At the same time, he reminded. Be careful to block the cannonballs fired by the other party. I don't want the melee given to me by Kaya to be blown up. Luffy was unhappy after hearing this. The melee belongs to me, and I am the captain. You can just sail the boat, and I will stop those cannonballs. Zoro, Sanji, when the two ships get closer, come with me and beat these guys away. Sanji lit a cigarette and looked at the pirates with cold eyes. Don't worry, I will let these pirates taste my whip legs. He was not happy to be chased and attacked like this. Not to mention Zoro. Let these guys honestly become stepping stones to progress. Another skill to improve in swordsmanship is of course actual combat, especially against vicious pirates. He actually hoped that the other party would be more capable. The captain of the evil tiger pirates discovered that the fleeing pirates had turned the ship around, and it was obvious that he wanted to fight to the death. But he became more and more excited. Don't spare me any artillery shells, just blast them all. This is simply asking for death. The cannonballs alone are enough to kill them. At this time, he also caught a glimpse of a small boat approaching at great speed. Right at the center where the two pirate ships meet. He immediately became alert. Could this be the companion of the pirate ship ahead? Otherwise, how could someone sail a small boat alone on the sea? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Immediately order the men on the ship. Pull out your gun immediately and let me shoot the people on that boat. As he spoke, he immediately pointed to the boat. Immediately, someone listened to the captain's words, pulled out the pistol in his hand, and immediately shot 4 or 5 pistols at the young man in white. The boy in white just looked at these people with cold eyes, his hands in his pockets, his face expressionless. A moment later, bullets exploded in front of him. And he was unscathed. The evil tiger pirates were a little surprised when they saw this scene. Is this guy another devil fruit user? Otherwise, how could he be blocked in the form of this air wall? This was even more surprising to him than the one where his body expanded into a round ball just now. He felt a little bad in his heart. It seemed that he shouldn't mess with this pirate group. He felt that he could still handle the Straw Hat Luffy just now. After all, it was just a huge body, so what's the big deal? His machete is not a fool's errand, and if he cuts it down, the opponent will only be a living target. But this person was a bit cold, and even made him feel strong fear. Chapter 35 Sword Kills Pirate Ship. At the same time, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates also saw this strange scene. He actually blocked the pirate's pistol attack on him out of thin air. It's like there is a layer of magical energy blocking you. Blocked those bullet attacks. Straw Hat Luffy even exclaimed. What kind of magical ability is this? This is simply more magical than my rubber fruit ability. In his eyes, he has already determined that the other party has eaten a devil fruit, otherwise he would not have such magical abilities. Compared with the other party's ability, that means the other party is more handsome. My own rubber fruit ability can also withstand bullets, but my body always seems to be pierced and then bounce back. But with the opponent's ability, bullets can't touch his body at all. There is no doubt that he is more handsome. He was a little excited. Such a person, I want to invite him to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Originally, there were 5 members of the Straw Hat Pirates, but after Nami left, the number became 4. This is really a bit small for a pirate group. After Nami left, there was even less vitality. And such a powerful partner is certainly what he needs. At this time, Usopp looked at the extremely indifferent young man and couldn't help but feel a bit familiar. I've obviously never seen this guy before, but I seem to have some impression of him. He lowered his head and thought. Where did you get the impression of this young man? Zoro, on the other hand, looked at the young man on the boat in the distance in surprise. Said slowly. This boy is exactly the brother that the little girl Minato mentioned. He has short black hair, green moles under his eyes, white clothes, and a saber on his waist. The name is Ulquiorra. This is exactly the opponent he wants to pursue. I didn't expect to meet him here. What a blessing! It's bound to be a good duel. Only by defeating these powerful opponents can he make progress and become the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye is really terrifying. He is no match for him now, so he can only defeat some opponents who are stronger than him. In his eyes, the little girl's brother is a very suitable opponent. In his eyes, although the opponent can use flying slashes to kill Poseidons, they are still far from the level of Hawkeye. It must be an opponent that suits you. He is not afraid that the opponent is stronger than him. Only by competing with stronger people in swordsmanship can he make progress. When Luffy heard Zoro's words, he was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be the little girl's brother, and he instantly became a little frustrated. The little girl once said that the other brother didn't like being a pirate very much. I wonder if this person will be willing to accept the invitation. After worrying for a while, he decided to give it a try later. At this time, Ulquiorra slowly pulled out his sword and swung it towards the pirate ship attacking him. A terrifying green slash was swung in the direction of the knife, attacking the pirate ship. In an instant, the ship was split into 2 halves. Together with the pirate captain who ordered the attack on him. Of course he saw the skull flag, of course these people were pirates. Since they are attacking themselves, it is natural for them to eliminate them themselves. At this time, the people on the other pirate ships were frightened. And their faces were distorted. This terrifying guy actually split the captain in 2. This is too powerful, isn't it? Who is this? How could it be possible to do such a thing? You must know that the captain of their evil tiger pirates is also well known in the East Daxia Sea. Even though he is not as powerful as Captain Aaron of the Dragon Pirates, he is not weak in terms of strength. When did such a terrifying person appear in a place like the East Daxia Sea? Before they could pursue the truth, the pirate ship had split into 2 and the cabin was filled with water. It even started to sink. All the pirates were panicked. What should I do? The boat has taken on water. It's broken into 2 parts and can't be repaired at all. Everyone, let's dive, and get as much treasure as you can, and swim away quickly. At this time they were still thinking about the treasure on the ship. As long as these treasures are there, they can still find a place to live a happy life. When the Straw Hats saw this scene, their mouths opened wide and they were shocked. Luffy's eyes even shone. Is this the brother that the little girl said can kill Poseidons with flying slashes? It's too strong. Since he can kill Poseidons with his sword, he can naturally kill a pirate ship with his sword. In terms of size and sturdiness, the Poseidon type is of course larger and more defensive. Wooden pirate ships are still incomparable. This guy is really handsome as Luffy. He really wants to invite such a powerful guy to join his pirate group, so that he can definitely become his strong fighting partner. Even Sanji looked surprised. This man is really strong. They don't look like people from the East Daxia Sea. Then he frowned and looked at Zoro aside, asking in disbelief. Hey, you guy, after seeing such a terrifying blow, are you still interested in a duel? You don't think you can defeat such an opponent, do you? Usopp also looked at Zoro in disbelief. This is an opponent that is impossible to defeat. I'll take care of Captain Evil Tiger with one strike. I remember the pirate flag above. There was a tiger painted on it. It was the famous Tiger Pirates. The strong man who was just split into 2 must be the captain, and he was killed with a knife. It was a bit of a miserable death. Zoro, I don't want you to be like this. After saying this, he felt fear in his heart. Zoro was a little frightened when he said this. He remembered what the little girl Minato said. His brother was indeed a bit cruel, but he shook his head and said, if I choose to back down here, I will never be a great swordsman again. Don't worry, I will choose to duel with him alone, and I will never hurt you. Luffy was very unhappy when he heard what he said. Zoro, don't say that, don't say anything about not being implicated or not. Since you are my partner, you can just go ahead and fight. Don't worry about us. He was a little scared. If Zoro left again, he would become a 3-person pirate team. It felt like he was getting further and further away from fulfilling his promise with red-haired Shanks. Zoro heard what he said. I was very satisfied. He originally joined the pirate group because being a pirate would not hinder his pursuit of the world's greatest swordsman. In that case, I will fight with the opponent. Chapter 36 Kill the Straw Hats with a Sword? Zoro made up his mind and his momentum suddenly became high. Usopp wanted to say something, but looking at Zoro's rising momentum, he didn't know what to say. I could only pray in my heart that Minato's brother wouldn't be too cruel. Don't do what the little girl said about Kenpeki, and don't show any mercy at all. And just when he was thinking this, suddenly, he saw the boy in white waving the saber in his hand again. Then another terrifying green slash struck directly at those on the sea who wanted to swim away. In an instant, those people were killed with a knife. There were screams of horror and pain in the sea, and of course the sea was stained red with blood. Usopp was shocked when he saw this scene, it was so cruel. This is too scary, Zoro, it's better not to challenge him. Such a scene is really frightening, so many pirates were killed directly by this man. It scared the living daylights out of him. If Zoro challenges the opponent, the consequences will be terrible. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a terrifying person as soon as I went to sea. Being a pirate is really a hard road. Even Sanji frowned. Such a cruel person, even those who fell into the water would not be spared. Luffy looked at the other person a little regretfully. At this time, he had given up the idea of inviting the other party to join his pirate group. This person is really cruel and completely unsuitable to be my partner. He thought of red-haired Shanks. He is obviously a very powerful person, but he will not be so cruel if he is bullied. This is the person he wants to be. It was obvious that this boy was not such a person. Zoro was also surprised. This guy is so vicious. There is probably no way for these pirates to survive. Although he was once a pirate hunter, he also killed pirates. But he would only kill those who had bounties on their heads, and other than that, he would just chop and injure others. There was no pursuit of those who escaped. Such a person is really too cold. Even he was hesitant to fight with it. As I thought before, he is not a fool and knows that he cannot fight to the death with someone who is invincible. If he dies, then what dreams are there? At least the guy in front of him is not something he can fight against now. Kill the pirate ship with one strike, and kill the remaining pirates with one strike. This is something he cannot do. After a battle with Hawkeye, he understood his own weakness. I know I shouldn't be so impulsive. At this time, the melee had stopped next to the small boat. Ulquiorra looked at them coldly. Of course, when he got rid of those pirates before, it was to fulfill his father's order and he didn't want to know that his family members were still alive in the world. If you don't take action, that's it. Once you take action, you have to clean it up. Those pirates just killed them without any serious problems. And now another pirate ship is approaching. Now that they saw the scene of them killing pirates, of course they couldn't let the other party leak their information to the sea. He raised the sword above his head, preparing to strike again to kill the opponent. Everyone in the Straw Hats who saw this scene was frightened. This guy actually did something to them. What a terrifying and cruel guy. Luffy was surprised. I just feel cold in my heart. Even his rubber fruit power couldn't stop such a terrifying slash. After all, the rubber fruit is most afraid of slashes and will definitely cut its own body open. Then we can only avoid it. But under his feet was the melee, and the opponent's slashing attack was so powerful that it would definitely cut the melee in half. You must know that the pirate ship is also his good partner. Without the pirate ship, he can't go anywhere. He didn't want his pirate ship to be cut off, he said angrily. Stop it. Of course Ulquiorra didn't stop, the knife in his hand was already halfway swung. Why should these people tell him to stop? They are just pirates. It was too late to escape. The blame is that they came too close, otherwise, they could have been spared. After all, I just looked at it from a distance and didn't know who specifically did it. Naturally, it didn't count as violating my father's prohibition, but it was too late now. Usopp's face turned pale with fear. This guy has no intention of stopping. Sanji also had a look of fear on his face. He couldn't block the opponent's attack, so he blocked it with his own legs? Are you kidding? His leg will definitely be broken. Will he also become a person with a broken leg? Zoro looked solemn. Ulquiorra, stop it. His words really made Ulquiorra stop. Zoro breathed a sigh of relief, and the other party stopped what he was doing, so there was still something to play. Usopp, Sanji and Luffy all breathed a sigh of relief and just stopped. Zoro's words worked wonders. Ulquiorra looked at them impassively. You actually know his name? No one overseas probably knows him, because he has never told anyone else. Then there is only one possibility, it was his sister who told the other party, or it was Orochimaru. They must have met before. He jumped directly from the bow boat to Luffy's Mary, looking at the guy with short green hair indifferently. Where did you hear my name? At this time, he had sheathed his sword, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at the other person quietly. But even like this person still puts great pressure on the Straw Hats. Luffy felt that this person was completely unsuitable to be a companion. He was too cold. The pirate group should be happy. Usopp felt very powerful when he saw this man. Even talking to the other person was a taxing thought. And Sanji had no reason to speak, as the other party was not a beauty. Only Zoro looked at the other party with forced composure. I heard that from your sister. She once mentioned that she had a brother named Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra looked at him indifferently upon hearing this. As expected, since she is a younger sister, that's just right. You can go back after finding your sister. As for Orochimaru, let him go back and be punished later. His sister is still too naive, and as for Orochimaru, there are really very few people who can harm him in this sea. So don't worry. He asked slowly. Where is she now? Chapter 37 Zoro challenges Ulquiorra. Seeing that the boy in white didn't take action, Usopp felt relieved immediately and said quickly. She should be in Kakosia village, and she should be staying with Nami now. We have a good relationship with her, so you won't take action against us, right? Having seen his terrifying strength and his merciless killing of those pirates, Usopp was really scared. This man's strength is unpredictable. It was obviously not something that his companions could resist, let alone himself. His legs were shaking before. Now it is best to hope that for the sake of his sister, he will not take action against them. Sanji knows the reason why Usopp said this, so it's better not to say anything now. Ulquiorra looked at him indifferently. If the other party knew his sister, he would be really embarrassed to deal with them. After all, his sister is still very favored by her father in the family. Said indifferently. Don't tell anyone about meeting me. Also, where is Kakosia village? Usopp completely relaxed after hearing this, and quickly pointed in the direction of Koko West village. Kokoyashi village is in that direction. You can reach it by going straight. The direction of going out to sea was naturally designated by him, so his direction was pretty much the same. When Ulquiorra heard this, he was about to turn around and leave. Now that he heard the news about his sister, he felt relieved. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Can I have a swordsmanship contest with you? Upon hearing this, Ulquiorra turned his head and looked at the man with green hair who made the sound. This reminded him of the world's best swordsman whom he had just destroyed. The person in front of him looked much weaker than that person, he said coldly. You are no match for me, you are too weak. Zoro's face turned a little pale when he heard this. During this time, the second person felt that he was weak. But this was a naked fact, and it also dealt a huge psychological blow to him. Usopp even shouted quickly. Zoro, what are you talking about? Don't you know this man is very strong? How could you be your opponent? It's better not to delay others and let them leave quickly. It's not that he's attacking his teammates, it's that this person is too dangerous. The opponent wields a terrifying flying slash, which can destroy the Mary with one blow. There is no place for the opponent to fight here. This is the sea. Sanji was also speechless about Zoro's behavior. It's best not to provoke such a dangerous guy. This is the most reliable guy that the little girl Minato said. As for Aizen and Kenpeki, they are probably even more terrifying guys. He is no longer a young man who is ignorant of the world. At the sea restaurant Barity, you can often hear news about the sea, including pirates and marines. But I have never heard of such a terrifying guy. He sighed deeply in his heart, not knowing where these guys came from. Just now, this guy had explicitly forbidden them not to leak it out. Maybe it was for this reason that it was not known to everyone. Otherwise, how could such a strong strength not be famous in the East Daxia Sea? Suddenly, he thought with horror that maybe it wasn't that no one saw them, but that the guys who saw them had been killed. No wonder no news about these people has spread. The Straw Hat Pirates should be lucky right now. Lucky to know that little girl. Otherwise they would be buried in the sea today. But Luffy didn't agree with Usopp's words. Since it is impossible for this guy to join his pirate group, then Zoro is the swordsman of their pirate group, and of course his swordsman must be the strongest in the world. How can you improve yourself if you don't challenge a strong person when you meet him? He shouted loudly. Usopp, stop talking, let Zoro challenge. Usopp felt helpless. Why did Luffy say such a thing without looking at who his opponent was? Zoro strengthened his thoughts after hearing Luffy's words. I want to challenge you. Even if I'm not my opponent, I still want to know the gap between the two sides. This is what he is thinking at the moment. The gap between him and Hawkeye meant that he couldn't see the other person's figure, but this boy wouldn't have the same gap. Ulquiorra's face was expressionless. Is there a gap? To be honest, the gap between the two sides is really the difference between heaven and earth. Okay, I will let you see the difference. Just consider it as the reward for telling my sister the news. Without this news, looking for his sister would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The sea is so big. If the group of people in front of you can tell me the news, then you should satisfy the other party's wishes. He slowly drew out the sword he just had. Take action. Zoro saw this and pulled out Wado Ikimonji. Now he only has one sword. The other two knives before were broken in the collision with Hawkeye, and only one of the 21 skills of this big sharp knife can resist Hawkeye's black knife. As soon as his eyes were focused, he continuously swung his knife to attack the boy in white. The attack was like a violent storm, obviously more powerful than the previous offensive. But his expression was one of surprise. Not happy at all. His attack was completely blocked by the opponent, his face was expressionless, his face was not even red, his heart was not beating, he looked very relaxed. This duel seemed like facing the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. Could it be that this young man has swordsmanship comparable to that of the world's greatest swordsman? Or is it that the gap between oneself and the other party is really too big, and one cannot see the difference between the other party and Hawkeye at all? But no matter which one it is, it shows that the gap between oneself and the other party is too huge. But even so, Zoro did not stop attacking, and still launched a sharp attack, even sharper than before. At least he has to make some progress, at least make the opponent take a step back, and he will win. But no matter how sharp his attacks were, they were all blocked one by one. The three people watching the battle were all surprised. Minato's older brother Ulquiorra is just too strong. Now they just hope that this person can maintain such defense and let Zoro retreat. Otherwise, Zoro would definitely be seriously injured. If he had unleashed the terrifying slashes from before, even the melee might not have been spared. Sanji couldn't even understand how there could be such a terrifying young man in the sea, who was much stronger than the reformed brothers in his family. Facing Zoro's attack, he didn't even take a step back. When Zoro faced Hawkeye, he could at least make Hawkeye take a few steps back. Chapter 38 Lost Zoro. Even Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hats, had a solemn look on his face. This person is really scary. He saw no chance of Zoro winning. It's a pity that such a person cannot be his partner. Of course, he doesn't want the other party to join. Because they are much stronger than him, the captain. After a burst of attacks, Zoro immediately stopped attacking. I'm a little tired, especially because the wound from the previous fight with Eagle Eye has begun to crack. Such a serious injury cannot be healed in a few days. If it collapses again, the consequences will be too serious. Of course, the most important thing is that the opponent is too strong. He simply has no ability to launch an attack that can hurt the opponent. Even if you attack with all your strength, you won't be able to test the depth of your opponent at all. The other party has always looked calm. It made him deeply powerless. The gap between the two sides was really too big. I lost. After saying that, he felt a little bitter in his heart. There was such a terrifying young man on the sea. How can I fulfill my agreement with Kuina? Becoming the world's greatest swordsman is probably just a wishful thinking. Forget it about Hawkeye. After all, he is older than him and has reached the pinnacle of the world, but he is still young. As long as he is willing to endure hardship, it may be okay. And what's going on with this young man now? Although he was younger than himself, his swordsmanship was already so terrifying that he couldn't even see the opponent's back. I am really too weak, how can I catch up with such a person? Since he wants to fulfill his agreement with Kuina, of course he must become the true world's greatest swordsman. Not only did he have to defeat Hawkeye, he also had to defeat this person. Otherwise it's not done. The more I thought about it, the more disappointed and scared I became, afraid that I would not be able to fulfill the promise I made with Kuina. Ulquiorra showed no expression when he heard his words of surrender. He turned around and jumped back into his boat, then controlled the boat in the direction that the guy with the long nose pointed just now and left. At this moment, Zoro lowered his head expressionlessly, feeling extremely disappointed in his heart. When Usopp saw Zoro like this, he didn't know what to say to comfort him. Even he, who is not a grandmaster in swordsmanship, knows the huge gap between the two. How can you comfort yourself then? After all, he also knows that Zoro is a guy who pursues the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He is very determined and is not even afraid of death. I'm afraid it's been a huge blow now. Can you tell Zoro that as long as he works hard, he will definitely win? Impossible. Some geniuses just can't be defeated no matter how hard they try. Even Sanji felt a little sympathetic to Zoro. He knew why the other party was so hit. It was because he had encountered setbacks and could not see hope. Such terrifying guys are very rare even in the New World in the second half of the Grand Line. I'm afraid there is no one who can compare with him in the first half. Perhaps only those strong men behind the Great Channel have a little hope. Then the gap between Zoro and the other party is unimaginable. However, he felt that if such a person could survive a blow, the harder he was hit, the stronger he would be. But that was not necessarily true. Luffy looked at Zoro's completely lost expression and roared angrily. Zoro, don't look silent. I believe you will become a stronger swordsman than him in the future. After all, you want to become a member of One Piece. He didn't want to see such a listless Zoro, that wouldn't be the kind of partner he wanted. Zoro slowly raised his head and looked at Luffy, really envious of Luffy's appearance. I don't understand the gap between myself and that boy at all. But when I think about Luffy actually becoming One Piece. The first time he heard this sentence, he thought it was a joke, it was simply a fantasy. The emergence of One Piece in a small East Daxia Sea is already a miracle among miracles. You must know that pirates in the East Daxia Sea are despised by pirates in other seas and are considered the weakest sea. Maybe he hadn't realized it before, but when he met Hawkeye and the boy he just fought against, he knew the huge gap. They are so different and have no strength. How could Luffy become One Piece? But he is a little envious of this guy's spirit. Maybe he can work towards his goal with peace of mind without thinking so much. Thinking of this, he cheered up. It's true that I've been thinking about something lately. Were you hit? Or something? These are the reasons that have always hindered his progress. It's useless to think so much. You just need to keep honing your swordsmanship until you become the strongest in the world. Just like Luffy, it is useless to think too much, and even thinking too much may stop you from moving forward. Looking at Luffy. I will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman, just wait and see. After saying that, he walked towards the middle deck. There are his training tools, 4 barbell plates and 2 levers. Just pick it up and wave it, 100 pounds on each side. Luffy became happy seeing this. I don't know how Zoro suddenly cheered up, but that's fine. He didn't want to see a lifeless Zoro. Today's scene made him know how difficult it is to become One Piece, but this is what he wants to do. Just do it. Although he has been laughed at all the way, he is stubborn. Usopp sees a rejuvenated Zoro. Very reassuring. It's good that he wasn't hit, but I'm afraid that he will collapse and give up his swordsmanship. Then he would lose a powerful partner. Sanji took a puff of cigarette. Maybe Luffy's words made Zoro figure it out. That's fine too. Let's give them a feast tonight. Chapter 39 Worshipping Kuina. Another day passed. Nami took Nakajao and Minato to an ordinary island in the East Daxia Sea. Shimotsuki village is naturally located in this place. The 3 of them came here in a boat. Nami looked at the island. According to the map, it should be here. Minato said happily. Now that we're here, we should be able to find Brother Snake. Sister Nami is so awesome. The unfamiliar environment made her very curious. The world outside is really big. Even Nakajao admired this sister a little. Nami found Shimotsuki village so easily. This is just an ordinary island. It shouldn't be famous, at least she hasn't heard of it. Nami explained. Actually, there is a famous Ishin Kendo gym here, and there are quite a lot of apprentices. People from many places come here to learn Kendo, so it's quite easy to find this place. If it were really a village on an unknown island, I think it would be difficult to find it. Nakajao still felt that Nami was used to traveling outside and could find out this information. Then hurry up and find Brother Snake from Minato. I don't know if he has come to this island. Nami said calmly. You have to go to the island to see it yourself to know this. I heard that her brother was going to resurrect Kuina, so I asked people who had come here to learn Kendo. Kuina was the biological daughter of the owner of the Kendo gym. She was a Kendo genius, but she died 10 years ago. This made her feel a little regretful. Didn't it mean that he died when he was a child? He may have died with only ashes left. Can such a person really be resurrected? This seems to be Zoro's hometown. This is what she heard Luffy say. It seems that Kuina is still Zoro's companion and the one Zoro wants to surpass. Minato was unhappy and actually questioned Brother Snake. Brother Snake can definitely do it. Although I haven't seen it before, but since Brother Snake is here, it must be okay. Nami and Nakajao were both stunned by these solemn words. We have already seen Minato's special ability, the ability to move instantly. It seems that not many people can do it on the sea. Nami also asked Minato how he did this, but Minato still didn't want to tell him at first. But after thinking about it, Sister Nami will be my baby mother in the future, so I revealed it. This is ninjutsu. Nakajao said slowly. It would be great if you can be resurrected. Then find your brother Snake quickly and return to your family island. She had already made up her mind, even if it meant becoming Minato's baby mother and marrying his father. She also wants to resurrect Belmere, who saved her and Nami. Now that I have the opportunity to repay her, there is no need to hesitate. It can also fill the hole in your heart and make up for the regrets in your life. So the three of them set off immediately, and Nami asked the passers-by they met for the direction of the Ishin Kendo gym. Then he left immediately. The three of them entered the Ishin Kendo gym smoothly. At this moment, there are no students training in the Ishin Kendo hall. It must be the weekend. They were received by an old man wearing glasses, a ponytail, and a brown kimono. He looked at these people with kind eyes and a smile. What brought you here? The two young women and the little girl probably came to him to learn swordsmanship. After all, he has really few female disciples. Girls basically cannot endure the hardship of learning Kendo. He felt a little sad. If his daughter Kuina was still alive, she would be this old. Alas, I didn't expect such an accident to happen. I actually fell down the stairs and died. It's so unpredictable. Minato asked first. Did you see a long-haired boy a little older than me come here? Kojiro shook his head. I haven't seen it. Is he also here to learn swordsmanship? Minato shook his head. No, Grandpa, he is here to resurrect. Before he could finish speaking, Nami covered his mouth. Why does this Minato even say such things? Of course this kind of thing cannot be said. Who would believe such a thing? It is more likely to anger the old man, after all, his daughters are dead. On the sea, resurrection is definitely impossible. If she hadn't seen Minato's methods, she wouldn't have believed it. She said quickly. Actually, I am Zoro's companion. I once heard that Kuina was her companion, but she died when she was young. Kojiro's kind face slowly disappeared. His face was expressionless because he heard what the little girl said about resurrection. I also thought of what the orange-haired woman in front of me said about Kuina. Resurrection of Kuina? I don't believe it at all. How is this possible? I don't care about this anymore. But he said with a smile. I haven't seen the long-haired boy, and no strangers have been here recently. You are Zoro's companion. What is Zoro doing now? Are you still continuing to be a bounty hunter? He had heard the news before that this guy Zoro is now a well-known bounty hunter in the East Daxia Sea. He naturally knew the agreement he made with his daughter, which was that one of them would become the world's greatest swordsman. That's why Zoro becomes a bounty hunter, hunting evil pirates and enhancing his strength and sword skills. Zoro will definitely become a very powerful swordsman in the future. Nami breathed a sigh of relief and saw that the other party did not think deeply about the word resurrection. Before, I was a pirate on the ship with Zoro, but now I have separated from the pirate group. This time I have time to come and pay homage to his former companion. Where is her grave? Kojiro was a little surprised. Did this guy Zoro actually become a pirate? He wasn't going to care anymore. When you are a pirate, you should not be the kind of pirate who burns, kills, and loots. I should probably pursue kendo. That's it. Look at Nami. Since you want to pay homage to Kuina, her grave is on the back mountain. Chapter 40 Orochimaru arrives. Kuina's father Kojiro learned the location of Kuina's grave. The three of Nami said goodbye to Kojiro and walked towards the back mountain cemetery. Only by looking at Kuina's grave to see if it has been touched can we know whether Orochimaru has been there. Perhaps Kojiro moved Kuina's grave without alerting him. She asked Minato how the Earth reincarnation resurrected people. This kind of thing is not simple at first glance, and it should require the preparation of some special materials. Minato has surpassed Brother Snake, and Brother Snake hasn't used it much, but he still knows the method. Brother Snake told her that she would use something dirty, as well as a container to hold the soul. The most important thing is the body of the deceased, even the ashes. So just go to Kuina's grave and see if anyone has touched it, and you will know if Orochimaru has been there. Normally no one would touch the cemetery. If it had moved, it was probably Minato's snake brother. In that case, Nami might have to find another way to help Minato get home. And Minato no longer remembers the location of his home. So it's better to find her snake brother. On the way, Minato looked at Nami curiously. Why don't you tell Grandpa the truth? I see that Grandpa looks kind and kind. If he could see his daughter again, he would be very happy, right? Nami explained helplessly. If I could see my daughter, I would definitely be happy. But if we tell him like this, he won't believe it, and he will even stop us. It's best to tell Kuina after resurrecting her. The reincarnation of the dirty land requires Kuina's body, so the tomb must be disturbed. I believe no father would allow this. In fact, she and Nokago also wanted to see if this Orochimaru could resurrect Kuina. Because this is related to whether their mother Belmere can be resurrected. Minato understood a little after hearing this. Then wait until Kuina is resurrected. However, the reincarnation of the earth is not a true resurrection. Only a father can. About 10 minutes later, the three of them climbed to the back mountain. In an open space on the mountain, a tombstone and a small hill were found. It says the tomb of my beloved daughter Kuina. It seems this is it. Nami immediately checked the situation around him. Finding no sign that the soil had been disturbed meant that Orochimaru had never been here at all. Maybe his brother Minato was just a kid and couldn't find his way? It's very possible, Nami asked. Minato, how old is your brother? She looks like a 10-year-old. A head taller than me. Nami was a little dumbfounded. Isn't this just a child? Minato, is it possible that your brother also doesn't know the way? Could he be lost in the sea? Although the strength is very strong, there is no need to worry about encountering danger, but in this case, it will be difficult to find this place in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. It may be a few days if you are lucky, or it may be several months if you are not lucky. Nyokijo also looked dumbfounded. If this were the case, she might have to wait a long time, and her enthusiasm for resurrecting her mother had faded a bit. She had heard that only by finding the other person's father could he truly be resurrected. Of course she wanted to see her mother as soon as possible and complete this matter as soon as possible. Minato shook his head and said, "Probably not. Brother Snake seems to be very shrewd and he doesn't know the way." After hearing this, Nami relaxed a little. Minato was only 5 or 6 years old, while her brother was 10 years old. Of course, it cannot be calculated according to normal age. Other 10-year-old children may not understand anything. He may not even know how to go to sea, but if he is Minato's brother, he should still be able to find Shimotsuki village. Then let's wait here for a while. Nakajo nodded in agreement. Apart from this, there is no other better way. One day later, a small boat slowly approached the shore on the sea. On it is a young man with long black hair, long golden pupils, wearing a kimono, and a purple sash tied around his waist. After docking the boat firmly on the shore, muttered to himself, "According to the map, this should be the location of Shimotsuki village, and the Ishin Kendo gym should be here." I was very happy. It took me a few days to finally find this place. All that's left to do next is to find Kuina's grave. As long as part of her body is obtained, even just her ashes, she can be resurrected. Then take it back to your father. When his father is happy, he will definitely give him Mangeki Sharingan, even Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This is what he wanted from his heart. Because his other brother Itake possesses the Mangeki Sharingan. During the fight between himself and the other party said something that shocked him deeply. "None of your techniques will work in front of my eyes." Of course he was dissatisfied when he heard this. Then he used many ninjutsu to defeat Itake, but all were seen through without exception. Itake was right. With the ninjutsu he can now use, he probably has no chance of defeating Itake. Mangeki Sharingan is really awesome. He really wanted to have a pair. In this case, his strength must have improved dramatically. Since Mangeki Sharingan can see through ninjutsu, he may be able to use this to develop more powerful ninjutsu. After thinking about it, he walked towards the nearby village. "Is there any cemetery near here? As long as you know that, you can go find it." Of course he wouldn't go to Kojiro, Kuina's father. After all, he wanted to dig the other party's daughter's grave. As a father, how could you allow this to happen? It must be impossible. He walked along the path towards the center of the island. Soon we arrived at a village. Wandering around, I was ready to ask the people here. But something happened that surprised him. I couldn't help but rub my eyes. How could this happen? Isn't that little girl with golden hair her sister Minato? Why are you here? He panicked for a moment. This guy couldn't have followed him out. Minato looked for him when he came out before, but he didn't take her with him at all. I came out this time to do business, so why did I bring an oil bottle with me? Chapter 41 Departure. After Orochimaru confirmed that it was his sister Minato, he quickly walked over with a cold face. "Not to mention that I want to get Mangeki Sharingan, it is already very good without being severely punished." Minato was his youngest sister and the most favored by her father. He also personally taught her some ninjutsu, the art of flying thunder god. This technique is a ninjutsu that even he has not been able to learn. It is extremely difficult. It can be said to be very difficult. However, the other ninjutsu you master may not be inferior to this ninjutsu. It can even be said to be stronger, but not as convenient. Minato, who was currently following Nami and Nakajo wandering around the village, seemed to be aware of it. He immediately saw his long-haired snake brother and shouted happily, "Brother Snake! Brother Snake!" Nami and Nakajo turned around in surprise. "Is Minato's brother here?" Then wouldn't it be possible to truly see the reincarnation of a resurrected person? Orochimaru walked up to Minato with a cold face and yelled. How did you get here? Did you follow me out? But it actually came to me before me. This couldn't be something that his sister could do. Then he looked at the two women beside Minato. Could it be that these two people were leading the way? It seemed like it didn't hurt Minato. He breathed a sigh of relief. My sister is really naive. It's good that he's not in danger, otherwise he might really suffer terrible punishment. Minato said unhappily when he saw his brother's expression. Who told you not to take me out to play? Of course I went out to play by myself. The outside world is much more comfortable than staying on the island. The outside world is really big. Orochimaru's face turned even colder after hearing this. Sure enough, it was like this. Although he said that there was nothing wrong with his little sister, he followed him out and he didn't know if his father would punish him for it. He was really careless. He said slightly angrily. Although the outside world is very good, it is not something you can come out at your age. Be careful of being deceived by people outside. Minato said unhappily. No way. I also killed the famous Captain Eren in the East Daxia Sea before. He is one of the most powerful pirates in this sea. So no one in Donghai can hurt me. Orochimaru looked surprised and worried when he heard this. That Eren, he had heard about in the past few days in the East Daxia Sea, was the most famous pirate in the East Daxia Sea. Not even Marine can do anything to him. The bounty has reached 18 million Baileys. I didn't expect that the little girl is so powerful. Although it's nothing to him. Thinking of this, he asked in surprise. Little sister, have you successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and Raise Nan? These two techniques, one is S level and the other is A level, if they work together, it will be easy to kill Captain Eren in one blow. Minato said happily. Yes, that's right. The dragon pirates dared to hurt Sister Nami, and then I killed Captain Eren. By the way, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Sister Nami, and this is Sister Nyakajeo. They are the concubines I found for my father, and they are my future baby mothers. Nami and Nyokijeo's faces were a little rosy. It was a bit strange to be introduced like this. But they still introduced themselves calmly. I'm Nakajeo. I'm Nami. Orochimaru was completely shocked. This guy, my little sister, actually found two little mothers. Looking at these two people, they have very good faces and very good figures. Of course he was not angry, but felt that the little girl was really a genius. My father will definitely like these two beautiful women. In that case, the father will definitely not punish the little sister again. Although she is the most favored person in the family, she will certainly be punished if she makes a mistake. Just like my father said. If they are not punished, they will not know what their children will look like. He naturally knows his father's good intentions. But why can't he imitate his little sister? If he also brings two beautiful women back to his father, he will not only be able to strengthen his family, but he will even be able to please his father. Then he was spared the punishment of coming out privately. Of course, there is also the punishment of the little girl following him out. This account will undoubtedly be settled on his head. If you can still please your father, you might be able to obtain the samsara eye. Thinking of this, he had a smile on his face. The little girl is really a genius, she actually has such a good idea. He had made up his mind. If I have a chance to meet some beauties in the future, I must send them back to my father. He also smiled and introduced himself. I am Minato's older brother, Orochimaru. Thank you for taking care of my little sister. Minato asked happily. Brother Snake, when are you going to resurrect Kuina? Nami and Nakajeo were excited when they heard this. Now you can see the magic of resurrection. Being able to be resurrected means that their mother can also be resurrected. Orochimaru was a little speechless. How did you tell them this? There was nothing authentic about Minato. Since she is my little mother, it doesn't matter if she knows. By the way, we have found Kuina's graveyard. Let's go there quickly. Orochimaru was a little helpless. Although she is a future baby mother, she has not officially become one yet. However, my father will definitely like this kind of beauty. My father has not taken a concubine for a long time. Now that I know the location of the cemetery, it saves me a lot of effort. It's better to do this early and leave early. Okay, take me there. These two are future baby mothers, so it doesn't matter if they get to know each other. Since she is my little mother, she should be one of my own. Even if his father did not accept these two people, he could still seal their memories. That way, family information will naturally not be revealed. Of course, based on my understanding of my father. My father is a good man and has many wives. So I have many brothers and sisters who are also very strong. Their family can be called the first family on the sea. It's just that my father chose to keep a low profile. Maybe he's used to being low-key. Therefore, not many people know the family's reputation. Chapter 42 got it. Soon after, Nami, Nakajao, Minato, and Orochimaru came to the mountain behind the Ishin Kendo Hall. There is a hill here with the tomb of my beloved daughter Kuina written on it. There is a hill on the other side, and the name seems to be that of Kuina's elder. But of course Orochimaru's purpose is just Kuina. Orochimaru slapped his hands on the ground. Earth style ascends. Immediately, the Kuina hill quickly rose up. The ground surged. Orochimaru observed the rising soil and found a jar, which probably contained Kuina's ashes. This is enough. Nakajao and Nami were both a little horrified when they saw this scene. Didn't you expect Minato's brother Orochimaru to be able to control the soil? It feels like a devil fruit ability. Like Minato said, her brothers and sisters all have special abilities. The two of them became more and more curious about her father, wondering how powerful a father could be to allow his children to have such abilities. But they asked Minato, and Minato replied that he had never eaten a devil fruit, so they were even more surprised. According to Minato, their siblings seem to have inherited their abilities from their father. Sons and daughters can possess such magical abilities. If they could also have children with Minato's father, wouldn't the children be extremely powerful? As a mother, who doesn't want her children to become strong? From this point of view, Minato's father must be a man suitable for having a baby with him. At this time Orochimaru took out the jar from the mountains of soil and opened it to see that it was indeed ashes. Besides Kuina's ashes, whose ashes could they be? Now I can fulfill my father's wish. My father once said that Kuina is a swordsman genius and it would be great if she was still alive. Since my father didn't do it, it felt okay for him to do it. As long as the father is happy, just give him a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. My father still has this ability. Because my father has abilities even more terrifying than this. He planned to take it back and let his father truly resurrect it. Minato came closer. Brother Snake, now that we have Kuina's ashes, can we use the dirt reincarnation to resurrect her? Sure. Orochimaru took out a small piece of cloth and wrapped the jar before preparing to leave and return to the boat. But at this time, the four of them heard a very terrifying, cold and angry voice. What the hell are you guys doing? Nami was horrified to discover that the old man was Kuina's father. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to explain it. Are you really talking about such a fantasy as resurrecting the other party's daughter? They haven't really seen it themselves, and they were panicked for a moment. Kojiro was looking at the jar in the hand of the young man with long black hair and the soil rising from his daughter's grave. He was completely angry. This guy actually allowed his daughter to die without peace, and dared to touch his daughter's ashes. Damn it! Put it back for me, restore the cemetery, and kowtow 1,000 times, otherwise you won't be able to leave here today. Nami knew that the old man in front of him was no longer as amiable as when he first met. Now it's like an angry beast. Of course she understands. If her mother's grave was messed with like this, she would only be even more angry. Nyokijo stood up and explained despite the old man's terrifying pressure. Master. Actually, we just want to resurrect your daughter. Minato also shouted. Yes, Grandpa, this way you can see your daughter. Kojiro was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but instead of feeling happy, his face became even colder. I thought you were Zoro's companions and kindly told me the location of my daughter's cemetery so that you could come and pay homage to my daughter. I didn't expect to do such a thing, and now you are saying things like deceiving me, an old man, about resurrecting my daughter. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Put it back, or I will draw the sword. Although he is usually gentle and does not get angry easily. But that doesn't mean he has no temper. His daughter is what he cares about most. Even after death, no one will be allowed to insult his daughter. Orochimaru's secret path is not good, it seems that there are more troubles today. The old man didn't believe it at all. But it doesn't matter whether he believes it or not, he just needs to take it back. It's obvious that this guy is not comparable to those ordinary pirates. Yes, of course he met pirates after he went to sea, but those people were already buried in the belly of the fish. He slowly stretched out his right hand. Latent shadow snake hands. In an instant, many small snakes emerged from his cuffs. He bit Kojiro violently. These little snakes have tasks such as deterrence, containment, and capture, and can achieve the effect of multiple combos. Since this man is Kuina's father, and Kuina is the person whom her father values, he will naturally not kill her. As long as he loses the ability to resist after being bitten by the snake's venom, he can leave. Kojiro was stunned when he saw this scene. Is this guy a human who ate the snake devil fruit? How else would he be able to conjure so many snakes from his sleeves? But it doesn't sound right when he thinks about it. Even if he is an animal devil fruit user, he is just turning his body into an animal. It's obvious, isn't it? Who is this guy? Facing the fierce little snake rushing towards him, he directly drew out the simple long knife on his waist. He waved quickly. In an instant, all the dozens of small snakes that attacked were cut into pieces. Minato was a little surprised when he saw this scene. This old man is very strong. He should be a master of swordsmanship. Nami no Ki was speechless. No matter how you look at it, your brother is probably even weirder. He can actually have so many snakes coming out of his sleeves. The two felt that Minato's brother was even more terrifying. After all, they are girls, so they are naturally afraid of snakes, which are slimy, long, and very vicious. Chapter 43 The Art of Flying Thunder God. Even Orochimaru was stunned. Unexpectedly, the other party took over his move easily. This guy is no ordinary person. It should be said to be very powerful. It seems like his brothers who use swords. Although it is impossible to be as powerful as his brother, his temperament is very similar, which is enough to explain the problem. This guy has the strength of a great swordsman. I didn't expect that there was such a person in the East Daxia Sea. No wonder the father would value his daughter. How could a girl born from such a guy have weak swordsmanship talent? It seems that the little snake he cast is no match for the opponent at all. Then there is no need to use this trick again. At this time Kojiro looked at Orochimaru and waved the ancient long sword again. A flying slash flew directly towards Orochimaru. The terrifying slash even split the big tree behind it into two halves. Kojiro said coldly. Put down Kuina's ashes, or the next blow will be across your body. He was not joking, the other party had completely provoked his bottom line. Even though he usually doesn't show off his emotions, he can still barely control his anger at this time. This is because of the good character he has developed through years of practicing swordsmanship. Otherwise, other people would have hacked the 4 people in front of them to death without saying a word. Nami Nakajao looked at this scene in surprise. Flying slash. Still a very scary slash. This blow can cut such a large tree in half vertically and fly far away before disappearing. They had no doubt that this blow could cut off a pirate ship. Is this kind old man actually a terrifying swordsman? I didn't expect that there would be such a master in a place like this. They were a little panicked and didn't know what to do. But Minato said comfortingly at this time. It's okay, Brother Snake will be able to handle it. She wasn't worried at all. This old man was indeed very powerful. Such terrifying slashes were extremely fast, and even she had to be careful when dealing with them, otherwise she would be injured. I just felt that my father was right. You should be more careful when walking on the sea. Who would have thought that there would be such a powerful person in the East Daxia Sea? Since he is someone she thinks is powerful, he must be very extraordinary. She should be more careful in the future. Seemingly ordinary people are so powerful. Nami felt a little more at ease. Since Minato said not to worry, then he probably shouldn't. Minato's brother also has very magical abilities. Among the 4 people, Orochimaru is the one who can understand this blow best. After all, he just missed it. Although it is said that the moment it hits itself, it can cast a substitute technique to resist this kind of damage. He and his father are the only grandmasters of this magical substitute technique in the family. However, this old man is really powerful. It seems that he is not an opponent that can be easily subdued. Of course, there is no need to fight to the death. After all, Kuina's ashes are already in hand, so he can use the dirty earth reincarnation to resurrect him. If he killed this person here, his father would probably blame himself. He looked towards Minato. Minato, please leave first, I will follow you later. Okay. Minato immediately agreed to come out. It seems that Brother Snake is planning to retreat. This is of course a good thing. You can't kill this old man directly. This old man is just a father. She directly squeezed Nami Nakajao's hand and warned. Sisters, close your eyes. I'm going to take you to teleport. Teleporting for the first time is still a little uncomfortable for the human body, especially the eyes. You may feel a sense of dislocation, so it will feel better if you close your eyes. Nakajao and Nami were both shocked. Are they going to use the ability to teleport with them? He quickly closed his eyes. They had all seen Minato's move with their own eyes, it was very magical. It can leap a large distance in an instant. After Minato saw the 2 of them closing their eyes, he immediately led them to the small boat on the shore using the Flying Thunder God technique. This place bears the mark of her Flying Thunder God. Looking at Nami with her eyes closed, and Sister Nyakajao, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was nothing serious between them, so she said softly. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Nami Nakajao slowly opened her eyes and saw the sea. Then she looked at the solace of her feet. Isn't this the boat they came from? A look of surprise appeared on his face. This is really amazing. Look at the big mountain in the distance. That is where Kuina is buried. Such a long distance is reached all at once. It didn't take long for me to close my eyes. I just felt like the world was spinning, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I was here. This is really a very convenient method. Nami is a little envious of this method. It would be great if she had this method before. As long as you enter the pirate treasure house, you can teleport out together with the treasure. It's so cool to think about it that way. It's a pity that she will never be a thief again. But that's not necessarily the case, anyway, it's just stealing the pirate's money. It's not a sin at all. The stolen money will not be taken away by Marine. Of course, even if she comes to take it away now, she won't be afraid, because she has Minato as her backer. Unknowingly, she had already regarded Minato as her supporter. It would be great if she was really her daughter. However, in the future, I may really want to be Minato's baby mother. In that case, Minato can be regarded as my daughter, which seems very good. It will definitely be very satisfying if I take Minato with me to rob pirates' treasures in the future. I had this great idea in mind. But this is only a matter of the future. Now I just think about it, resurrecting my mother is the most important thing. Nakajayo asked, a little worried about Minato's brother. Is it really okay for your brother to be left alone there? That old man is very scary when he gets angry. Thinking of that blow, what kind old man is this? Much scarier than those ferocious pirates. Minato said, waving his hands. It doesn't matter, Brother Snake asked us to leave first. I guess he will retreat soon. On the mountain, Kojiro looked at this scene with some surprise. The little blonde girl seemed to have teleported away with the other two people. I didn't even have time to see clearly what trajectory this was. Is it really teleportation? Could it be the power of the devil fruit? It actually has such a convenient ability. If it had been in the past, he would have thought of making friends with such people to provide talents for the revolutionary army. But now was not the time to care about this. He stared closely at the long-haired boy in front of him. Kuina's ashes are still in his hands, as long as this guy doesn't escape. Chapter 44 Successful Escape. Even the long-haired Orochimaru was stunned. He originally asked Minato to take the other two people away, of course on foot. He would never have thought that she would use the Flying Thunder God technique to lead two people away. This guy Minato actually did this kind of thing, teleporting with two people. This little girl is really unexpected. She must have reached a very advanced level in the art of Flying Thunder God. With two people, the difficulty of teleportation rises straight up. This is the best ninjutsu for little girls. Each of his siblings has abilities that are particularly suited to him. His own special ability is the art of reincarnation. Minato, on the other hand, has the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Although they are all ninjutsu, he himself also wants to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It's hard to learn. That's time and space ninjutsu, extremely difficult. So he gave up later. But if he had known better, he would have let Minato take him away with him. Now I can only find a way to leave by myself. He put down the jar in his hand and lay on the ground with his hands. Shouted grimly. The formation of 10,000 snakes. Then he opened his mouth and spit out a large number of snakes from his mouth to bite the old grandfather. The snakes attacked the old grandfather overwhelmingly. Orochimaru picked up the jar and ran. After running for a while, he quickly hid behind a big tree and formed seals with his hands. The art of earth clone. I saw the soil on the ground gradually rising, and then slowly turning into a human shape, gradually turning into his appearance. It's completely consistent with him. This is just a clone technique and has no fighting power. But it's still very useful for luring enemies. Then he ordered his clone to wait in place, and then accelerated to run in the other direction after the grandfather came over. The old man he knew was a powerful swordsman. The huge number of snakes he summoned may not necessarily be able to stop the opponent's pace. Even if it can be stopped, I'm afraid it won't be possible for many seconds. Then, let your earth clone seduce you again, so that you have enough time to run away. Kojiro was shocked when he saw the swarm of snakes in the sky. This guy could actually summon so many snakes. Is there a secret space in his mouth? Looking at the other party again and actually running away, how could he allow the other party to escape? He waved the simple long knife in his hand and swung it vigorously, slashing at the swarm of snakes in the sky. In less than a minute, these Lion Majesty were hacked to death. Although there are many in number, their strength is quite average. With my own strength, these snakes pose no threat to me. The direction that the man fled should be towards the seaside. He rushed over immediately. He must be intercepted. Not long after, I suddenly saw a figure emerging from behind a big tree, and then headed in another direction. It was the long-haired boy who stole his daughter's ashes. I didn't expect that I would dare to stay here. Before he could make any move, the young man started to run away. "Damn guy!" Kojiro chased after him, waving the ancient sword in his hand and making flying slashes. That boy was always able to avoid his own slashes. He is truly an extraordinary person, but why would he do such a thing? What would you do with your daughter's ashes? After chasing him for a distance, another flying slash successfully cut the boy in half. The powerful slash even made a long scratch on the ground. Was this young man solved so easily by himself? There is a sense of unreality. It shouldn't be, with the method the other party just used. No matter what, it is impossible to be killed by him so easily. What's going on? He slowly walked towards the boy who had been cut in half. Now we need to find Kuina's ashes and place them so that Kuina can rest in peace. Suddenly the two corpses on the ground turned into dirt. Kojiro stared at this scene blankly. What is going on? How is this possible? Looking at the surrounding environment, there is no urn of Kuina's ashes at all. He realized he had been lied to. I was very angry. Damn it! Is this a ninja trick like Wano Country? There is a similar clone in Wano Country, but it is not so lifelike and it even deceives my own perception. The other party must have let the fake body seduce him, and then fled to the seaside to leave. These people were all outsiders, whom he had never seen before. We must rush over as soon as possible. He immediately put away his knife and turned to the seaside. It was the original direction of escape, but this fake body took him in another direction. Why didn't I even notice this? Was I really too angry? In the past, I shouldn't have been fooled by such a simple trick. It seems that Kuina's incident made him extremely angry. At this moment, Orochimaru had already reached the shore and saw Minato, Nami, and Nokago waiting for him on the boat. Jumped up directly. Set the boat quickly, that old man is really going to catch up. My own clone technique probably won't take much time. If he is discovered, he will definitely pursue him angrily. The top priority, of course, is to leave as soon as possible. He didn't want to fight with the old man, but it wasn't because he didn't have the ability to deal with him. Of course, my own Dirty Land reincarnation technique has not summoned any talents now. Now his only combat power is a large psychic beast, the giant snake. But when dealing with the great swordsman, I feel like I can handle it. But when I summon One Piece Roger, there is no need to be so embarrassed when dealing with such a guy, you can still retreat calmly. After all, Roger is One Piece, and his strength must be at the top of the world. I'm really looking forward to it. After hearing this, Nami hurriedly sailed the boat. Soon, the boat sailed to the sea. Soon not even the coast was visible. Nami felt relieved now. It's not easy to chase the old man on the sea. At this moment, she felt a little guilty. It is so unethical to harass a father like this. If his daughter could be resurrected, he wouldn't be so angry. She looked towards Orochimaru who was sitting in the boat. Orochimaru, you should be able to resurrect Kuina, right? Now she wants to see the resurrection of the Dirty Land reincarnation technique, even if it is not a real resurrection. Minato was also looking forward to it. Brother Snake, let me take a look. This resurrection technique is much more magical than my own Flying Thunder God technique. One is the art of teleportation, and the other is the art of resurrecting the dead. Which one is more magical, needless to say. Chapter 45 Resurrection of Kuina. Even Nyokijo looked over with a look of anticipation on his face. If it can really be resurrected, then his mother can also be resurrected. Then the hole in your heart will be completely filled, and your life will be perfect. Of course, you can also find yourself a good partner. This is not only a deal to resurrect the mother, but also has this idea in mind. At her age, she should have had a partner long ago. She should even have a child, but her previous life was unfortunately disrupted by the dragon pirates. Now it's time to get back to normal. Of course, even Orochimaru himself was looking forward to it. with a smile on his face. Okay, then I'll give it a try. He took out a seal scroll, then opened it and formed a seal with his hands. A thick fog formed, and some materials appeared on the scroll. It is the material for the reincarnation of the dirty soil, so naturally it has been prepared a long time ago. There is a white Zetsu body inside, which was made by Father's pet. Father's pet is much more powerful than his giant snake. It is also possible to create this kind of white magic. Baiju is a kind of bionic human, which is an excellent material for experiments. With great difficulty, he begged his father to give him a few. Used as a vessel to summon the souls of the dead. The strength of the person reincarnated from the filthy soil of this white body is almost the same as that in life. Of course, he could also use living people as vessels for resurrection. It's just that the effect isn't that good. And he will summon One Piece Roger later. If he didn't have the strength he had during his lifetime, it would be a great pity. To summon him, of course, he must return at his peak. Now let's try it with Kuina. After preparing the materials, he opened the jar and scattered Kuina's ashes on Baizetsu's body. Nami looked a little surprised at this scene. Is this the special material needed for resurrection? Are there any steps? Nakajayo was a little uneasy. Will it succeed or fail? She prayed in her heart that she would succeed. Orochimaru was well prepared, and he was also very excited. This was the first time he used his special ability. If he really succeeds, he will immediately resurrect One Piece Roger. This is the top combat power in the sea. Moreover, such a dead person cannot resist him, and he will not be afraid of genjutsu. Does that guy Ataka still dare to despise all his ninjutsu? But that's all for later. His hands immediately formed a seal. The art of reincarnation from dirty soil. A soul fell from the sky and entered Baiju's body. Then the filthy soil covered Baiju, causing Baiju to scream in pain. Minato couldn't help but hug Nami. This resurrection technique is a bit scary. After all, she is still just a child. Of course, Nami was also surprised. Isn't this a serious resurrection? Is it a sorcery? Nakajayo looked at this scene in horror. She really turned into a little girl, wearing a white top, a middle-parted hairstyle, and a reddish-brown belt tied around her waist. There are several cracks on the face. Kuina slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the people in front of them, they instantly became confused. Who are you? Why am I here? Minato looked at the girl who had turned into a human form and was a head taller than him, and he was no longer so scared and said happily. Brother Snake, did you really revive her? It really worked. Brother Snake's filthy earth reincarnation technique can really bring people back to life. It's really amazing. Orochimaru himself was very excited. This is really awesome, a special ability passed down to him from his father. It should be said to be one of the most magical abilities in this sea. When Nakajayo saw this man speaking, he actually came back to life. This is so amazing. In that case, her mother should be able to be resurrected, and her heart would settle down, and she would no longer have the anxiety she had before. Kuina herself was stunned. Did they mean to resurrect herself? I remember that I fell down the stairs before, and I felt extremely severe pain at that time. Did I die at that time? My father must be very sad. But now he seems to have really come back to life, feeling his body carefully. He was not breathing, he touched his chest, and there was no heartbeat, so he immediately panicked. This is not a real resurrection. What kind of magic did you use? Her face changed, and there was anger and fear in her heart. Will she still be manipulated after her death? Orochimaru said with a smile. It's indeed not a true resurrection, but it shouldn't be considered a magic spell. It's just the magical technique of reincarnation from dirty soil that summons your soul back. Minato said comfortingly. Don't worry, Father can truly resurrect you, right, Brother Snake? Kuina was shocked. Is this really okay? She really wants to live, and there are still many things she has not been able to accomplish. Then my father won't be sad anymore. She is the only daughter in the family. Orochimaru responded affirmatively. Of course, my father's ability is of course possible. My father possesses the Samsara Eye, which is a supreme eye that can truly resurrect the dead and has the ability to control life. Nakako and Nami both believed it. Although it was not a real resurrection, the magical scene in front of them was enough to make them believe that Minato's father could do such a thing. The two of them looked forward to it more and more. After finding Brother Snake, the next destination should be to go to her family, to meet the father who has magical abilities. This is also their future husband. If they could really resurrect their mother, both of them would marry that person without hesitation. Minato also suggested at this time. Brother Snake, are we going home then? After this trip, she was already very satisfied. If I go home now, I have nothing to regret. She also wanted her father to help Nami resurrect her mother and the little sister in front of her who was a head taller than herself. It would be such a shame to die so young. Orochimaru shook his head and said. No, I still have unfinished business. I have to go to Roger Town, the place where One Piece died. If I can find the bones of One Piece Roger there, then I can successfully resurrect him, and then I will have the strongest fighting force on this sea. It is impossible to become king without the strongest combat power. Thinking about it makes him a little excited. He could even have a good fight with Itaki. I wonder what the expression on Itaki's face would be like. Even if the opponent's genjutsu is invincible, what's the use against a dead person? Not to mention the great fireball technique, even if the violent explosion blew up the body of the reincarnation of the dirt. The reincarnated body of dirty soil can still be recovered. That's right, the reincarnated body of the dirty land has an immortal body. I wonder if he still dares to despise his own ninjutsu. Chapter 46 Astria Family. Minato's eyes lit up when he heard this. Brother Snake, you are so awesome, won't One Piece Roger become the fighting force of our family in the future? That would be really cool. Nami no Kajeo didn't think so, but felt horrified and said quickly. That's One Piece Roger. Is it really good to resurrect him? Wouldn't such an evil person cause chaos in the world again? It was this man who started the Great Pirate Era. The sentence I hid all the treasures there attracted countless people to go to sea to find the legendary secret treasure One Piece. At the same time, the number of pirates suddenly increased. It can be said that all this is One Piece Roger's fault. Even Kuina was stunned. That terrifying One Piece? This name is much louder than the world's greatest swordsman that he pursues. If such a person is resurrected, the world will probably be shaken. Orochimaru said nonchalantly. Evil? The people resurrected by me using the art of reincarnation from dirty soil are completely under my control. He admired his father more and more, because his father actually taught him such a powerful ninjutsu. But he also knew that Roger's resurrection would definitely cause the sea to shake. It is One Piece Roger after all. That might make his father angry, but he couldn't resist the temptation of this kind of puppet. Such combat power is really quite interesting. Nami no Ka was shocked. Are you actually under its control? Minato's family is too powerful. It's really becoming more and more mysterious and curious. The sea actually hides such a powerful family. Even Kuina was shocked to be able to control One Piece Roger. Then he should be under control now. I have never heard of such a magical ability in the sea before. She didn't know what to think. In fact, what happened today shocked her greatly. Not only has my soul returned to this world, but One Piece's soul will also return to this world soon. It's not a true resurrection, so it's just the return of the soul. She can clearly remember what happened during her lifetime. Nami was completely shocked. What kind of family is this? Where exactly? Minato asked, seeing Nami's expression. Sister Nami, what's wrong with you? Are you shocked? My family is very powerful. Nami was speechless. Of course she was shocked. Even One Piece Roger would become the fighting force of the Watergate family. She hesitated before asking. Minato, where is your family? What family is it? Can you tell me? If not, forget it. Nakajayo and Kuina, who was reincarnated in the dirt, also looked over. Both of them are curious about what kind of family this is that can control One Piece Roger to become their own family's fighting force. It must be a particularly terrifying family. This may be the most terrifying secret in the entire sea. Minato was stunned for a moment when he heard Nami's sister's words. Even Sister Nami still hesitated because her father had ordered her children not to reveal their family name. She looked at Brother Snake. Is this okay? Orochimaru said expressionlessly. Since I am my future baby mother, of course I can go with her to the family island this time. Anyway, if their father hadn't accepted them, their memories could still be erased. After Minato heard this, he thought it made sense and said with a smile. Sister Nami, my family is located on an island in the windless zone of the Great Seaway. My family is the Astria family. And my full name is Minato Astria. Orochimaru also introduced himself. My full name is Orochimaru Astria. Both are proud of their families. That's natural. Their family is the most secretive family in the sea, although they usually don't show off. That was just my father's order, to hide the family. Nami, Nakajayo, and Kuina have a certain understanding. I have never heard of any family located in the windless zone. No wonder its reputation has faded. Almost no ships can cross the windless zone. There is no wind there, making it difficult for a sailboat to sail. There are also many Poseidon species, which can be said to be an extremely dangerous place. It is indeed a very mysterious family. It seems that there are really many secrets in the sea. Orochimaru looked at Minato now. By the way, how did you get out? Did you go directly through the windless zone? Even Nami looked shocked. Did Minato cross the windless zone and reach the East Daxia Sea? This shocked her even more than when she killed Eren. If a small boat sails in a windless zone, there is a high probability that it will be swallowed by Poseidon species. There are only so many Poseidon species there. Minato recalled his experience of crossing the windless zone and nodded. Yes, it was dangerous at that time. Many big fish jumped out of the water and wanted to eat me. Fortunately, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport with the boat. Thrilling and exciting. Nami no Kagao Kuina is stunned. Do you actually find it thrilling? This is such a dangerous scene. Even if it's just a second away, you may be buried in the belly of the fish. Kuina was really surprised that this little girl who was a head shorter than herself was so strong and could actually cross the windless zone safely. What kind of ability is that Flying Thunder God's technique to be able to teleport? This is really a mysterious family. It seems that I can truly be resurrected. I just have a little question, why did you resurrect yourself? Even Orochimaru was shocked. His sister's ability to use the Flying Thunder God was really perfect. It really suits this ninjutsu very well. But he still needed to warn him. Minato, if you come out in the future, don't directly cross the calm wind and take it to the East Daxia Sea. Instead, we should first go to the nearest great waterway, and then go to the East Daxia Sea through the upside-down mountain. This route is much safer. Although he also has the ability to pass through the windless zone, that is to summon a giant snake. But even if the psychic beast he summons is much stronger than the Poseidon type, then he will be very embarrassed. Who knows how many Poseidon species there are in the windless zone? So he took the safer route. He was a little scared thinking about this. This guy Minato's route is really too dangerous. God knows how many times I have used the Flying Thunder God technique. If anything dangerous happened, I would not be able to be hung up by my father. Minato saw his brother's expression and knew he was wrong. Okay, brother, let's go with him this time. Next time I come to the East Daxia Sea from my family, I will know the route. Orochimaru felt relieved after hearing this. It seems that the little girl is still very sensible. The boat then accelerated towards Rogue Town. Of course Orochimaru can't wait to resurrect One Piece Roger. Chapter 47 Just Let Me Go. One day later, a fast-moving boat appeared on the sea. On it was a young man with short black hair and white clothes, with 2 green tears on his face, and a sword at his waist. Standing quietly on the boat just turned on its own without wind. Suddenly, he saw 2 people on a small boat in the distance. The indifferent expression became a little looser. Finally found my sister. I had previously asked a group of pirates to find out where my sister was, and then set out with all my strength to find Kokonishi village. Unexpectedly, I was told to go to Shimotsuki village. I felt depressed. I was looking for a new place again. I had no idea where it was, but now I was so lucky that I happened upon it. The driver of the boat opposite is of course Nami. Her navigation skills are the best, so she naturally takes over this responsibility. Then he saw the man on the boat approaching quickly and was a little surprised. She then woke up Minato, who was sleeping in Nakajayo's arms. Minato is really a little guy, he likes to lie in Nakajayo's arms. Minato, wake up, that person can't be your brother, right? She heard Minato say that. One of them was named Ulquiorra. This appearance was so similar to the one Minato described. The most important thing is this indifferent temperament, which looks a bit scary, and you can tell at a glance that he is not someone to be trifled with. Most likely he is Minato's brother. Minato once said that her brother could cut off Poseidons with one sword. Orochimaru, who was also sleeping soundly, woke up with a start. The golden pupils stood up and looked at the figure on the small boat in the distance. It's really this brother. This brother rarely goes to sea. Could it be that he was sent by his father? In that case, things would be a bit bad. I don't know what my father's attitude is. It might not be a big deal if I sneak out, but Minato is following me and I have a headache. Minato also woke up in a daze and opened his eyes. There was a smile on his face and he shouted happily. It's really my brother. Kuina looked curiously at the man who was getting closer and closer. He was older than herself and seemed to be a master with a sword. Much stronger than her, that's how Kuina feels. The boy opposite looked like a master. It's completely natural, not pretended. After a while, Ulquiorra arrived in a small boat. Minato asked happily. Brother, how did you find us? You must know that if she went to sea, without the help of Sister Nami, even if she knew Brother Snake's destination, Shimotsuki village is also difficult to find. The East Daxia Sea is so huge that she doesn't know any of these places. Ulquiorra said calmly. I learned about your whereabouts from a group of pirates. Nami asked in surprise. Are those pirates the Straw Hat Pirates? Only those people know where they and others are going. Ulquiorra nodded, remembering that there seemed to be one person in the group wearing a straw hat. Then he turned to look at Minato. Who are these people? Minato introduced happily. This is Sister Nami and Sister Nakajayo. This is the baby mother I'm looking for. Nami no Kako blushed a little. Is this how you introduce yourself? I always feel a little embarrassed. It was as if he had been abducted. Obviously they are all voluntary now. Ulquiorra's indifferent expression was a bit dull. This little girl. Forget it. He doesn't care about this kind of thing. Minato continued to ask. Brother Wu, is there a green-haired man on that small boat who wants to challenge you for a kendo duel? Have you knocked him down? Ulquiorra nodded. There is indeed a guy with green hair who asked me to compete in swordsmanship. He is quite weak. For your sake, I agreed. Minato looked like that was indeed the case. But you didn't hurt him, right? Nami also became concerned. Although her friendship with Zoro is very shallow, she doesn't want her former partner to be fatally injured. Ulquiorra said calmly. Don't worry, I didn't hurt them. I defeated them and left. Nami felt relieved instantly. Kuina was stunned. They should be talking about Zoro, she talked to Nami on the ship. It's now 10 years since her death. So this guy Zoro is completely grown up. I never expected to go to sea and become a pirate. Before that, I became a famous pirate hunter in the East Daxia Sea. He even dared to fight against the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. It really suits Zoro's style. Even if he could really be resurrected, he would have been delayed for 10 years. Zoro is undoubtedly much stronger than himself now. He still looks like a child. At this time, Ulquiorra looked at Orochimaru, who was silent, and his expression became even more indifferent. Orochimaru, do you realize your mistake? Orochimaru is very helpless. This is his brother with virtual abilities, and his strength is much stronger than him. I know I was wrong. Minato's expression turned bad and he said hurriedly. This is all because I followed Brother Snake out without permission. It's none of Brother Snake's business. My father won't be very angry, right? Ulquiorra looked at her and confirmed. Of course you are angry. With your strength and your character, it is too early to go to sea. Please come back with me obediently, so as not to worry your father. Nami feels the same way. Minato was indeed easily deceived. Although he was very strong, it would be really bad if he met another woman instead of her. If you are cheated, you will probably have to count the money. But what she didn't know was that even though Minato was a child, he still had a very good eye for people. How could he be deceived so easily? When Minato heard his brother's words, of course he didn't want to. No, I still want to go to Rogue Town with my brother. That was the execution place of One Piece, a place she had never been to. She also wants to see the powerful combat power of One Piece Roger summoned by her brother. Ulquiorra frowned. Obey, this is my father's order. Minato hid directly behind Nakajayo. No, just let me go. After this trip, I will go back obediently. Ulquiorra looked helpless at Minato like this. Okay, I have to go back after that. Orochimaru, Minato is under your protection. If something happens, you should know the consequences. Orochimaru responded quickly. Don't worry, I will. Minato was a little happy that he didn't put the blame entirely on him after the accident. After Ulquiorra heard this, he turned around and controlled his boat to leave. With Orochimaru's protection, Minato should be fine. Chapter 48 Toripole. After Ulquiorra left, the small boat set off towards Rogue Town again. Orochimaru also has an extra thought, which is of course to protect his sister and never let her get hurt. If you get injured, you will definitely be the one to die. The younger sister is not only favored by her father, but also the most favored among her brothers and sisters. At that time, those brothers and sisters may cause trouble for me. And among his brothers and sisters, even if he resurrected One Piece Roger, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with it. Because some of them are forces from another system. Even above the ninja system. There is also the Shinigami system and the virtual system. It was very terrifying, but it was a pity that I could not inherit that kind of power. But he thinks ninjutsu is very good. Of course, it's not impossible for ninjutsu to achieve power comparable to theirs if they practice to the extreme. Obtaining the Samsara Eye can rival that kind of power. The boat set off quickly, and with Nami's navigation, the direction was absolutely correct. One day later, a huge pirate ship appeared on the sea, with a clown skull flag hanging on it. It is the skull flag of the 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo pirates. After passing the Upside-Down Mountain and entering the East Daxia Sea. This is the weakest sea. Not only are the pirates weak, but even the marines are weak. To defeat these weak pirates, naturally you don't need to use a powerful marine. The goal of this trip is naturally to come to the East Daxia Sea to search for some female slaves and return them. After all, the Don Quixote family is in the business of human trafficking, and this is a purchase trip. It should go as smoothly as usual. The leader was none other than Torbil, a member of the Don Quixote family who wore a quilt-like cloak, held a cane with a plum blossom symbol, and wore a pair of small sunglasses. His bounty is 99 million belly. The bounty is 5 times that of Aaron, the great pirate in the East Daxia Sea, who has 18 million belly. It can be seen that it is powerful and can be said to be unbeatable in the East Daxia Sea. Of course, the head of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo, is one of the Shishibukai, a legal pirate recognized by the world government, and has been given special rights. Normally, Marine would have nothing to do with him, but Torbil decided to be careful and not make it look too ugly, arousing Marine's anger. Of course, it's also because the East Daxia Sea log town is commanded by Colonel Smoker from Marine headquarters. This is not a simple guy, possessing the ability of the Logia devil fruit. Naturally, slaves cannot be plundered in the sea near Rog Town. This guy is very rigid, and I'm afraid he won't even give the Don Quixote family face. There is really no point in fighting with such a person. Anyway, the East Daxia Sea is very big, and there are places to purchase goods everywhere. Just stay away. No one can stop it at all. As long as you have clean hands and feet, you can build 2 or 3 villages. And these will be regarded as the work of local pirates. Anyway, after Roger started the era of great pirates, there were so many pirates. Pirates attacked villages from time to time. I have to say that Roger really helped the Don Quixote family a lot. The more chaotic this world is, the better. Once you succeed, you can go back safely. Naturally. No one dares to check, not even Smoker is qualified. After returning to the Sabayati Islands, these slaves can be sold, which is another considerable income. In the cabin, Torbil looked at the map of the East Daxia Sea that he had already prepared, trying to find a few large villages to plunder the population. The cabin door opened. A subordinate walked into the cabin and reported. "Sir Torbil, there is a small boat right in front of you, and there are 2 very decent women on it. I wonder if you should do anything to them." Although he also knew the purpose of this trip, he was just a soldier. If he didn't dare to make the decision without permission, he would naturally have to report it as soon as possible. Don Quixote's family has a clear hierarchy, and he doesn't dare to make decisions without authorization, even if this is a very good opportunity. Torbil had a smile on his face after hearing this. "How lucky are you on this trip? As soon as I arrived in the East Daxia Sea, goods were delivered to my door. I stood up and walked out of the cabin. I want to see how upright these people are." The subordinates followed behind and said flatteringly, "Sir, I guarantee that you will be satisfied. He looks very spot on, and he is also very young." Torbil became even more interested. It seemed that his luck was really good. Having been with his subordinates for such a long time, he still knows the requirements, and the goods must of course be of good quality. Those who are not good can only be treated as slaves and cannot be sold for much money. But the right ones can be sold to big pirates, nobles, and wealthy businessmen, and even the celestial dragons. It can be sold at a high price. After a while, Torbil came to the deck with this subordinate. The subordinate wisely took out the telescope and handed it to Torbil so that he could see more clearly. Torbil took it and started looking at it. He couldn't help but say happily, "This young girl with orange hair and wearing a blue and white top is really good looking and very energetic. The other dark-skinned woman wearing a blue top is also very good looking and looks completely mature. Although they have dark skin, their faces are very good. Some people in the sea like women with this skin color. These 2 women can undoubtedly be sold at a very good price. There is also a little girl with blonde hair on the boat, who looks a bit heroic. Of course, this lowly can be sold for a good price. Some people just like this. There is no shortage of buyers. It can be sold to some noble pirates who like lowly, some of them just like this. In a sense, this is also high-end goods. Of course, there is also a long-haired boy who looks very good. Some ladies like this. There is another girl who looks lifeless. Is there any scar on her face? Such a child has no value. He took out the telescope and admired. Very good, you did a very good job. The 4 people above are all high-end goods. I will record this credit for you. Then he immediately ordered people to sail to the small boat in the distance. On the boat at this moment, Orochimaru was also excited. We will be able to reach Roger Town soon. I wonder if Roger's body and ashes can be found. Of course he hoped that Roger's cemetery would be in Roger Town. However, he also had to take protective measures, because if Roger was resurrected, he might not obey him obediently because of his One Piece spirit. Therefore, preventive measures must be taken as early as possible, that is, to control it, and even erase his soul if necessary. It is also quite good to use it as a puppet in battle. Whether it's an inexhaustible physical strength or an indestructible body, it's very terrifying. Chapter 49 Spiritualism. Nami, who suddenly steered the boat forward, noticed the original situation. A pirate ship is approaching us. After Orochimaru heard this, his golden pupils narrowed. That's a pirate ship with a skull flag hanging on it. What is it if it's not a pirate? Of course, these people would not have good intentions when approaching themselves. That's really exciting. He also has the psychic beast giant snake, which has yet to show its strength in the outside world. Then you can put it out and try it out. Nami felt a little frightened when she saw Orochimaru's dangerous aura. Orochimaru is really scarier than Minato. No wonder Minato usually looks very innocent and cute, but when he moves, he shows no mercy. It turns out that she learned it from these brothers of hers. But it doesn't matter. Walking on the sea, if you are too naive, you may be the only one who gets hurt. She had nothing to worry about now about the giant pirate ship arriving. In the past, I might have been worried, but now I feel like it's nothing. After all, Minato and her brother were there. Both of them are quite strong and are not afraid of any pirates at all. The father of Kuina last time was probably a great swordsman. After all, he was able to wield such a terrifying flying slash. There is no doubt that the great sword has first-class combat power in this world. Orochimaru was even able to escape safely from the hands of that kind old swordsman. It shows that his strength is very strong. At least among the pirates in the East Daxia Sea, no one can compete with him. After a while, the huge pirate ship came completely close, and then stopped. Torble stood on the deck and looked at these fine goods. The more he looked at them, the better they looked, and the closer they looked, the better they looked. These 4 guys are definitely high-end goods. As long as they dress up a little bit, they can definitely greatly increase their worth. This is the auction house method. By increasing the value of the product, you can sell it at a higher price. After all, the majority of the auction house's profits are made by wealthy merchants and nobles, and they don't care about the price when they pay. Tens of millions or even 100 million Baileys can be taken out casually. With a lewd smile on his face, he looked at Nami and Nakajayo on the boat. Would you 2 ladies be willing to come aboard our ship? In his eyes, 2 women taking 3 children out to sea are really too big-hearted, but that's how big-hearted it is. Otherwise, how could he be so lucky to obtain 4 excellent products? Nami immediately refused. I don't want a pirate's ship. Torble did not feel any disappointment, but burst into laughter. I'm afraid it's not up to you. I am Torble, the top leader of the Don Quixote family. You can't run away. Become a commodity in the auction house. In his eyes, there are just 2 little women and 3 children. How can they get away with this? He couldn't run away at all, so he was very happy that he could bring a good product to the family again. Nami was stunned for a moment. The Don Quixote family? By the way, she remembered, isn't that clown flag the symbol of the 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo family? How could they appear here? They are one of the major forces on the Great Channel. Minato was a little confused. Sister Nami, is the Don Quixote family strong? Toribel was a little surprised when he heard this and laughed. You people in the East Daxia Sea are so ignorant that you haven't even heard of Doflamingo, one of the Shishibukai seas. That's right. After all, it's a rural place. Nami asked aloud. Don Quixote family, did Doflamingo come in person? Toribel was a little stunned. What did he mean by this? Of course the young master is not here. You don't think you can escape from me, the top cotter, do you? The people on the pirate ship had a mocking smile on their faces. If these people can escape, I will cut off their heads. It's just 2 women, what kind of fighting power can they have? Are those 3 children still capable of fighting? Yes, even if there are some talented penultimate kids. It can't be in the East Daxia Sea, but in other seas. But even if there are other talented children from Dahai, they will never be able to beat Toribel. Toribel is one of the top cotters, with penultimate combat power. The bounty is as high as 99 million belly. His devil fruit ability can make powerful people unable to move at all after being struck by it. Nami was completely relieved. Since Doflamingo, one of the Shishibukai, is not coming, there is no pressure anymore. After all, Doflamingo is one of the great pirates of the Great Channel, and his strength is very terrifying, comparable to that of a great swordsman, or even stronger. She touched Minato's head and said, the only one who is strong in the Don Quixote family is Doflamingo. Others are no threat at all. This was her confidence in Minato and his brother. Toribel was completely angry. The people from Xiaodonghai actually dare to look down on the top cotters of Don Quixote. You guys are really arrogant. Come here, arrest these people and let them understand what cruelty is. Immediately, several people jumped off the boat to arrest Nami and others. In their eyes, they are strong men. When facing 2 women and children, is it necessary to use firearms? Of course it's impossible to use firearms. This is a good product that Mr. Toribel considers good. If it is damaged, they will be the ones who should be punished. Orochimaru had a dangerous smile on his face. It's really asking for death. Today I will let you taste the power of my psychic beast. He formed a seal with his hands, then slammed it onto the surface of the ship, and a huge magic circle appeared. Then a huge cloud of white smoke was produced. A huge snake appeared out of thin air. Its huge body is even much taller than a pirate ship. Judging from the body shape, it is more than 100 meters long. The pirates were all a little shocked. What kind of monster is this? Poseidon type. How can there be such a big Poseidon in the East Daxia Sea? You're kidding. That's not the point. Why did this big guy suddenly appear? They didn't see the monster appear at all, it seemed to appear suddenly. But now they are standing next to the pirate ship, and there is no room for them not to be afraid. The destructive power of the Poseidon class is very strong. If they launch an attack, many people on their pirate ship will die. Even Toribel was horrified. Could it be this boy who did it? Is this the ability to summon the Poseidon class? Never heard of such ability. But it's just a Poseidon. He looked at the messy subordinates around him and scolded. It's just Poseidon, I can handle it. Chapter 50 Total Destruction. Nami Nakajao Kuina on the ship was also shocked. Is this Orochimaru's special ability? It was really amazing. They were all frightened when they saw such a monster. Fortunately, it was not here to deal with them. Nami just felt happy in her heart at this moment. These pirates are gone. Who dared them to take advantage of themselves and others? These legal pirates have done countless evil things. Under the attack of such a terrifying giant snake, it should disappear quickly. Orochimaru laughed when he heard that the other party did not put his psychic hand in his eyes. Don't compare the weak Poseidons to my psychic beasts. They are completely different creatures. Compared with the Poseidon type, the giant snake has more powerful abilities and is a creature with chakra. In his opinion, the Poseidons in this world only have strange powers and no special abilities. Torbil asked with an ugly expression on his face. What do you mean by that? He felt a little uneasy. This monster called the psychic beast gave him a different feeling from the previous Poseidon type. More powerful. It even made him feel afraid. Orochimaru didn't explain any more, there was no need to reveal too much to the dying person. At this time, the giant snake spit out human words. Orochimaru, why did you summon me? He was very dissatisfied and had previously allowed himself to fight with his older siblings. Is this a joke? It is controlled as soon as you meet it, it is completely controlled. The eyes are very scary. There are others who cannot withstand that kind of slash even with their own defense. It hurt like hell. Orochimaru said with a smile. Don't worry, we are just dealing with these ordinary people and kill them all. Torbil was completely shocked when he heard the psychic beast speaking human language. Could it be a Poseidon that ate a devil fruit? Otherwise, how can one speak human words? But even so, why is it so difficult to eliminate the Poseidon class? This feeling of fear must be an illusion. The giant snake looked at the humans on the boat at this time. There were many of them, and these were all delicious food. Orochimaru, I shouldn't have any problem eating these humans, right? Orochimaru said coldly. If you want to eat it, then go ahead and eat it, but when father knows about it, I won't plead for you. When this giant snake was summoned, it wanted to eat people before it would do anything. His father immediately beat him up. Maybe my father doesn't like psychic beasts eating people. The giant snake thought of the terrifying man. Both eyes showed a look of fear. Have no choice. Okay, I don't have to do it if I don't want to. Let's finish the work and go back early. Torbil was furious when he heard what the big snake said. He actually regards them as food, just a Poseidon. Others are afraid of him, but he is not afraid of him. Although this boy said it was not Poseidon type, but he said it wasn't, right? At most, you have to eat a devil fruit to be able to speak human words. Do you really have any special abilities? The facts are before our eyes. He roared. Let me shoot him to death, and then capture these people. Immediately, some subordinates took out artillery, then lit the fuse and fired the shells at the Poseidon. Suddenly there was a constant roar. It is obvious that such a giant snake cannot be solved with just a few shells. At the same time, someone else took out a long gun and pulled the trigger, firing bullets with bang bang bang, which also hit the giant snake. These weapons of theirs are all sophisticated weapons of the beast pirates, and they are extremely powerful. This giant snake will definitely be killed directly. The giant snake was violently attacked, felt a little pain all over, and roared angrily. You humans dare to hurt me, damn it! It has already shown murderous intent. The huge tail curled up, flew into the air, and then slammed towards the pirate ship. Many pirates were shocked when they saw this scene. How could it be possible? After the explosion smoke dissipated, the giant snake was not seriously injured at all. It only left some traces of gunpowder on its hard scales. This defense is too strong. If the attack just hit other Poseidons, the weak Poseidons would be killed directly, and even the powerful Poseidons would be seriously injured, with blood dripping from the wounds, and then run away. It's not like the person in front of him, who becomes even more ferocious after being attacked. What kind of monster is this? Torbil was also extremely surprised. Is this really a monster? Isn't it really a Poseidon? If that huge snake tail falls on this pirate ship, the pirate ship will definitely be cut in half. This blow must not be allowed to fall. Because he is also a devil fruit user, if he falls into the water, he will die immediately. He directly activated his devil fruit ability. A thick brown moist mucus oozed from the nose, and then the mucus turned into a huge white blade, which shot towards the huge snake tail at a terrifying speed. The snot takes away the sword. His attack was much more powerful than the artillery attack. He hoped to be able to cut off the giant snake. But even such a slash could not break the giant snake's defense, it only made the snakes roar even more angrily. The force of the tail whipping the pirate ship became even more powerful. Toribel was shocked. How can the body of the Poseidon class be so strong? This has never been seen before on the Poseidon class. Is this really the Poseidon class? What kind of ghostly creature is this psychic beast? At this moment, the huge snake's tail had hit the middle of the pirate ship. A cracking sound sounded. The pirate ship brutally broke into two halves. Countless pirates fell on the sea, struggled and panicked. Of course, some were directly smashed to death by the huge snake tail. As the pirate ship shattered and sank into the water surface began to roll. Nami left early by boat. She looked at this scene in surprise. The destructive power was really strong. Next, several people on the boat saw an even more horrifying scene. The giant snake not only destroyed the pirate ship, but also killed the pirates, biting them to death one by one. There were cries and shouts from the sea. But the few people on board didn't have any sympathy. Because these pirates want to use them as auction items, isn't that human trafficking? How miserable the outcome will be in the future. 10 minutes later, the sea calmed down completely, leaving only some broken boards, and the pirate ship was completely destroyed. The sea surface is also covered with bright red areas, which are dyed red by blood. These pirates were all wiped out. Of course, there are still corpses floating on the sea that were bitten by giant snakes. It didn't dare to eat these people. The giant snake still remembered what the scary person said. If you dare to eat people, I'll kill you. Of course it doesn't want to die. After doing all this, the giant snake swam over. Orochimaru had a smile on his face. Well done. The giant snake snorted coldly. The matter is done, I'm leaving. Not only did it take a beating, but its efforts were in vain. Then it turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared.